Abeokuta State, and I was called immediately. Even one of my clients just felt like I was like, Martin, you really done well. Dash me some amount of money as well. So my mom was called. I even used the money, whichever I had. Could you believe? I heard my mom is been hospitalized. I like this thing I'm talking is just late January this year. I'm like, someone that is still just worked on Monday, and I thought she would have gone for the X-ray. So when I got to the hospital, I was waiting that there's nothing that will be wrong with. We should have this hope. For those that we believe in our religion, they call it faith as well. So we should have this faith as well. Whatever we are doing, we should be conscious of our faith, to be positive, hopeful that something good will happen, nothing bad or evil will happen. So I went to the hospital. The first thing I observed, which will take us to our topic again, is the people. When you get to the hospital, the first person or to any organization you meet is the security. Am I right? Now, even to security, they have ethics to their own work. I've told you that ethics are principle. There are codes of conduct. There are morals that guide the body of knowledge, individuals and an organization. Lastly, so I believe as I explained that you understand the meaning of them. The security was just lackadaisical, was just not even giving attention to me. That's not what I needed that moment, right? As long as they are not restricting me from entering the hospital, it's life. I went down to the hospital. The next person you meet when you get to an organization is what? The reception office, right? Then I made to the reception, I made the attendant there. Excuse me, I'm asking after my mother. The first question you ask me is that, who's your mother? What's the name? When did he check in? Am I right? So myself, I've known the principle that should guide them. You wouldn't believe the rebuttal answers I was giving. Hello, where are you from? You know our Nigeria hospital. I've not gotten to the nursing part though. I know you people have experiences when it comes to nursing, treating you people in hospital or coming to treat people. Right? God bless you. So, and it just talked to me anyhow. That moment, involuntary action is playing then in my system, right? I just want to take actions possible to meeting up what I wanted. And I'm like, my mom checked in. I don't have opportunity to, but I quickly have to make a call that, where are you? Favor, can you come outside? That's our very last born. So she came outside, said, this is the nurse that ought to be checking up on my mom. Sat down and scrolling, surfing through the internet, dining and whining with TikTok, enjoying her moments that time. I will advise you, if there are bodies of agencies that go through hospitals that goes to check in people, they will see you or lock that hospital, because a nurse is supposed to be helping out. So let me put this with the word auxiliary nurse, right? Auxiliary nurse, the word auxiliary means to helping. If you have done auxiliary verb in English, it means to helping, a verb that is helping. An auxiliary nurse is to be helping that moment in that organization, in that hospital. So she was like, she held her phone to her right hand, or her left hand precisely. I could remember because I can picture it. Just like, go to that room. I know tears was almost rolling down my eyes. I was being emotional. It's your mom. Like, I don't want to picture anything that is going on. I don't want to picture anything. I don't know. But some might have lost their parents, their mom. May their soul rest in peace. But I'm saying this, that words cannot fathom the love of your mother, whether it's been lovely to you while growing up or not. This is the only person that birthed you, and this person will not let anyone to harm you. Am I right? So that moment when I got into the room, I met this poor woman shedding tears. Tears were just rolling down her eyes. Mommy, what is the problem? Where is the problem? Thank God for the little biology we did in secondary school. At least I remembered in GSS2, I could name 206 bones in the body while studying. The picture I have in mind is that, like I said, someone said to me, Martin, why are you doing 13 subjects? And I said, you should make sure I pass them now. He said, no, you are doing 13 subjects so that when you have 13 problems in life, you know how to solving them. I said, okay, that's the essence of it. So, do you know what I did was that I said to myself that I'm a 6 o'clock Christian. Whenever you see the clock hand 6 o'clock, it shows that the 6th hand is whatever you are doing on earth, you are doing it well, you are successful. And whatever is up, the 12 o'clock hand, the longest hand, that thick one is up, you are balanced. So when it's 6 o'clock, the clock shows that here is halfly balanced, here is also halfly balanced, right? It shows that you are balanced in the areas of your life. And what I learned from I call it biblical illusion, and an extract word from the Bible. It says in Romans that not slothful in business, fervent in spirit, serving God. What is my business that moment? My business is my academic. I tell you, no course there's no course that they will put in, even if it's French, I must do it well. It's just that failure is just a bad thing. Failure is a stigma. Failure is a sin. If you write your plans for the day of what you want to do, just in case, let me chip it in. If you are here, your plans and your schedules for today are written in your brain. I mean your bank here. I call it your bank because I pick up words from it. I call it my word bank. So when I pick up things from it, I call it my knowledge bank. If you are here and your bank upstairs here, you only have your to-do list in your head, I'm telling you, you are preparing yourself to fail. What am I teaching you? You are writing a plan or goal. There is what they call short-term goals and there is what they call long-term goals. Short-term goals are your goals within at most 2 years. Your short-term goals can be a week, your short-term goals can be a month, it can be 3 months, it can be 6 months, that's half a year, it can be 365 days, that's a full complete year, and it can be 2 years. But when your long-term goal starts beyond 2 years, 5 years maximum, 10 years more rather, these goals set you to knowing what you are doing daily. So I set in this goal, then I explained to my mom, like I was explaining on how I was doing well in my academic. So I was making sure I was doing well. So I told my mom, where is actually paining you? I touched the leg and I observed that the panic was there. I was forming I was a man. My younger sister was there. My younger sister was there and I was telling her that, where is actually paining you? Let me feel it. Where is paining you? Why waiting for the nurse? Let me remind you, did you observe what the doctors did to the people that attended to her? They only gave her injections since morning. I don't want to be mistaken and I don't want to call the injection wrong. That's why I don't want to call the name of the injection, because I'm also guiding the ethics to that profession. And I observed that she was only giving injections, someone that ought to be attended to, and she was still in excruciating pain. So that moment I have to tell her that, tell me where it's paining you. Just to lift her up from the bed is a problem. That means it has affected her to almost her spine region. So that moment I was like, is it this part of your bone? She said no. Is this part of your bone? So when she definitely told me the part of her bone that is paining her, oh, I said, so this is where it's paining you. Okay. While waiting for her, that moment I was doing what they call it, alignment and balancing there. So I could not bring my car to come pick her up. I have to call my younger brother immediately to calm down and let's attend to her. We have to be looking for every lab to treating them. The first lab we will get to, our Nigerian hospitals where we complain in this country we have brain drain. I was told that the doctors aren't available. The doctors went for graduation for school of their children or who. So when you tell me the doctors went to a place, where is the auxiliary nurse there? Or if it's a lab, where are the people that are attending to me there? We need a radiologist in a lab, right? People that does all these tests, scanning, and nobody could attend to me there. Someone have to advise me. I will tell you, You can't waste your time here. This is your mom. I will just pray for her. Find a way that you should just treat her. We went to another place. A standard lab telling me that none of their machines are working. That is another negligence in our parts. But I'm not here to talk about the beings of this society or the country, the state of the nation. It's about ethics, how we should be practicing it, and how we should be conscious of it. We have to take her to a private. Many of you here knows Arjolad. It's a private hospital. Arjolad is a private hospital in the mainland. Thank you very much. At Bagada precisely. You know that moment your involuntary action is helping you just to carry her. The only thing pausing me is whenever I want to carry her, she may just shout. She may just clamor again that a particular pain is she's having there. But you see, the moment I put my mom on a wheelchair, tears roll down my eyes. Like it's someone that my mom walks often. Like the highest I've heard that till we grew up that have caused us to go see our parents was the head that my mom is having cold. I don't know, you know the kind of cold that they called you, and I don't think it's something very sure, but the eldest brother really love my mom. You know the way he takes care of the mom. Like, what you people do? You just call us. We can be busy at work. Sometimes I might not even be in Lagos. I think that one I was even in the island. I have to rush down. Like my younger brother has to call me that I should leave. It's just the other brother exaggerating. You know how he does. I was very, very pissed off then. So what I observed was that the first thing they told us just to collect a bed for her to be ready. You see that moment, the family, my dad's NGO is using at Arjola. That moment, nothing was functioning, and I actually know it will happen because we've seen patterns that has occurred, right? That moment, it was not functioning again. It's not that it's not functioning, but you know now, everybody wants to see opportunities to always gain from you, make financial profits. Immediately, I have to. What is actually the cost? They say we need to get a bed. Is it bed that is the problem? First go for a test. You have to pay money for that. It ought not to, right? It ought not to. Doing a test ought not to cost you for money. Because you are just checking for vitals first. So immediately I have to pay for hospital bed. That moment I have to drop over 250,000. That is not even money. People spend over 10 million for treatment and more than. Before I know, my younger brother have to trade his coin because he was not prepared. The money he was managing is what he was still using. We just have to gather money, and I'm too emotional. I can't cope under those kind of things. I know it's my mom do, but I did all my best putting down money, and I have to just travel that moment because I've missed my train. It's my ticket money is gone then, so I have to just find a means. So what am I bringing then? I'm telling you the essence of how savings you can be having that, but it could not help that I extracted that story out. But going to these codes and conducts of it, it made me dive into what goes on in the hospitals. We see nurses want to treat a pregnant woman or a woman in the labor room, and they'll be treating this can be a nurse that she's not yet giving birth, and they'll tell you that what are you doing that nobody have done before? People are different actually. Even the energy, some people go through CS. The CS is not even easy for everyone. We are talking about how nurses treat people. We are talking about how nurses attend to patients that comes into the hospital. We are talking about, listen, when I'm talking about ethics too, not until a pharmacist corrected me about this. I told the pharmacist, why is it that every pharmacist writes wrong English, and the pharmacist showed me I'm sorry, there's way they write their, when they prescribe, you know, in that continuous, it's we that did calligraphy in hearts that we know about this very well. Why is it that nurses always write or pharmacists always write, they will prescribe drugs to you, and it's only they and God that can interpret what they wrote there? Yeah, and the doctors, thank you very much, that it can tell out or spell out what they are writing at that moment. And the person had to tell me that you will understand, it's part of what you are teaching us. I don't believe it. I don't know why we've adapted rather. Let me correct myself. We've adapted to that when we observe that we are succeeding in one thing, someone else wants to come into that, the first thing that will come to your mind that is not easy. Am I right? You know you are doing well in your soap business. I want to come into it. The first thing that comes into your mind is that you want to tell me about the negative parts of that business, like it's not easy. You just want to instill fear into me. So when you tell those people, they say that do you know what it takes us for us to gain this? Do you know what, when we are taking notes, just giving me flimsy excuses. Because I later found out that I saw a pharmacist or a nurse who wrote a clean writing for me, because I learned the qualities of a good writing. There is legibility, right? There is spacing when writing. All these things makes up a good writing. Legibility is the most precise words to use there. So I observe, as long as it's not there and it's education and it is a body of knowledge, that means you are wrong in what you are doing. So it makes me explaining to you that we are not practicing what we want. We just want to push in things to be difficult to, and the fear of people when they are ignorant or they don't know about a thing, that there is this natural fear in the minds of Nigerians. Precisely, Nigerians. You know you don't know a thing. I trust myself. I don't see what I cannot ask from someone. I don't see. As long as I don't know it, I will ask. And I feel this fulfilled. Is when you start giving yourself peace. I feel this fulfilled when I ask you that, seriously, how do you do it? Just like I was using a particular thing to design. I no longer design. Whenever I have jobs, I give it to people that help me design what I want, design my floor plan, design my mood board, give it to me. So before I give my clients my quotations or invoices, they have a pictorial idea of what they are getting. So when I did that, so now that I want to change my system of working. Since I'm free this period, it's a January period, I must learn it. That moment I was not ashamed though. I have to talk to my friend. Hello Paul, how do you used to do this? And I have to call my brand and someone that designs my brand. What do you do about this? He said, for your laptop there is Canva there, everything is there. I have to ask, they have to tell me that no, that's not how to do it. They were directing me, I have to be going on video call. And I tell you the truth, nothing comes out. Like, I didn't have any pain when I asked. The shame was not there. It's only you putting ego. Unnecessary ego makes you not learn. Unnecessary ego, why I'm even talking, you don't want to ask a question. Unnecessary ego, while you are being taught, you don't want to ask a question. And that makes us, we've now lag while we are being taught. That's why you see students lagging behind. Lagging rather, sorry for the tautology. You are lagging while lessons is being taught. So I could observe that all these deficiencies is the reason why there is an approved body or bodies which brought about ethics to every profession. As a journalist, there is ethics to journalism. The ethics are transparency. As a journalist, you need to be transparent. Before I go into transparency, truth is being found. Any news you are writing and you are not being factual, when I mean you are telling a news, listen to how a body of a news is. There is what they call heading. After an heading, if you don't have a sub-heading, there is immediately the body of the work comes in the lead. The lead. Lead is what gives you a forerunner. Lead goes as a forerunner of what entails in the body. It catches your mind. It captivates your mind. It drives your interest to reading that news. Those of you that read newspaper, or I don't want to believe there is no excuse that no one is reading newspaper, because even on Twitter, people that are current on Twitter, like I said, don't forget, you want to give the correct information, you want to give the correct news. If you didn't come online to be current, you won't be correct, right? So you go, you see Punch newspaper for today or for yesterday, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu coming or storms Lagos, going through the Lagos Ibadan expressway, but first of all making through the Okpebi link road. There's a commissioning there yesterday. So you're explaining those things that will be done there. Why explaining those things? Your lead comes after which. That's your list that comes after which is what makes that person not to drop Punch newspaper to go and read daily news. So I'm explaining the essence of your transparency in news. So because of you are telling truth, and your truth is embodied with being factual, your truth is embodied with your data. Your data must be correct, and having correct data shows that you've made enough research from an agreed body. Even your statistics are correct as well. So this ethics that guides journalism made us being exposed to truth. So truth mustn't be left out. And for you not leaving out truth, definitely you've known that you are objective about your news. Objectivity is the true and newsworthy of a newsmaker or of a journalist or a news institution. And for you having objectivity, it simply explains that you are not being biased with your news. That boils down to you as well. You are not a journalist, but you want to tell the truth about what happened, or you want to give a report about what happened. It shows that you are being objective. You are not being biased because it doesn't favor you. You do not want to give a correct news. It's an ethics that guides that body of knowledge. And you leave that part, you want to further explaining a body that guides a knowledge. Wrapping up for journalism because of other parts I want to explain. There's what they call the brown envelope. Nigerian brown envelope. Thank you, sir. Brown envelope is seen as a common precisely things that occurs often in journalism, or I say in news, because it's mostly found in the prints. But I know those that does broadcast as well, that means the TV or news reporting, those that also go through the reporting outside news, that's they call the outside broadcasting network. So those that does that often too, they may be giving, come report a news for me. I know you should be able to report very well. I want you to tell our story about me. I wouldn't want to call out if I am Mr. Sani, or if I'm Mr. Sani Odumeje. I want to give out a news, and the moment I want to give out that news, I'll say, tell me, speak out the news about me. I really appreciate you to talk about. Then I give you a brown envelope there. I'm trying to tell you that, I didn't explain anything to you. That brown envelope contains something substantial. I'm not saying it's gold, but most time it's liquidity. That means a monetary value. So that brown envelope contains things I'm giving to you that tell it out. Say something about my news. Say something about me. Do you know if I had done anything, or I have once had any bad reports, or I'm into banditry, or I've falsified accounts, I am very sure in your brown envelope I told you to make a report. You came for interview to my place, an on-air interview. You will not ask me any questions that will dent my reputation. Do you know? You have every reasons. Maybe recently they've caught me with reporting something bad, or they observe some exhumes of body in my backyard, or in my cupboard they found out some traditional stuffs which it was released, or while I'm traveling the police stop me and they observe some white coke found in my car or something, and it was a well-known news that is casted or is being released, everybody knows about it. The moment you come to report a news about me because of the brown envelope I've given to you and liquidity is found in that brown envelope, you will tell good stories about me. You even paint me very well. So journalists are lacking that ethics, not keeping to truth. As I'm explaining this to you, I am telling it to your conscience. What is the ethics you keep to your profession? What is the irony of what I explained about brown envelope? Is the truth that even the last person I worked with the last time this year, I asked her that, you know now, so you're a journalist, I never knew, you enjoyed it, Abi, how do you now make your money? She was complaining about how she was not enjoying herself, and what she said again was that, I said, but you enjoy brown envelope now. She said, obviously now, how do you want me to cope without brown envelope? I said, okay, I understand, because I was being taught very well and I read through very well about brown envelope. Some tag is that it is just a token of appreciation. But if it is a token of appreciation, you should not dent your conscience towards writing the correct things. I dive down into law. They have their body of laws, conducts that a lawyer needs to keep to. To a layman who even did not study law, you all know that you are being caught into a thing, but you know that when you tell a man that you are doing this, you've been caught for this, man will tell me, I'll report to my lawyer. Let's get there, I'll call for my lawyer. You caught a man stealing, you reported the man going for investigation or to the questioning room in a police custody. I want to ask you, after the police custody, you should be going for court case. But the essence of the lawyer is to come defend him. How do you defend a thief caught red-handed? But because of, I will tell you that actually it's not my profession. I'm to defend the person. Mine is to prove a right. I want to believe that you are getting a picture that though is your profession, what you learn very well is to prove to me that this is white, this cloth is black in color. But I want you to help me explain to them that it is not black. It depends on the time when you are seeing it. And I'm now telling a lawyer, I'm now telling the judge that my lord, I'm telling you, on the 21st of that day, it was not black Martin put on. Actually, it's black in complexion. It's dark in complexion. You may see it as black, but when he bought the clothes, they wrote red blueberry on it. Definitely he's wearing a red blueberry, and they will be proving to the court or to the magistrate or to the law court that that is not what the person is putting on that moment, just to convince them. So therefore you are twisting it to your favor. You are going against the ethics that guides your profession. What should be the key you should note by this? There should be integrity for you keeping to laws and conducts, to whatever ethics you are keeping to your profession. You are a nurse, you are a medical doctor, you are a lawyer, you are a journalist, you are an engineer keeping to your equipment, and you are being told and you are being called upon to defend your own profession. I will tell you, let integrity lead. Make sure integrity is what embodies you. A practical stuff that we know that is against ethics to our professions is nepotism or favoritism. Because of it knows it involves your sister, you do it to favor your sister or to a family member. But because of you know it doesn't favor them, you are against it. You do not do it to favor them. You do not do it to favoring them. You were against that mission. That is favoritism. Therefore, I'm saying the key principles that guides and controls this ethics is making sure that integrity guides your way. If integrity guides your way, you are avoiding deception. You know that the means is being deceptive. You avoiding that. You make sure that objectivity and impartiality guides your means. How do I say again? Objectivity and impartiality guides your way. Make sure there is accountability. Because of there is no checks and balance in your offices, because of there is no check and balances that guides and conducts you, you are not being accountable for what you are giving. I made you an accountant to make sure you oversee this building and the process that goes on into this building. That moment is when you now know that you can fortify accounts. You know that 16 blocks are to be released there. The day they brought 24 blocks, you minus the 16 from it. You are not being accountable. You fortified accounts. So accountability as well should guide you. There should be respect and fairness. When I mean respect and fairness, the fact that I am older than you, I know you respect me, but make sure there is fairness in it. The moments when we are fragile, the moments when we are pliable. I said we are pliable doesn't mean we should be obstinate. We are pliable means, you know, we are feeble. They can dissuade you, they can deceive you with little token. Make sure such is not found in you. Fairness is found in you. Professional behavior and complying to your reputation. This will guide your ethics. Therefore, I tell it to the world, standing on this podium, this is not an ordinary speech, but it is to correct the dense vices. Let us see the society as a mirror. Look at the society as a mirror. So when you look at the society as a mirror, when you look into a mirror, when you look into a mirror, you will not see a cow. When you look into a mirror, you will not see a goat. That means a goat is the one that you not hear, even when you explain. When you look into a mirror, you will see you. How do you define yourself to the society? It matters a lot. What will I advise you to do? I would rather advise you, let the ethics that guides your profession, let it be from the codes and the conducts of that it is laid. Let it be by the principle that guides your life. And lastly, let your conscience lead. Before I pass the mic to the next amiable speaker, I want it to be resounding in your heart. And I want you to take it like a dangling bell hanged upon your neck, saying, ethics should guide me. The codes and the conducts about my life should be the principles that controls my life. How do you do that? Making sure all these principles are always being reiterated to your mind. Make sure all these principles are reiterated to your mind. What are the principles being reiterated to your mind? The principles of the code of conduct of ethics. So every professions you are guiding, guide it all diligently. It will be like a cymbal of ring, and every moment it is ringing in your mind. Making sure every moment is ringing in your mind. Like I said, you have to prevent harm and legal issues. For legal issues not to be found, because to every disdain you've done, to every misharm, there is a punishment for it. Avoid all this punishment that will lead to the deterrence from the ethics that guides the conduct of your life. I want to believe that I have helped out every doubting Thomases who is not sure when the conscience even tells you. Now, all these conducts and principles that guide to your ethics, you will be able to live by this. And I am sure my next speaker as well, as I pass on the baton to the next speaker, that he will able to deliver this fairly. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very, very much to the previous speaker. Thank you. You've made my job a very, very much easier job today. And I want to thank you all for being here. My name is Victor Diali. I'm a Learning and Development Master with LDNI. I run a company called Talent Equip, and I'm honored to be here. A great friend of the family, and I'm really, really happy to speak this morning and to be part of this fantastic, amazing effort. I'm going to be speaking this morning on the making of a round peg. The making of a round peg. How many of you have heard that phrase before? You've heard it before. Raise your hand. Raise your hand if you have. Raise your hand. The making of a round peg. Have you heard somebody say to you, oh, that this person is a round peg in a round hole? Have you heard that before? All right. So the making of a round peg is what makes someone to be a round peg in a round hole. What do we mean by a round peg in a round hole?
Round peg in a round hole.
Yes.
That means you are where you are meant to be.
You are where you are meant to be, meaning that you are fit for purpose, correct?
Yes.
Meaning that you are fit by design, correct?
Yes.
Fantastic. I started to think about the making of a round peg when I got a job at a certain company. I went in for the interview. You know how they ask interview questions, left and right, back and forth. And throughout the interview, I was wondering, why are they asking me all these questions? The interesting thing is that I got the job. And after getting the job, after working for some months, one day I looked at my manager. He will remember, if he's watching this today, he will remember. I asked him a simple question. I said, Oga, you know in Nigeria we call boss Oga, correct? Correct. I said, Oga, since I was employed in this company, how have I been performing? You know, it's very important to ask for feedback. A lot of us don't ask for feedback. We don't solicit feedback. We think we're doing well when we're not doing well. A husband thinks he's a good husband when he's just managing to be a man in the house. Right? Children think they are doing well when maybe they are not doing well. You send children to school, you think they are doing well. Meanwhile, you're paying a lot of high fees, not knowing that the school is just packaging. So I asked him, Oga, since I was employed, how well have I been performing? And he said something. He looked at me straight in the eyes and he said, Victor, since we employed you, right from the interview, we knew you're a round peg in a round hole. And then he walked away. He left me standing there, and I started to meditate. Round peg in a round hole. What does he mean by that? It occurred to me that he meant that I was fit for purpose. And guess what? He knew that right from the interview. How could he have known? Because he asked me some questions. They asked me questions. I answered correctly. They looked at my skills. And the moment I started the job, I started to perform well. No wonder it got to a point. I won what they called the Super Achiever Award for West Africa. Super Achiever Award. And then I remember one day while I was delivering a training program, my new boss at that time was in my session, was in my class. I was a trainer at that point. She stayed back after the lesson, after the class. Everyone had left. She was still sitting down there. Then I walked up to her. As I was walking up to her, she got up. And then she walked towards me. And as she was walking towards me, she had her finger pointed like this. She was walking towards me. I became scared. I thought she was going to poke it into my eye. She was walking towards me. She got to me and poked the finger in my chest. And she said, Victor, you're the best trainer I've ever seen in my life.
Wow.
When she left the room that day, I had tears in my eyes. I was wondering, the best you've ever seen. And this is someone who is well traveled. She's been all over the world. She's seen all kinds of professionals. She said to me, you're the best I've ever seen. It was that day I began to realize that there must be something, there must be some value that I carry. There must be something that I bring to the table that is unique, that is valuable, that is valued, such that a price can be placed on it. That's when I started to remember the making of a round peg. How did I get made as a round peg? For many years, as I started working at a company, in fact, I started my career as a banker. But I'd read computer science and engineering in school. But I started working as a banker. And after I started working, almost 1.5 years into the job, someone came to my office, a former classmate. She said to me, Victor, we're looking for someone in my company. We're looking for a trainer. And I remember when we were in school, you used to be the one teaching us. This lady's name is Obi Mba, just in case she's watching this. She said, I remember you were the one teaching us. I remember that after every lecture, we would call you to come and teach us. And it was only after I taught them that most people in my class understood what the lecturer had been teaching for hours. And I found out that during exams, I would go to class to read like everybody else. But then I would find myself teaching people throughout the night. And on my way back to my room, I'll feel very bad. Come, Victor, you're very stupid. You came to class to read, but you were teaching people throughout. You didn't even read for yourself. How are you going to pass the exams when you did not read? I'll say next time I go to class to read, I won't teach anyone. But as soon as I sit down, the first person will come. Hey, Victor, please, do you understand this the engineering maths that the man taught last? And I said, okay, well, I understand. Let me explain to you. As I'm teaching the first person, the second person is coming. The third person is coming. The fourth person is coming. And before I know it, there's a group of people all around me. And I'm teaching one after the other. Hours pass. And then it's time to go back to my room in the morning. I carry my books. I haven't opened any of them. I'm going back to my room. And I'm saying to myself, Victor, you must be a very stupid boy. How are you going to pass? But then something interesting happened. I get to the exam hall. I sit in front. They bring in the papers. And I start writing. I write and write and write. The exam ends. The results come out. Guess what? I scored the highest. In fact, I still remember one day I stumbled on one of my exam papers on the lecturer's desk, and he wrote, I saw it, top right hand corner, in red ink. I will never forget. I still have the picture in my mind. I saw what he wrote, Dr. Eric Okafor, just in case he's watching this. Dr. Eric Okafor. He wrote top right hand corner. I saw it clearly. You know what he wrote? He wrote, I looked for something to mark wrong and found none.
Wow.
I was even shocked. I was like, what? But how come? I didn't read. I did not read. How could I? I mean, even when I looked at the paper, I said, if to say myself a lecturer, I go give this guy 100%. Because I wrote it like a textbook. The way I was explaining it was unconscious. The way I was explaining it, right? I was just writing it down. My equal to signs were all aligned. Just to give you an idea. They were aligned. If you put a ruler, you can draw one line and they were aligned. And then at the end, I draw my 2 lines at the bottom to say QED. Or like my Igbo brothers would say, Cure ED. Very well organized. It was then I began to feel there must be something special in this young man. And this is where recognizing the gift in yourself is absolutely important. It's non-negotiable. You've got to recognize it. It's one of the things I'm going to talk about soon. But then, I got this job. I left a solid job at a bank to go to a contract job. And I changed careers at that point. I moved from IT into teaching IT in the same field, but different. Then I started to teach Microsoft courses. And then I went to this company where the man said, right from the interview, we knew you were a round peg in a round hole. But many years into that job, as I was working, at a point, I became frustrated. I became unhappy. I'd wake up in the morning and not feel like going to work. How many of you have ever felt like that in your life? Yes. You wake up in the morning and you don't want to get out of bed. Your body refuses to cooperate. You just, why must I be going to this place? You get into the office, you are angry. People don't know why. They think you've been fighting with someone. But inside your spirit, there's a fight. There's a struggle. You know you are not in the right place. You feel, but I cannot leave this job. We have to put food on the table. How will I take care of my bills? How will I buy my toiletries? I don't want to do what others are doing. So, you have to put food on the table. So you keep going to a job you hate. You keep talking to people you can't stand. Because you feel you don't have a choice. You feel you don't have a choice. So I felt like that. I was in that place. I hated going to work. When I got to work, guess what? I looked happy, right? That's why when you see people smiling, you say, like, many people are not really happy, but they are smiling. Don't take smiling for happiness. The great fella Anikulapo Kuti, he sang a song titled what? If you know the song, Suffering and Smiling. Suffering and smiling. A lot of people suffer, but they are smiling. They are not happy doing the work they are doing, but they are smiling. They are not happy with the person they got married to, but they are smiling. They are not happy with where they live, but they are smiling. They are not happy with their workload, but they are smiling. They are not happy with the course they read in school, but they are smiling. They are not happy with a lot of things in their lives, but they are smiling. They seem to be happy, but are they really happy? I had a good job. I was well paid, traveling all over the world, a good wife, but I wasn't happy. I knew there was something wrong somewhere. There was incongruency. I just didn't feel good going to work anymore because I felt there was something in my heart telling me, Victor, this is not what you're supposed to be doing. This is not what you are supposed to be doing. And then I started to ask questions. What am I supposed to be doing? I started to ask myself questions. Who am I? Who am I really? Who am I? You know that fundamental question of identity. Who am I? Have you ever asked yourself that question? Who am I? Who am I really? Then I asked myself further questions. What am I really supposed to be doing? Why am I here? And I don't mean here in this room, right? Why am I here? I don't mean why am I here in this office? Why am I here? I mean, why am I here on Earth, on planet Earth? At least until we relocate to the moon or to Mars. Right? Artemis 2, they will tell us whether we can relocate, change address. But at least, why am I here on Earth? Fundamental questions. And as I was asking myself those questions, I got to a point. It was in 2009. Driving to church with my family. My wife was sitting in front with me. I had my nephew Richard at the back seat. As we were driving, we turned a corner and one small car double crossed us. The four doors opened and I saw machine guns. They weren't toy guns. They sprayed the bullets in the air. Bullets were raining like pellets. I stopped the car immediately. One of them came to the driver's side, opened the door. As I was about to turn my face, he slapped me. My glasses flew in slow motion. You know those stars that Tom and Jerry used to see? You know those stars? Eh? They are real. Those stars are not cartoon. I saw them. I can testify. I blanked out. Then they put us in the back seat, took over the car and started driving. The car was tinted. And as we were going, they were just going into corners, turning corners. Then they entered a filling station, what some people in America will call a gas station. They filled the tank, bought enough fuel. I knew they were going a long distance. They had a gun on my wife's neck, threatening to blow her brains out. And I was just assuring them, calmly. I said, don't worry. There's no security in the car. Take it. It's yours. No problem. Take it. Spare our lives. And they kept going. They got to some point, top speed, opened the door and pushed my wife out. I was even happy. Worst case, broken legs. Better than a gun on your neck. And then at some point, they stopped the car. Asked me to open the door. I opened the door. They asked me to jump into the bush. I jumped into the bush and I heard, pour! They shot me in the back. And so guys, I've got a bullet wound. Left side of my back came out left side of my chest. They left me to die in the pool of my own blood. They hit my nephew with the butt of the gun. He had blood gushing from his head. They drove off with the car. Left me to die. I thought that the next thing I would see would be bright lights and angels singing what? Welcome home. But I didn't see bright lights. I didn't see angels. I saw pure water nylon. And that reminded me that, young man, you are still here. Not just that you're still here, you're still in Nigeria. It was obvious. It was obvious. And it was then. You know, there are some people, not that they even get shot, just the sight of the gun, they will die.
Yeah.
They give up, right? I thought I was dead, really. Then I remembered that someone had said, if you get shot, if you hear the sound of the gun, you're not dead. Because the bullet moves faster than sound. If you die, you will hear the sound on the other side. It seemed like a movie. Then it occurred to me that I was still alive. Then, I looked at myself. There was blood gushing from my chest, from my nose, from my mouth. I just clutched my chest. I said, wow, I didn't die. I'm still alive. I'm still alive. I made it. Then something occurred to me. I said, no, I can't die now. It's not yet time. I cannot die now. It's not yet time. I have not yet fulfilled my purpose in life. It's not yet time. And when I said that to myself, I got enough energy to pull myself up, and I got up on my feet. And then I started to find a way out of the bush. I got to an expressway, stood right in the middle of the expressway, what you might call freeway. Cars were flying by, no one was willing to stop. Somebody said Nigerian factor. No one was willing to stop. They would slow down, take a good look at me, change the gear, and zoom off. It was 7 a.m. on a Sunday morning, the day everyone is supposed to be holy. At some point, I knew I had about 5 minutes to live. I felt life going out of me. But I kept saying to myself, I'll die. It's not yet time. I have not yet fulfilled my purpose in life. Please say this to yourself. You cannot die until you fulfill your purpose. Listen, which means you have to know your purpose. Otherwise, life would be a wasted life. You have to know your purpose. Because if you don't know your purpose, you should ask yourself, why do I need to exist? Why? Why should I be here if I don't know what I'm doing? Right? Yes. A very wise man said, when the purpose of a thing is not known, abuse is inevitable. What is abuse? Abnormal use, right? Abnormal use. And so, luckily, one rickety bus stopped. That bus stopped. I said, finally, someone has stopped. Guess who came out of the bus? A drunken man. He was drunk, smelling. He walked up to me, staggered towards me, and asked me in Yoruba language, "Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀? Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀?" Meaning what? What happened? What happened? I managed to say, armed robbers, armed robbers. And then he said to me, "Oh my sheo." Meaning what?
What a pity.
What a pity. He was going to go back to the bus and drive off. Something told me, Victor, this is your last chance. If you miss this one, you're gone. And so I opened the passenger side. I jumped into that bus. My nephew jumped into the back. And I started encouraging the driver. I said, just keep driving, we will not die. Just keep driving. He kept driving and he saw a hospital, drove into the hospital, and nurses saved my life. When I came back from hospital, several months of surgery, while in the hospital, I was asking myself, so this is how I would have just gone. An unfulfilled man. Not knowing my purpose in life. Not even scratching the surface of the reason why I exist. So this is how I would have just died. I would have just gone. No reason to have been here. I felt I now had a second chance at life. So guess what? When I got back to the office, I resigned. Why did I resign? I resigned because I had discovered something. I had discovered something. That until you discover your purpose and live your purpose, you will never be fulfilled. I'll say that again. Until you discover your purpose and live your purpose, you will never be fulfilled. I put it to you. So when you see a lot of people who are wealthy, they seem to have everything that they want. They have all the money they want, all the money they can spend. They're traveling all over the world, flying in private jets. They have thousands of fans, millions of fans, fainting at their sight. And yet one day, you're watching the news and you hear he committed suicide. You then hear he was an unhappy person. You then hear drug overdose. A lot of people seem happy, but deep within them, they are not happy. You know why? No sense of purpose. I'm saying this because a lot of us want to achieve success, correct? How many of us want to be successful in life? You want to be successful? Everybody, someone puts up 2 hands and 2 legs. Everybody wants to be successful, right? But let me ask you a question. What is success? How would you define success? What is success? A lot of money in your bank account?
No.
Many cars in your garage? 100 different types of wigs? 12 cars? Several houses all over town? Fantastic job? Getting paid in dollars? What is success? Very simple. I'll give you my definition of success, which you've probably heard. Please write this down if you are taking notes. Success is the progressive achievement of your divine purpose. Success is the progressive achievement of your divine purpose. I believe that there's something divine about success. I believe there's something divine about purpose. It's my belief, my opinion. You don't have to agree. I believe that we were put on earth for a reason. I believe that there was a plan for us. I'll also say that success is the progressive achievement of your life's plan. Success is the progressive achievement of your life's plan. Success is the progressive achievement of your career goals. Success is the progressive achievement of your personal goals. There is something you will notice underlying all of these definitions I've given you, which is what? Progressive what? Achievement. Therefore, success is not a destination, it's a journey. And that's why many people are unfulfilled, because they look at success as a destination. They look at success as them arriving at a particular point in their lives. They look at success as them acquiring certain things. That's why a lot of people are unfulfilled. They can have everything they need, but they're still unfulfilled because they have a wrong understanding and definition of success. Success is progressive. It's progressive. Success is step by step. It's not about the destination. It's about the progress that you make. That's why if you're traveling somewhere, there's what they call milestones, correct? In some parts of the world that you and I know, if you are traveling from Lagos to the east, you meet a lot of milestones on the way. The milestones are dressed in black, usually. You know those milestones, right? You know the milestones. Huh? Where are particulars? Every 300 meters, you will see a milestone.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes.
And if you start counting the milestones, by the time you count like 300, you know you are nearing Asaba, you are nearing Benin.
Exactly.
Your journey just the start. In life, there are milestones. You may want to write a book. Maybe that's your career goal. Maybe that's your life's plan, right? But maybe the first thing you do is to have an idea that you want to write a book. That's a milestone. Then one day you get a title for the book, right? That's a milestone. You're making progress. You're moving forward. That is what should make you feel fulfilled, that you're making what? Progress. And life is designed like that. That's how you grow up. That's how you grow up. You first of all get conceived, right? And then after a few weeks, the certain parts begin to develop, right? Even when you were just like a dot, barely seen in the scan, we can hear your heartbeat. Barely a dot, we can hear your heartbeat. Right? It's progress. When someone gets pregnant, like when I was pregnant, and I went to the hospital, and they did a scan. I was pregnant. Why are you looking at me like that?
No, you understand.
Huh? Oh, okay. You're okay. The baby was still a dot. And they said, come and hear the heartbeat. When I heard the heartbeat, my heart was beating. I was like, wow. Life. This is real life. Real life. Guess what? If you don't hear that heartbeat, if the doctor does not hear that heartbeat at that time, there's problem. True or false? Wahala dey. Like we say in Nigeria, there's problem because that heartbeat is a milestone. Correct? Very important milestone. They have to hear the heartbeat. And then as you go on, right? As I continue to go to the hospital, there are other milestones. The doctor is checking those milestones. They will keep checking those milestones, ticking them off, because that's how they know when there's something wrong. So don't think about success like something you have to achieve. It's progressive. We're doing 20 days of eloquence. Guess what? First day, second day, third day, fourth progressive towards the final success. And so we're all part of this journey. And so I left the job. And people said to me, Victor, you are stupid. You are foolish. How can you leave such a good job? How? But they didn't know I had discovered something. I just couldn't stay any longer. I just had to start my real life's journey. And I was asking myself, what am I supposed to be doing? Why am I here? Why do I exist? And I started looking around me. I saw that everything exists for a purpose. True or false? Everything exists for a purpose. The microphone in front of me exists for a purpose, correct? Yes. The chair you're sitting on exists for a purpose. True or false? The camera exists for a purpose. The lighting exists for a purpose. Your clothing exists for a purpose. The floor exists for a purpose. Your glasses exist for a purpose. Everything exists for a purpose. Even your wedding band is there for a purpose. Your teeth for a purpose. Your tongue for a purpose. Everything exists for a purpose. So I started to ask myself, I must exist for a purpose. There's a reason why I exist. But I haven't found it. I hadn't found it. That's where my frustration was coming from. I hadn't found it. And I started to ask myself, it became a very difficult task. Can I shock you? There are a lot of 80-year-olds who still don't know why they exist. Because sometimes we run pre-retirement workshops, and you go into a pre-retirement workshop, somebody has worked for 35 years, is preparing for retirement, and and we start to ask them, so what are you going to be doing after retirement, and they have no clue. They've been working at a fantastic job for 35 years. No clue why they exist. They've just been surviving. They've just been living. They've just been earning a salary and moving to the next day, moving to the next month, moving to the next year. They don't even know why they exist. No wonder, if you take the statistics, you will agree with me, that a lot of people who get retired paid lump sums as they live, retirement benefits, right? If you go and check, I haven't done the statistics, but informally, some of us have done the statistics. You realize that most people who retire end up either losing all their retirement benefits, because they go into things they have no business going into. That's when everybody wants to do fishery, everyone wants to do poultry, then they want to start a farm, then they buy this big farmland, and they don't even know what farming is all about. And some want to do some investments into some fantastic investments that will give you 300% in one day, overnight success. They dream about those things, and that's where schemes like MMM and all of those things, even bank managers invested in things like that. To shock you, bank managers put money into MMM. A lot of people lose all their retirement benefits because they don't even know why they exist. They don't know what they're supposed to do. And so we help at that point to prepare them for life after retirement. We then take them through the journey of rediscovering themselves. Why? One of the things I believe is that success is inevitable if you simply follow your purpose. Why? Have you ever seen a fish failing swimming test? No, let's say we just want to do a swim test. We line up the different fishes. I would say, on your marks, set, go. Please tell me which fish will fail swimming test inside water. Even the butterfly fish will not fail swimming test. If you now say, okay, now we want to do three jumping tests. Well, and you line up monkeys.
Yeah.
Monkeys, eh?
Yes.
I say, let's do 3 jumping tests. Will any monkey fail that test? There's no way a monkey will fail. A monkey will always be successful on trees. It's their natural habitat. Natural habitat. No, please. Have you seen a bird that fails flight test? Eh? A bird that fails flight test. It's only at the beginning when they are learning to fly. Why? Flying is wired into them. But not all birds fly at the same altitudes, right? There are some levels you get to. Only the eagle can thrive at that level. Are you getting what I'm saying? Some birds cannot fly towards the sun, but there are some birds that can do it. I don't know if you get what I mean. Some birds have to expend energy, flap wings all the time to fly. Some birds don't need to flap wings all the time to fly. They soar. They just get to a certain altitude, they spread their wide wings and they just glide, right? So when you see a bird in the sky, what do you see? You see excellence. You see productivity. You see destiny. You see purpose. So question, are you a genius? Do you consider yourself a genius? How many of you believe that you're a genius? Raise your hand. You believe you're a genius? You believe you're a genius? Raise your hand. Okay, some of you don't have your hands raised. And I'm surprised. Because guess what? Everybody is a genius. Everyone is a genius. However, if you ask a fish to climb a tree, that fish will consider himself stupid. Why? The fish will struggle. So, you are a genius, but you can only be a genius in the place of your purpose. Thank you. So for you to be a genius, it means you must do something. You must find that place. You must find that place that you are wired for. Don't try to be a genius as a human being underwater, there without oxygen tank. Your genius will be discovered in another plane. You would have crossed to discover your genius over there. You can hold your breath for a certain number of minutes, right? Underwater. After that, you submit to your wiring. What's your wiring? The way you are wired. There's a way you're wired. You're wired with lungs, correct? That requires what? Air. You get your air from oxygen. But fish can be in water for as long as they want. Why? They are wired with capillaries. They don't need lungs. They get their oxygen from water. So there is an intricate design that defines your purpose. And with that, I begin to share with you some clues to discovering your purpose. Are you with me? Are you with me?
Yes, sir.
If you're with me, say yes.
Yes.
some clues to discovering your purpose. Number one is to find out how you're wired. How were you manufactured? And this is what I call the manufacturer's principle. What is manufacturer's principle? The purpose of a product is not determined by the product. Correct? It's determined by who? The manufacturer. The designer. It's not the product that determines. A tool does not determine its product, its purpose, right? It's the person who created the bottle. I learned this the hard way. One day, I boiled water, hot water, right? I wanted to make tea. The wisdom in me at that time decided that I would like to make this tea inside a plastic bottle. I put the tea bag inside the plastic bottle. Then I poured boiling water inside. I discovered my science experiment. As I was pouring the water, the bottle was changing shape. As if it was dancing salsa. It was changing shape. I just noticed the bottle was just melting. Melting. By the time I finished, the bottle was not recognizable anymore. I was like, wow, okay. So I shouldn't have poured boiling water inside the plastic. But do you know, there are some plastic bottles that you can pour 300 degrees centigrade water inside. Are you with me? Eh? There are some plastic bottles that no matter how hot the water is, it will hold. What's the difference? It's in the designer's mind. Therefore, there is something called reverse engineering. If you take a product and you study the product, study it long enough, guess what? You will discover what was in the mind of the manufacturer or the designer before they made that product. I don't know if you get what I mean. If you look inside the product, that's why if you notice, as children, like I have two very mischievous boys, any toy I buy for them will last maximum 2 hours. So recently, I was at the shop with my two mischievous boys, Daniel and Darren. I was at the shop and there was this beautiful toy, lovely toy, this bubble gun, right? With a trigger, transparent, nice colors. And then the smaller one was pulling my, I saw it, but I did face, I removed my eyes, I faced front, I pretended like I didn't see it. I focused. I focused on my purpose. Why I entered that shop, I said to myself, purpose will deliver you today. But the boy kept pulling me. He kept pulling me. At a point, he saw I was not responding to the pulling. Then he opened that his big mouth. And he said, Daddy! I had to look at the toy. And I said to him, no, we came here to buy. I was making a rational argument to this little young man. I said no. I insisted on not buying because I knew that that thing would not last more than 1 hour. They will scatter it. And then one young man behind me felt sorry for the boy. I said, this guy don't enter one chance. The guy said, oh, you like this toy? Oh, and daddy can buy it for you. I said, no. I refused to buy. But this man, with a heart of gold, said, boy, you want it? The boy said, yes. What else? What do you expect? The boy said, yes. He said, okay, don't worry, take it. I told the guy, I'm not paying for it. He said, no, don't worry, I'll pay for it. Oh, I said, what an angel. I was sorry for him because his good deed would only last 1 hour. Because when they get a toy, you know the first thing they do? They enjoy it when they bring it out from the box and it's looking so nice. The next thing, they open it. They want to see what is inside. Yes. They want to look at, yes. And true to my word. But the next time I looked at that toy, the parts, well, the thing is still there. I'm still thinking of how I'm going to repair it. They scattered it because they want to see how the thing works. It's the inquisitive mind, which is normal, which is okay, which is good. The only thing is that inquisitiveness in a situation of economic wisdom is profitable to direct. Because and it is by looking into it that you sort of understand, okay, so this is why they did this way, this is why they put this that way. The other day I was trying to explain to my daughter why a car has something called a radiator, and why the radiator is in front of the engine, and there is a grill in front of the radiator, and there is open space there. Because she was trying to understand, why is this thing here? Why is there water inside? So I was trying to explain to her, really, there's a reason why it's like that. There's a reason why they put it that way. So one clue to understanding your purpose in life, to discovering your purpose in life, is to look at the manufacturer's product and ask the manufacturer, why did you make it? Sometimes you should ask yourself, why do I have this type of voice? It's not everyone that has that voice, right? No, it's not everyone that has the voice. Some people sing, and glass will break. Yes. Some people sing, you want them to sing forever. Those people sing in their bathrooms when they are bathing. Sometimes you want to tell them, will you shut up? Stop assaulting our ears. And they think their voice is so sweet. There's a reason why you're wired the way you're wired. It's not a mistake. There's what is called intelligent design. There's a reason why plants give off oxygen and take in carbon dioxide. And there's a reason why we take in oxygen and give off carbon dioxide. It's a cycle. It's handshake. It's intelligent design. There's a reason why water comes from the skies and then goes back up. There's a cycle. It's intelligent design. So you are intricately designed for a reason. I was in a class one day, teaching a class, and I asked them to introduce themselves. And each person started introducing themselves, and there was a young man at the back, the very last person, sitting in the corner. He opened his mouth and said, "My name is." When I heard the voice, the room vibrated. I shook. The voice was so deep, baritone. And this guy was an IT officer in one small company. Baritone voice, deep. And as soon as he said, "My name is," the entire class turned back. Everyone turned in the direction of this young man. I stopped him right there. I didn't let him complete the introduction. I said, "Oga, why are you in this class? Why?" He said, "Why?" I said, "With this voice, with this voice, if you take this voice to certain places, they will pay you any amount you quote. Unique voice. get what I mean? It's not everybody that can say, this is Big Brother. Not everybody can say that. They pay someone for that voice. They are looking for it. And if you don't discover that, you take that voice and you decide to go and maybe do some other thing, and you're struggling. Sorry. Misalignment. There's a reason why your feet point forward. Why? You were designed to make progress in life. Your feet don't point backwards. There's a reason why your ears are on two different sides. If you lose hearing in one ear, you will understand what I mean. You begin to lose balance. Sometimes you find yourself tilting because there's some things inside the ears that are responsible for balance, so that when you stand, you're balanced. Everything has a purpose. So number one clue, find out how you're wired. Why are you wired this way? What are your natural inclinations? What are certain things that you see packaged inside of you that you can identify? Maybe you look a certain way. Like a friend of mine who says, if anyone is taller than him, the person is too tall. And if anyone is shorter than him, the person is too short. Meanwhile, this guy is not taller than a bottle of but he's very proud of his height. And that height gives him an advantage. Number two, what are the things you do naturally without stress? Without stress. You don't need to think about it. You don't need to force it. They wake you up at any time of the night. You can do it. You just do it. It's not difficult to follow Nike's advice. Just do it. You just wake up and you do it. It's natural. You don't have to train for it. You don't have to prepare yourself for it. Listen, we're speakers here, right? Do you know that some people have to train for months and years to become good speakers?
Yes.
And do you know there are some people who have never been to any training on public speaking, but when they open their mouths, you know they have what is called the gift of the gab. The orators, naturally, they know what to say, how to say it, when to say it, to whom to say it. They know it. It's natural. It just comes naturally. There are some people who know how to dance. There's no dance step they bring out in Nigeria that they cannot perform in the next. They only need 5 minutes. They will do that dance. Me, there's one dance I've been trying to learn for the past 5 years. You see that leg walk? Yeah? Leg walk. Ha! Whoever designed that dance is a wicked person. They have been disgracing me for many years. I've tried and tried. It's not working. So if in case you are here and you have the secret to it, please, I don't mind. I will enroll in your class. But there are some people, they don't need to learn it. They just see it and they do it. They have a natural, they have kinesthetic energy gifts. They just do it. It's natural. Number three. What is it that you do and you love with all your heart? You just love it. You may not be very good at it, but it's something you love. It's something that makes you happy. When you're doing it, it looks like time has stopped. You could do it for the rest of your life. You just love it. You don't care how much time has passed. You don't even bother. Time, you just keep doing it. You can do it forever. You just love it. You have a passion for it. So your passion is a key to your purpose. Your passion. What is that thing you have a passion for? What do you love with all your heart? There's some people who can cook for Africa. They can cook for Africa. Because sometimes I just wonder, I don't know what makes someone to think that they can cook the largest pot of jollof rice. Largest pot of jollof rice. You have to love cooking. You have to love cooking. I was in Ghana recently, and they wanted to bring up, there's this competition between Ghana and Nigeria about who makes the best jollof rice, right? I've eaten both. I've eaten Ghana jollof, I've eaten Nigerian jollof, and I've even eaten Rwanda jollof, Kigali jollof. There's a place in Kigali called, I've eaten. So I was in Ghana recently, and they wanted to bring up this jollof debate. And I said to them, look, guys, people don't have mouth anymore. I said, look, I will only ask you one question. What is the largest pot of jollof rice you have ever cooked? The whole of Ghana, put all the pots you cook in your kitchens, put all of them together. What is the largest pot? Clock it. What's the largest pot of jollof rice you have ever cooked? They started saying, I said, don't worry, the competition is over. It's over. We don't win. We don't win. There's no argument. Passion. What do you have a passion for? There's someone I know. Wife of a good friend, you know her. She does the most beautiful makeup. But guess what? She hardly wears makeup. But she loves to do makeup. She hardly wears makeup. House of Tara. Thank you. Tara Falagrotoy. Amazing woman. She taught us to make up. When you look at her, she hardly does makeup herself. But the passion, she started it from, she didn't do it just to come and make money, right? She built that business out of passion. I respect people like that. What are you passionate about? What are you passionate about? Number 4. What is it that disturbs you? That irritates you? What is that thing that irritates you? There are some of you here. You drive around the streets of Lagos and other places. You see refuse all over the place. It irritates you, right? Maybe your purpose is a refuse. You don't know. You are a refuse collector. Maybe your purpose is a refuse. Waste disposal. You know, on a serious note. What is that thing that irritates you? Guess what? You were designed to correct it. So, a lot of us have been overlooking our purpose. You just get angry. You get angry for nothing. You go online and rant. Oh, this city is very dirty. Very dirty. You're using your fingers and punching the lap. You're beating the keyboard up and down. You are missing your purpose in life. Maybe you were called to correct it. Some people cannot stand child abuse. When they see a child that's been molested, they can't sleep. Guess what? It's a pointer to your purpose in life. Maybe the reason why it pains you so much is because you were designed, you were called, you were wired to correct it. That's why some people resign from their jobs and go and start helping people, provide succor. They leave their day jobs. What is that thing that irritates you, that gets you annoyed? No electricity. Stop getting angry. Maybe your calling is to fix it. And thereby you find destiny. So stop getting angry with something you irritate. Maybe you were called to fix it. Are you still with me?
Yes, sir.
If you are still with me, say yes.
Yes.
Number 5. What is that thing that other people have confirmed in you, but you haven't even seen in yourself? Do you know that there are many things other people will see in you that you may not see in yourself? Could those things be valid? Is it possible that those things could be valid? Right? Is it possible for other people to see things in you that you cannot see in yourself? But you've lived it yourself all your life. Shouldn't you know yourself more than others? How can somebody else who does not live with you know things about you that you don't know about yourself? How is it possible? Guess what? It's very possible. You know why? Do you know why? Do you know why? Should I tell you why? Yes. You really want to know?
Yes.
Are you sure you want to know?
Yes.
Eh? You are ready for it?
Yes.
It's because you give patterns. You give off patterns. You betray yourself. For example, let me give you an example now. How many of you, looking at me here, can describe how you walk? If I ask you now, describe to me how you walk. How many of you can really describe very, very well how you walk? In most cases, you will not be able to describe how you walk. Guess who can tell you how you walk? Someone watching you. Because there are some of you here who think that when you are walking, you are catwalking. Sorry. I'm sorry to burst your bubble. You are not catwalking, no. You are doing elephant walk, you don't know. Or you are doing papaya walk. You are not catwalking. Some of you don't know. I still remember. One day my wife told me, Victor, do you know you walk like, and then she described the way I walk. I said, no, God forbid. How can me? For what? How can I be walking like that? I got angry. I said, that cannot be me. Then one day, I was in the lovely city of Uyo at the Golf Resorts hotel there. And we were to deliver a training program for a particular company. It was lunchtime. During lunch, no, right after lunch, I decided to go quickly to my room to pick up something before the next session would start. And so I went back to my room. And guess what? My room was at the end of the long corridor, right? The very end, the last room at the end. As I was walking towards my room, I saw someone walking towards me. I was looking at the person like, why is this person walking like this? Why is this person walking like this? And I kept going. As I was going, the person was coming towards me. I kept going. The person was walking towards me. I was asking, can't these people see, how can somebody be walking like this? Only for me to get to my room was the last. Only for me to get to my room. As I got to my room, I came face to face, eyeball to eyeball, with the person that was walking towards me. Guess what I discovered? On that wall was a full-length mirror. Was a full-length mirror. What I didn't realize was the person who was walking towards me was yours truly. Me. I didn't know I was looking into a mirror. And I was saying, hey, it was that day that the light bubble popped in my head. Ah! I say, my wife is right. Oh, my wife is correct. Ah, so this is how I walk. So that day I started changing my step. I got back home. I said, babe, you are correct. You are right. I've seen the steps. I've seen it. You are right. I could never have known that I walked that way until somebody watching you. And for those of us sitting here, can you quickly describe to me what exactly is at the back of your head? Can you tell me what's at the back of your head? Eh? No, you can't. You can't. Guess who can tell you? The person sitting right behind you. So you must now begin to respect what other people say about you. Because there are things they will see in you will never see in yourself. I told a good friend of mine many years ago that you're a fantastic speaker. You know, so I was giving her opportunities to, open classes for me and things like that. And she'll be shying away saying, no, I can't do it. I'm not able to. I cannot. I said, no, but you speak well. You're fantastic. She still could not believe it till today. She relocated to the US. And up till today, she doesn't believe it. And every time she spoke, I sat down to listen quietly. Because she was a fantastic speaker. And she just could not see it in herself. She just could not see it. Sometimes you have to believe in other people's belief in you until your own belief kicks in. What did I say? You have to believe in other people's belief in you until your belief kicks in. There are things people see in you that you can't see in yourself. The originators of the English language call it what? Call it what? It starts with a B. Just in case you don't know. It starts with a B. First person to say going. First person to say it, I give you 10 million. 10 million right now. First person to say it. Going is called what? No. Going. One more opportunity. 10 million going. Gone. It's called blind spot. You have blind spots. There are things you don't see that other people see. You must learn to respect other people's beliefs in you. And that's why we have coaches. That's why you have coaches, right? Coaches can see abilities in you that you don't see in yourself. Still remember one of my fitness coaches that time. I went to the gym. I told the coach, okay, I want 6 pack. I want 6 pack. You know, at that time, I was a proud owner of a 1 pack. I said, I want 6 pack. You guys say you want it? I said, yes. So no problem. We'll do it. He said, lie down. One, 2, 3. By the time we got to 4, I stopped halfway. I couldn't move. The guy said, give it to me. I said, give what? Give what? What is it? Will I die because of 6 packs? Give what? He said, give me 10 more. 10 more. 10 what? I put 4, you're telling me 10 more. You're who? He said, you can do it, you can do it. To cut the long story short, in a few weeks, I was doing 100 sit-ups. Wow. He saw something in me. Because if you look at me very well, you can see the 6 packs. If you can't see it, look for your glasses. You left your glasses at home. Yes. So, some people will see things in you. Your parents will see things in you cannot see in yourself. Your husband will see things in you can't see in yourself. Your wife will see things in you cannot see in yourself. Your friends will see things in you cannot see in yourself. Your boss will see things in you cannot see in yourself. Your driver will see things in you cannot see in yourself. Your children will see things in you cannot see in yourself. Just yesterday, my son came up to me. There was something he asked for. He had asked his mom, and his mom said no. Then he came to me. I said, oh, well, I thought about it. I thought, okay, yeah, he has a point. You know, it makes a lot of sense. So I said, okay. And then he left, came back, and said, he's 7 years old. And he said, Dad, you know, you and mommy are very different. This is a 7-year-old. He said, you know, you and mommy are very different. I said, why? I was trying to get him to whisper so his mom would not hear. They were gossiping about her. I said, why? He said, because, and he started to analyze the difference in both of us. He started with, you know, mom is very kind. But, I knew where he was coming from. So I now had to explain to him the reason why. I told him, she's trying to teach you a principle. That is not everything you want that you will get. That you're going to have to learn in life on how to manage with what you have. On how to improvise. So I gave him a lecture, and then he understood. There are things people will see in us that we cannot see in ourselves. Number 6. What is it? I'm giving you clues to discovering your purpose in life. What is it that makes you happy? That makes you fulfilled? Is it baking? Some of you have to leave a bank job to go and bake. Some people left their companies to go and start driving for Uber or Bolt, and they are more fulfilled because they love driving. What is it that makes you happy? That when you do it, you feel fulfilled? Number 7, what is it that you can do without payment, without earning anything from, and you still be happy to do it? This is where some people will now say, okay, stop all this purpose thing you're discussing. This is Nigeria. We have to survive. Right? A lot of people are doing the things they hate. Why? Survival. They feel if I go do my calling, my purpose, if I start working on what I believe I'm wired to do, is it going to put food on the table? When the landlord comes asking for rent, am I going to pay the landlord with purpose? Will I write purpose on a piece of paper and put it in an envelope or pay into his account? We feel that we cannot really earn from what we're wired to do, what we're called to do, from what our purpose in life is. We feel we just have to make money first. Make money first. Sometimes what we don't understand is you only need to start. Just start. Just do something. Even if it's on the side. Even if it's on the side. Right? Because you notice that for some people, life throws them into it. Never planned to be there. But something happens that changes the course of their lives. The next speaker is going to share with you a deeply moving story. She's going to share with you things that will transform your lives, that will help you understand the value of inclusivity, that will help you see how you can make the world a better place, not just for yourself, but for those who are not like you. And so I want to leave you with this tonight. Answer some questions. Answer some questions. Why am I here? Why do I exist? Why was I created? Why am I like this? What am I supposed to be doing? What gives me joy? What makes me happy? What makes me fulfilled? What can I do for the rest of my life? Even if I didn't get paid. Ladies and gentlemen, that is what brings you fulfillment. Right now I hand over to our next speaker, very dear friend of mine, Dolapo. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time.
And with that kind of prelogue, wow, it's back and it's great to be here. And I hope I'm in the right place. How are we doing today? And how has it been to listen to what we've been hearing? And do not mind him, because that is part of what we call Nigerian setup. What? Niger setup. But again, when we come into any space, when we chose to come, when we showed up as human beings, and here we are in this country of ours, Nigeria, and we showed up being the gender we are, born in the location we are, born in the family that we're born into. Did we choose any of it, by the way? Yes or yes? No, we did not. So we're all navigating life, yes or no? Yes, so we're born in the gender we belong to, in the family, in the location, with the opportunities, or lack of it, in different shapes, sizes, or forms, but we exist. And in our existing, we find ourselves. It comes to a point where we now realize that, oh, they call me Dolapo. Everybody in my family calls me Dolapo, so Dolapo must be my name. Apparently, I'm female, because when they say boys to this side, girls to this side, they say go this side. So I'm like, oh, I'm a girl. Right? And then you begin to realize, as you grow in the different ways, you become self-aware. You realize that you're growing taller. You realize that, oh, your face is round. You realize that I prefer to eat yam and fried eggs instead of plantain and fried eggs. We realize that we don't like to wash plates after eating, but we don't mind if somebody else clears up after us. We realize that if they give us the chores of you must either sweep, wash plates, or cook, or iron, you go and resume at the wash plates place, because that one is the one that's it makes sense to you than the other ones. Can we relate? And as we continue to navigate, life demands from us those things like you go to school. Abi, we go to school. You get good grades. You get promoted. And at the end of going to school, you do what? Get a job. Right? Yes or yes?
Yes.
So there's the progress of what life is supposed to be. But whoever told us that somewhere along the line, in how life is supposed to be, especially for a woman in Nigeria, where yes, you realize you are female, yes, you've gone to school, yes, you've gotten a job, and then the next thing they're telling you about is you're supposed to settle down, marry, whatever that is. Yeah, but I mean, the point is there are expectations of you by yourself, yes, and then the environment, family, friends, society at large, church, mosque, every space, there are expectations of you and I. But how do we now navigate when in the course of those expectations, life happens? Life happens. And in what way did life happen to me that I want to talk about? It is that at a point when the first time, I must confess, I realized I was, well, really female, was when my colleagues in class in the university will tell me, no matter what, how you read that your engineering, you will still end up in a man's kitchen. And I was like, I will show them. That's okay, I might end up in a man's kitchen, but I'll end up in a swaggy man's kitchen. And I'll still do my swaggy engineering. And so even if I did that, and I will find my way to combine it so that you will not put me in the place where you think I should be. There should be no gender stereotype that should define me. So I was stubborn and ready to face it. And I did. I had the opportunity to work in power engineering systems, touching high voltage transformers and maintaining them with my hard hat and my PPE, feeling very powerful. Powerful. Then it was in the early 2000s. And you know, in this our country, that was the age where mobile telephony became part of what would be our lives. It's where we moved from needing to have a desk phone in your house to the transitions to the possibility of the technology of mobile phones. And of course, again, being an engineer, I had the opportunity to work in an OEM, that is an original equipment manufacturer organization, where I got the opportunity to contribute to building telecom infrastructure. Once again, we were doing engineering work. Was I still female? Yes, now. We had our helices, we were commissioning equipment, we were designing, and with everywhere us as a collective team went, mobile telephony became possible in spaces where from the market woman to a mother at home, to a teacher in school, to everybody, we could now all dial not 9 knots, not 8 knots, and we could suddenly have the liberation of being able to speak or flash. Do we remember? Then in the midst of all of this, with the swag in place, still being powerfully female and working in the engineering spaces, looking at life, at how it could unfold to be the pathway to being part of creating something, it was clear. Is it the payments? It was also clear. The fact that it will continue to evolve from 2G, 3G, 4G. Where are we now?
5G.
And more is coming. To be part of that exciting transitions, the evolution, to be part of something technology and everything else technology brought. Exciting. Because not only were we now using phones, we're doing e-commerce, we're doing business, we didn't have to go to someone's door to knock, to speak with them, to now realize, they are not at home. That letter that somebody will write, dear loving one, the last time I looked into your deep brown eyes, that would be mailed for 3 months. Now it's an instant email. Life as we knew it had evolved. We were becoming even more fast-paced. Life was evolving. And I got to be part of the exciting parts of making sure technology was being delivered. But you know, sometimes there are some things we do not have control over. Because in the midst of this, my excitement of being part of bringing digital ecosystems closer to every Nigerian citizen that could afford it at that point in time, something was going on in my body. Something I did not know. Something I was not aware of. At least, not in the beginning. It was something that sooner or later, I had to ask people, is there harmattan in this room? Is it dark here? It's as if it is cloudy. And everybody will look at me and say, no, it's clear. No, the lights are bright. Are you pulling our legs? Because again, I am sure you might have figured out that I played a lot of pranks. But again, I was like, okay, maybe I'm imagining things. And then for people who felt, because again, many people, that was the time when we started having our personal computers, right? Our PCs, our laptops. Yes or yes?
Yes.
And people will say, why are you looking into that laptop for so long? It's because you're looking at your phone for so long. It's all those things and everything and everything and everything, but it was not the right thing. It was not the thing that was going on. What was going on? What was going on? And I went to Doctor 1, Doctor 2, Doctor 3. It did not matter that I had the right HMO cover to give me the best quality service, because even in those places, everyone just wanted to give me one more set of thicker glasses than the ones I've been wearing since I was 10. So again, as you see today, are there glasses on my nose? But I've been wearing glasses since I was 10. And of course, this was not the initial thickness. But over time, it has evolved. From ophthalmologist to optician to whoever, they will reassure you that you might be having this feel of cloudiness, of darkness. Oh, but we really don't see anything. We don't see anything. By the way, we have a better set of glasses for you. And how do you think I would feel? Relieved that it's not so bad after all. And I'll go back to making digital ecosystems available for everyone, confident that yes, I'm still female, and yes, I'm still doing engineering, and yes, now my work is showing impact, but my body was still telling me something. Do you know that the date that your life changes, you never forget? Yes or no? So August 10, 2007, someone told me that there's a place doing some laser vision thing somewhere on the mainland. And I chose to go. In fact, it was just supposed to have been a pass-through. And for the first time in my life, there was something, a test that I was asked to do called a pressure test. And with that pressure test came a diagnosis that made my life not the same again. Because with that pressure test, I heard for the first time in my life the word glaucoma. Glaucoma. And glaucoma is the silent thief of sight. Because again, what it does is to put a pinch on the optic nerve such that, yes, your eyeball is working. There is image being formed on your retina. Your brain should be working, and hopefully, do we believe mine is? But with that pinch on the optic nerve, the image gets to a point and cannot get to the brain. So what you call sight is not happening. And slowly but surely, sight tapers away and fades. Fades over time. The only way to detect glaucoma is with that eye pressure test. So for me, everywhere I go, I tell people in every test you do, please, yes, read that alphabet, but also please ask to do your eye pressure test. In the upper spectrum of what the pressure should be, it should be not more than 18 to 20, that's a high upper band. There is even a band that is supposed to not drop below, but you see, I'm not too aware of that. But at the point of diagnosis, my right eye was 148, and my left was 122. So, and those things don't happen overnight. So it has been building. As I was plotting and planning my life, the pressures were building and building. So what kind of life do you now think you can now have? Because will it be the usual life? Yes or no? I started understanding what it meant to navigate life unusual. Not life bad, not life terrible, not life over, but just life a little bit unusual. And then what is the first thing you fall back to? You tell family, you tell friends, you inform at work. because for me, there was no way it was it was not hideable, right? Because I have to work. I have to move things. I would still use my laptop. I'll still interact. But guess what? I got a gift. I didn't expect that gift. I got a gift. And the gift was in discussing with my line manager that this is what I'm going through. Maybe I should step away to find a fix, to be repaired, to be healed, and come back. I wanted to live in a good way to come back to my opportunity. But because he knew better than I did, he knew that whatever was lost, because again, we're talking about the optic nerve, right? So for today, nerves, once destroyed, are difficult to come back. There's a lot of good stem cell research, but it's not there yet. So he knew, I didn't. I just wanted to live in a good way. Why? Not because I was a good employee, but because I wanted to come back. I wanted the door open. And I figured that if I was open about my why I was stepping away from this amazing opportunity I had where I was thriving, then the door would be left open for me. But he knew better. He knew better. He was European, white, and he had been around people who have impairments who were still working. Sometimes I think that if my line manager was like me, a Nigerian, I am not sure the gift I got of the opportunity to still continue to work would have been possible. This is not to say that the right things would not have been done, but rather to say that sometimes we're not even aware that such options exist. But my line manager then said, Dolapo will do the journey with you. We understand that you would need to adjust. By the way, at that point, I was not thinking about any adjusting. I did not want to adjust. I just wanted to be healed. Let God just do it, and I should receive sight, and sight should be back. So my life from 2007 became the life of, in the daytime, you had the most amazing, committed professional at work. But in the evening, when I go home, it will be God, why? And anyone who's not going to support me to get a solution, please get out of my way. Because in that moment, all you want is everything that would support you getting that support, that solution, that fix, that destination you want, which is you want your sight back. You don't want a situation that for every time you sit at your desk. Last week, when someone was walking towards you, you could say that, that is Emeka coming. And 3 weeks later, you look up and you're like, somebody's coming, but I can't see their face. That was not what I wanted, but that was what was happening. Until everything was dark and black. And you ask God why. So in the daytime, you're a brilliant professional. But at night, you're just a troubled soul who cannot believe this is happening and who's hoping against hope that this cannot be happening. It's a bad dream. It's not true. And then you resume duty to doing a number of things. Can we relate to not the situation, but how you now begin to find solutions? Like, maybe if I'm a good girl, I'm a better, my faith is Christian, so I'm a better Christian. With pure thoughts, we sanitize my thoughts. Maybe this cup will pass. Even one part of you remembers that the other person who said, may this cup pass, the cup did not pass. But I'm like, God, that was him. This is me. And you know that thing that Jacob did, that wrestling through the night. But my own name did not change. It remained Dolapo. Which I found out was not such a bad thing. Then there was no the days, like maybe weekends, when sometimes in the I've tried to be good, oh, why are you not answering, or what can life be like? Then you curl up because you've sent everybody away. You are at your most unreasonable self with friends and family. Because in that moment, you can't rationalize anything. So for them, it's different levels of, is she joking? Because she doesn't look like what she's saying she's going through. Is she joking? Is it a prank? Because, she does those things, right? And then the other parts are like, even if you want to help her, so how now, where, what? And she's just so angry. Any small thing, everything. They didn't get me, I didn't get them. And then when you curl up in a ball and you're like, why is this happening to me? But you know what? It's fascinating how your body, this same body that was doing his own thing, when you're pressed and you want to go to the restroom, it signals you. And I realized that, my situation is not bad, because when that happens, I go to the restroom. So I'm not depressed. And when I'm hungry, believe me, no matter what I thought I was going through, I ate. Yes. It now even made me realize that even the best, closest people that told me they were traumatized about what I was going through, they were eating, They were sleeping when they were tired. And for those who fell in love around that point in time, for them, they were moving on and living their lives. So it helped me to realize that in the end, the ownership of the quality of your life in any sort of journey is yours. Yes, everybody will come around to make the appropriate noises, to soothe, to irritate, to aggravate, to everything that happens to you when people are not in your shoes, but they are well intentioned. But when the chips are there, everybody goes, yes or yes? Everybody goes. And it does not have to be blindness. So work continued, by the way. It's actually continued for 11 more years in that organization. Wow. Because it was a performance rewarding space. Did you remember that I said that in the daytime, I was the good professional at work, figuring out how to navigate, competing with people for new opportunities, and winning it fairly. Winning it fairly. Winning it fairly. Because in the end, I would do more, because even me, I was challenging my own self. So I would go above and beyond to the kind of point that, honestly, it was hard to compete with me. So still trained in Europe, to still be building telecom infrastructure in sub-Saharan Africa, with an opportunity to go to a different country to build a team as an expatriate with my impairment. Really, bottom line, did the organization need me to see for my work to get done? Yes or no? They didn't need me to see. And since I was the most committed person to meeting the organization's goals, I was given the opportunity. Do you also think, as a person who typically understood that this opportunity I have is actually unusual, do you think I will play with it? I did not play. In fact, I became Madam Operation No Story. Madam Operation No Story. Because we just have to get things done. So with the trust that I could still do my work, then there was professional growth to even more senior positions. And it was really nice to return back to Nigeria in a role that had oversight function for 15 countries in sub-Saharan Africa. Leading field engineers. That was not given to me because I was a good-looking female engineer. No, it was because I knew my work. Or what do you think? You think they decided to just dash me because of my situation? No, it's because I got things done. I've made my way, I found my way to get things done. So back to navigating life unusual. But there was a certain element of personal development that I had to really develop, which was my emotional intelligence. I needed to realize my reality is that I am a blind professional. That is not going to change. I also had to navigate and understand that I am working with other people. For them, because again, with how I look, do you see a blind professional?
No.
No. So I was happily confusing. In fact, someone actually advised me that why don't I wear dark shades like Stevie Wonder? I now said no, because with these glasses I can tell the story of how it's not about just getting glasses. Then of course, I have been wearing glasses for long, so I'm used to something on my nose, right? So I get to confuse people happily. But again, in confusing people happily, how do you also collaborate to ensure that the deliverables of the organization, the outcome of that family outing, or that interaction in whatever other social spaces in society that we all interact with, that you are a valued contributor instead of a stressful, what will we do when Dolapo comes? Because again, whether we like it or not, we exist in a society where we're not sure what to do with persons with disabilities, yes or no?
Yes.
We're not sure. We don't want to offend, we don't want to. Then again, there are people who can get away with it a bit, like me. Then there are some whose impairments are so visible as they're coming, you are seeing it, and you're already reacting. And the deepest emotion in most people is, thank God it's not me. That's the truth. Thank God it's not me. But again, impairments are acquired, whether, like me, as a seasoned professional later in life, or it is from when you are born. And let me take you very quickly to what that means. You can imagine, a child, there's a pregnancy, there is the anticipation, 9 months typically, yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes.
And then the child is born and the impairment is visible. Can you just imagine what the 7-day naming would look like? Where does the child know anything? But the child is here with that impairment and the adults, everybody else around. And what is usually the narrative? Our men will say, we don't have this in our family. The women will say, but we don't have it in our family too. But mothers typically don't have where to run to. Because that child must still breastfeed, must be suckled, must be taken care of, no matter what that situation is. So what you now find is, even before that child even understands who they are, whether they are male or female, whether they want to do well in school or not, there's already what's that thing, that aura of sorrow, of sadness, of stigma. But is it that child's fault? I, Dolapo, before you, is it my fault? So you can now imagine that whether someone from young, growing up, because we grow. So that person is growing. If they are blessed with good family support, they get education. Navigating what it means to be the slightly different person in class, teased by teachers, teased by fellow students. They manage to finish their education with a family that is being told, why are you wasting money on this person? Can we not relate? Why are we wasting money on this person? Or is it the person who gets their impairment later in life, like I did? And then people typically think that you are supposed to leave what you are doing, you're supposed to hide away. Which brings us to the mindset of people around impairments. Generally in society, what do we even think? We believe that sometimes, a person with an impairment becomes what? A charity case, right? Someone to help, someone to drop a few cobbles when you have something to spare. But in this nation we're in now, if you want to live a good quality life, will the things that people have to spare, will it be enough? Yes or no? It cannot be. So we now have persons with disabilities who are professionals themselves. They've learned, they want to work, they want to earn, they want to interact. We want to be where we are. And then there's even the confusing context. Because I was very heartbroken when I heard the story that a family was asked to stop coming to church. Why? You are bad for the man of God's power. He has delivered. He has laid hands. Visiting pastors have done so too. You've still not risen. You've still not seen. You are bad for business. So you are whispered to. Family, while we stand with you with the grace that is upon the calling of the man of God in this house, we strongly recommend that this eyesore, stigma, should be kept aside. If you want to continue to attend here, it's either you come alone or all of you don't come. And those are realities. Those are realities. And that is in the social space where everyone is supposed to be welcome. Because in the fundamentals of that religion, everyone was asked to come onto that space. Yes or no? So why is it different now that those realities are there? Do you want to imagine the siblings of the person with the impairment? The extended family that does not want you to come to family events anymore. Or if you get your impairment later, friends that plan outings. I always plan together before. But now, because they are not sure about how to be around you, they forget that you're on the group chat. And they drop, make sure Dolapo does not know, because you don't want things to be awkward. And nobody thought to check that you were still there or not there. So the emotional intelligence to realize that not people want to exempt you, but they might be afraid. Can we relate? They are not sure of how to interact with you. They believe that if they were in your shoes, this is how they will behave, and because they know that would not be emotionally balanced, it's easier to avoid you. And even if you had appropriate support, because there is also the scenario around the ecosystem of care around persons with impairments, then even that person, first, the emotions are, wow, thank you for giving your time to support. Then sooner or later, the person will ask that supporting person, I heard you went to university. The person will say yes. You mean your parents spent money on you for you to be leading a blind person up and down? So even your support is called to question. Why? Because again, we've not come to realize that in the end we have persons first with the talents that they undeniably have. The impairment is their reality, yes, but it does not mean that they cannot fully participate. It does not mean that when people like me and from my community show up, it doesn't mean that we came to beg. It does not mean that if you put us in our place of, if we're fish, put us in water. If we're monkeys, let us grab branches. Put us in our place of performance. And you would see excellence. You would see great quality. You would see innovation. In fact, statistics say that organizations that have a diversity of persons in their workforce actually do better, because they are more social contract aware of what they need to do for their employees. Whatever employee assistance should be in place is there appropriately. And I have not yet seen anyone who, with the right kind of support, will not thrive. But whether we like it or not, myself and other persons with disabilities, our impairments support us to navigate life in a slightly different way. So we're a bit more, especially when we've come to a place of acceptance. Because again, remember the earlier part of my story, I was like, God, why? Right? But I actually now realize that my impairment did not block my opportunities, right? Yes or yes? So now, if that is the case, then why am I disturbing Baba God? Because in the end, my understanding is that grace per day, daily provision, spaces made and shaped for me. And by the way, in the conversations I have in the Thriving with Transitions communities, it's about the fact that there has been no better time to be a person with a disability. Why? Because there are actually programs targeting our community, whether it's around health or education or business. There are quotas that target us, that support us to level up. So if you know anyone in that kind of situation, there are opportunities available for them everywhere. Then that digital ecosystem that I've been part of shaping with my own little engineering knowledge then, and even till now, because I still work as a tester, when people produce their solutions, their products, their apps and everything they do, you still need it to be tested to make sure that what you are putting into the market is something that can be used by the bigger population. And if I, with my screen reader, cannot use your app, you are missing out on almost 15% of good quality market just because you did not think that a blind person would want to use your solution. So we work as testers. People are putting money on the table just because you are not aware that you should build with inclusion in mind. So in the work we do around mainstreaming inclusion, whether it's across gender, or whether it's across the more mature or the younger, or whether it's around disability, how do we make sure that spaces, ecosystems, people can thrive, they can be productive, they can earn, they can learn, they can live, have a good quality life, and support themselves in spite, even because of their impairments. How do we ensure that there is no abuse? There are instruments that support the protection of vulnerable people like me. Whether it's the global ones of the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities that articulates the global pathways, or is the Africa Disability Protocol that speaks to how our continent is expected to advance in terms of this right, or whether it's even in our country where we have the Prohibition Against the Discrimination of Persons with Disabilities law, the Act of 2018. Things exist though. So this is an opportunity to tell anyone who's doing their best and you feel you're discriminated about, why don't you just test the instruments that are put in place to guard yourself? Will it make us a perfect world? No. But are more of us showing up, showing that we are willing to be productive? We do not think we want to be liabilities. Our siblings, every support is welcome. But can you also allow us to do the things we can do? Allow us to thrive, allow us to explore. Do not limit us based on what you think a blind person should do. But why? Rather, check with us where's the best place for us to safely do what we need to do so that all of us can thrive together. I look forward to a day and a space across the world, starting from my nation, where the disclosure of your impairment is for only one reason: to get the appropriate support. So if I show up at your event and I identify as a blind person, first, please believe me, even if I do not look like it. Then for those who abuse opportunities like that, and when I say abuse, you do not have an impairment, but you claim one for the extra support that you could be giving. That is wrong. That is wrong. Provisions are in place to genuinely give support. So when a person comes forward with genuine disclosure, the only reason why you should know is to provide appropriate support for that person to safely interact in that space, for that moment, for that time, whether it's the workplace, whether it's at play, or whether it's within family. I have come to realize, and this is conversations we have, that we, persons with disabilities, are more empathetic of all of you, persons without disabilities, because we are living in the shoes. We cannot, even if we wanted to, cannot run away from it. But you, with your care, your confusion and everything, we need to make sure that you remain comfortable to be around us so that you are not emotionally charged to exclude us. So that means sometimes you do some things that get on our nerves. But for the opportunity to come back, we chill. And then we guide, because again we see that your intention was not to offend or to upset. And that's why more and more we showcase what is the right way to support us. What is the right way to include us? What is the right way to ensure that we feel welcome? And please trust us. When we say we are okay, trust us that we are. The same way we want you to believe us when we say we need help. And sometimes the thin line between those kind of things can only be described in a story. I remember one day I went somewhere. We were going to have it was going to be a seminar. I had sat in a lot of traffic to get there, and I understood that we were going to sit for a long time. Can you relate that after you've sat in traffic for a while, you just really want to walk around a bit before you now sit for the next long stretch? Yes or no? So I was standing somewhere. I was holding a cane. I was slightly aside. The organizers had been informed of my impairment, but they had not yet arrived. So we were generally, early arrivals were around. And someone approaches me with a chair and says, "Hello, I brought a chair. Oh, would you like this?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I can't see what you're doing. What is this?" So, oh, it's a chair. I was like, "Oh, thank you, but no thanks." And she paused and she was like, "But I brought the chair." And I'm like, "Thank you, but no thanks." She now said, "You are making me look somehow." How do you think I am supposed to feel? And I was like, "Madam, is there something about this chair?" Because number one, did I ask for it? Did I ask for it? From this story, did I ask for it? So, but you, because you see me with my cane, in your goodness of your heart, you have brought the chair. Should I not have the right to decide whether I want to sit in that chair or not? How does it become a bad thing for me to say thank you, but no thanks? Then you now make it dramatic about how I am making you look bad after you've done your kind charitable gesture. That is the kind of ridiculous support we're offered sometimes. And any passers-by who will not really hear the conversation will think that it's the person with the impairment who's being difficult. So that is why in our community, our levels of emotional intelligence in local parlance no be here. Because again, if you react, they'll say, those disability people, they're always very angry. They've come again. But what triggered us? It's not known. Charity that is not genuine charity. Because why is it a problem to say no thank you to a chair? Why? Charity that says, "Oh, we want you to come up, we want you to do well." And then when they say, Thank God you've now gotten this job in this organization. What would you like to be as you work hard, you know? You need to be ambitious, you need to aim high in this organization. Then you say, oh, one day I see myself being the CEO, and people look at you like, from where to where, who? Because again, they can't see you get there. Or is it those who expect you that until you are delivered, your eyes are open, your leg is walking, you should not be seen? Until you are fixed, you should not smile. That you have an impairment, you should not live. You should not enjoy jollof rice with big chicken, with a big smile, because there's something to still be fixed about you. But we are saying no. While we did not choose our impairments, we are navigating life with them. We work and we're great professionals. We have families, our siblings, our parents, our extended family. Even though circumstance makes you come to a point where you realize that there are actually two types of family in the life, more defined as a person with a disability. You have the family you are born into, because that's where you landed, right? No choice. But then you have the family you choose, where you have the right support structures and everything that cheers you on, even when those you are born with do not understand your aspirations. Because if they were in your shoes, all they would want is to be healed. But you have moved on, and they still don't get it. What would now life mean? Because as we continue to navigate life, and the realities of impairments happening, whether it's from when a person is young, or they acquire it later in life as an adult, spaces need to be inclusive. Spaces should make us welcome. And when we can afford our lives, allow us to pay and be. Because again, what's the point when you can afford your life and you get there, you do not get the right quality of service? Why should it be that because you know I cannot identify you, you can take away something from me and that's fine, just because you are exploiting my vulnerable self? Why should that even cross your mind? How do we all become that ecosystem of care where when you have someone who has disclosed that, oh, this is my impairment, and oh, this might be the kind of support I might require, and then please trust me that if I need it, I will ask. It is always okay to offer. But again, it must be an offer. It should not be an instruction. I have brought you a chair, would you like to sit? And I'm like, oh, no, thank you, and it should be fine. There is food available, I have brought you rice. Without telling me first that, oh, there are the options of inyoeba, amala, starch and banga, and then there's the rices. Why do you take away my choice? Even in the protein, who asked you to decide that it's chicken that I look like? When there could be the possibility of snail, prawns, maybe even beef. I might even be craving assorted. But the point is, I should be asked. I should be asked. Because I cannot choose it myself does not mean you take away my power of choice. And interestingly, and if we would ask ourselves quietly, that reality of choice, that power of choice that we have as persons with impairments annoys many people. It's shocking. And if we might even tell ourselves the truth, some of us in this room might be people who, if you had a vocal, I'm in charge of my power, person with disability are like, see this one. Instead of you to go and sit there on one side with all the challenges you have. How dare you think you can pick and choose? We dare. We dare. Whether it's hearing impairments, physical impairments, speech impairments, intellectual impairments, psychosocial impairments, sensory impairments, we dare. Fantastic. While we are all impaired, impairments move from mild to severe. And that is the reality. Mild to severe. And even the person who said we're all impaired, if a severely impaired person who was qualified comes to work with you, would you onboard that person because their talent is viable, or would you look around first to ask what will people say? I like you, and I'll send people your way. But the reality is, can we agree that for most people they would shy away, yes or no? But you see, as the push is happening, as people are showing up, as more people are speaking up, that an impairment does not define you, but it's the barriers that we encounter as we try to socialize, as we try to work, as we try to grow in the hierarchy of the workplace, or as we try to form or exist in families. It's those barriers that are the problem. So if I invited all of us to be part of dismantling barriers, then do we see that we could be part of the ecosystem to enable inclusion, where the biggest barrier is attitude? This type of person, we don't want them here. Or how would this person do? Why don't you ask the person? How would you, okay, your job requires you to use a laptop, could you demonstrate your capacity to do it? And the person would. I'm confused about how this person would do. I'd rather not engage. That's so unfair. Without wanting to frighten anybody, I remind people, and I also empathize with them, because I am not sure that if I, Dolapo, did not have a disability journey myself, I'm not sure I'll be so aware of the disability community. And so this is me holding space for everybody who says, I don't want to have anything to do with this community. It's fine. But I'll also say that if you will not enable us, don't block us. Step aside, because there are people who would want to enable, equip, hire, even fall in love with persons with disabilities. Yes. Yes, absolutely yes. So if I can admit to myself that if I did not have an impairment journey myself, I might have been one of those who are genuinely oblivious. And I'm not even sure that even if I became aware, I'm not sure that I would have chosen to participate. But what I do know now is that no one with an impairment chose it. And anyone you see with an impairment is navigating life in the best way they can. Don't make it harder than it needs to be. So that means enable us, don't block our opportunities. And I would say once again that if you cannot support us, don't block us. And please do not call us strange names behind our backs, like Megurugu, Afoju, Aditi, or whatever it is that people use to describe us. We have names. Instead of that person that walks like this, try and find the name of the person. There is a more respectful way to interact with us. And the biggest table shaker that I came to realize that sometimes when I say it, people are like, are you sure you know what you are saying? And it's that, are you aware that we are made in the image of God too? We are made in God's image too. He's given us the grace of breath. And most people struggle with that. So if we are loved, cherished, provided for by God, we still have breath, we have strength. Another thing. That I'm blind does not mean I'm unhealthy. That we have impairments does not mean we're diseased. So we're very healthy. Yes, we have the impairments we have. But we still just want to have the opportunity to live our lives. So how can you support to enable that? How do you make sure you're not blocking us? Is there enough material online or somewhere? Yes, because where there is a will, you find your way to find the best way to, how do I make this possible? Though the easiest way is when you come across us, ask us. And when we give you feedback, trust us. Is there the possibility for abnormal use in all of that abuse? Possibly. But again, use your discernment to ensure that the right things are done. I really believe across the products, the services, the spaces we build, the people we hire, the talents we hire, that if we had an open mind to the diversity of talents and not just the impairments of people, we would have a better world, we would have better quality, we would have better spaces, we would have better lives, we would have everything would be better, because whether we like it or not, every single one of us is one incident away from an incident, accident, whatever it is. While I join you to say, God forbid, no impairments are your portion, but will life stop because life happened? No. So when you see people navigating life, smiling, celebrate them, because that's resilience you're looking at. When you see them participating with all their heart, enable them, because they've overcome what they are, the realities of what it means to show up and participate. So in what way would you take a decision to enable this? And if you cannot enable it, how do you make sure you do not block it? And as we even get the answer to that prayer that all of us have, of maybe live to a ripe old age, impairments are part of that journey. Yes or no?
Yes.
But expected to be in the latter part of the journey. So, but do you want to imagine if spaces were all accessible with appropriate ramps, if people knew how to treat people, and no one is stigmatizing anyone for their realities? Could we really see that we have a world that is ready for us all? So whether the realities are the fact that people have impairments or not, or people want opportunities or not, it is the fact that even as life is happening, people are navigating life unusual with emotional intelligence. It does not mean we don't hurt, or we hurt. We've just learned to regulate because we want to come back. It does not mean your harsh words don't hurt us. They do. And by the way, as a blind person, whispers are louder for me, so I hear everything. So when people whisper around you, you hear it. The person that takes away your phone, knowing that you cannot identify them. The abuse of the vulnerability of others. So this is me challenging us all to be gatekeepers, ecosystem builders, to be caregivers for every time we can step in the gap and do something, because that something is what is required to ensure that every living being can live and work with something resembling dignity, because dignity is so important. And it should not matter whether you are impaired or not. It should not matter whether you've had the education or not, because what if I show up and I'm in a program that with my phone, instead of me abusing the government, I've used it to learn, and now I'm ready to work? Would you patronize me? So every opportunity to open doors, open spaces is so welcome. Churches, mosques, places of social gathering should welcome all. Spaces like the hospital should not decide that, oh, you, because you are deaf, I don't, oh, what is this? Blah, 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 blah. I cannot hear you, go to the end. No. Where is our empathy meter? We need to be empathetic to support, and then don't assume. Because once again, I challenge you, if I did not disclose, would you know about me? So again, when you are saying, you move from there, Joe, are you deaf? Just maybe there's a hearing impairment. I'm pointing at that, can't you see? Just maybe. And by the way, fun fact, the words like deaf, blind, they're not bad words in themselves, though. It's the emotions that we engage because of them being used as insults and abuse. So it's not bad. So I go to some spaces and I tell them, oh, I am a blind lady. They're like, no, that you have special need. I'm like, what is that? Would you kindly respect how I choose to identify? Because the fact that your quick reaction is to say no is, are you the one that is blind, by the way? So why should it matter? They say, no, don't say that. God can still do it. You believe that God can do it? And I now ask them, are you aware that God is in this? Then they are confused. How can God be in this? And you can feel the wheels in their head, and that's when I always landed that, by the way, oh, with this blindness, I'm made in God's image, so God too has impairment. And they're like, blasphemy, I'm like, oh, by the way, in the dimensions of emotional intelligence, sometimes you need to choose your battle. When you have energy, it's the day to argue. No, as the good book quoted, there are some that you just leave them now, whoa, this person, no need, and you step. But I really hope that in all these discussions, as I begin to think about who else is going to hold the mic, I begin to think that in all these conversations, who will be that person? Who would you be? How would you be? What would you do? How would you make sure like a me would always have space around you? And it should not matter, because as I hold the hand of the next speaker, I would love to hand over the mic.
A round of applause for her. A round of applause for Lady Dolapo. Yeah, that was really inspiring, and I would say that was a very, very beautiful speech, and it really changed perspective for me. Talking about a round peg in a round hole. Whew. Okay, so good morning, everybody. How are we all doing today? This is the 8th of April, the 7th day on the countdown. We've been speaking, and most especially, we've been listening. A round of applause for yourselves, please. All right, I have a poem here. It's for crocheters, and today I'll be talking about the art of crochet. In quiet corners, soft and slow, a single thread begins to grow. Between my fingers, calm and sure, each loop a promise to endure. Hook in hand, I find my peace, a gentle rhythm, sweet release. The world may rush, may shout, may spin, but stillness lives within this string. A chain of hope, a row of grace, time slows down in this soft space. No loud applause, no grand display, just healing hands at work each day. And so I hope my crochet community is watching this, and I hope that they feel honored by this poem. Crochet is an art, and as you can see, I'm wearing it. I started crocheting professionally 15 years ago. 10 years ago. That was 2015. And I was pushed to crochet because at that point in time, I was bedridden. I had overworked myself, and my body said, you know what, young lady, stop. I didn't know what to do, because there's never been a day in my life that I know I didn't walk. And relaxing at that point in time was like an error. It was like a sin. So out of boredom, I picked an old knitting pin I found somewhere and a ball of yarn, and I made a hat. I took a picture, a selfie of myself in that hat, and I put it on Facebook. And then I got lots of reactions from people. People actually liked the hat, and I was like, interesting. As at that time, crochet was not so popular. A ball of yarn was still 100 naira, and your knitting hook was still 50 naira. Okay, so I said, oh, let me see. Is there another life here? Can I start something here? And I started this journey with crochet, putting up my work online, and that's how it went. I then found out that crochet for me was not a business, it was a hobby. And I'm going to discuss the art of crochet. Before I discuss the art of crochet, how many of us here have a crocheted item? You have a crocheted piece at home. Nobody? You do? Oh, interesting. Crochet is luxury, isn't it? How does crochet feel on the body? It feels comfortable. It kind of makes you feel warm. It makes you feel peaceful. And in the course of 10 years, I was trying to define myself as a crochet artist. And one of the things that I came up with is that God crochets. Yes, he does. And I have the scripture to back it up. Psalm 139 verse 13. It says, "For you formed my innermost part, you knit me together in my mother's womb." Some versions will tell you, "You crocheted me together in my mother's womb." And then in verse 15, it's very interesting. It says, "My frame was not hidden from you when I was being formed in secret, and intricately and skillfully formed as embroidery with many colors." So you are embroidered. And if they should cut your body into two, you would find out that your muscles, your cells, is like a wiring twined together. Where your heart is, there are cell arteries there. Where your lung is, it's a design. It's beautiful. And so I was like, wow, interesting. And then over the years, in the course of 10 years, crochet has become a popular form of art expression in the country. There are crochet pieces that cost over ₦1,000,000, and there are crochet pieces that cost between 200,000. I think the cheapest you will see in the market, if you are getting a bucket hat, is 10,000. And that's because crochet takes quite a long time to make, all right? And the person who does it is actually creating an art from their mind. Now, what does crochet do for you? Crochet heals the mind. It calms anxiety. The repetitive motion to loop and pull repeat tells your brain you are safe. At that point in time, the doctors told me that there was no cure for whatever sickness I had. And I remember going into depression, and I remember almost committing suicide, because I felt I had done the right thing, and I believed I did not deserve that kind of illness, and I did not want to live that way. So when I started crocheting, I don't know what happened to my brain. I don't know what happened to my body, but I found hope in my life again. I would look at the things I created and I'll feel proud of myself. And I'll be, wow, this is beautiful. And in finding hope in myself, you know that healing comes from your mind. You could be using a medication. I understand. Let me explain. I think I've had this experience before. When you are using a medication, you are on overdose of that medication and your body is not responding. Has that happened? I have a friend who is sickle cell. She uses her drugs, and at a point in time when life happened to her, she was overdosing on, there's a sickle cell injection that they give them, a drug. She was overdosing on it. And even though she was overdosing on it, she wasn't feeling better. And so sometimes it takes your mind to be renewed for you to respond positively to medication. I recovered mentally as I was crocheting, stitch by stitch, as I was building item by item. And I started teaching people. People would come, pay for classes, and when people come to class and they are learning how to crochet, their issues will come out, because crochet kind of builds community. And before long, I started counseling them, and people would leave the crochet class better than they came. Okay? Crochet helps with overthinking. Whilst you are crocheting, your mind is focused. You cannot overthink when you are crocheting, because crochet is mathematics. The stitches you are building will make you count. You will count, how many chains do I start with? 80 chains? How many chains do I start with? 100 chains? So when somebody is crocheting and you are talking to them, they may not hear you. They may be like, hold up, hold up, hold up. Let me count. Because if they don't count, they are definitely going to miss a stitch. And the problem with missing a stitch whilst crocheting is that you may not know when you have missed the stitch. When you have built the item and you think you have gotten to the end, you will just see a shape that is different from the shape that you desired. And what does that do to you? It means you have to rip off and start. There's no escaping it. In crochet, when you make a mistake, you rip off and you start. Now, how does this relate to you in life? Are there times you've needed to take another step? Has anybody ever had a carryover course in university? Exactly. That's exactly how crochet feels. You feel like it's going to make you cry your eyes out when you need to carry over because you missed a stitch. And you cannot get to the next level if you do not do the right thing. So when you miss a stitch in crochet, it means you have to go back and then build again. And sometimes that is how life is. Sometimes some of the issues that we have, the carryovers that we have, are carryovers from our parents. Our parents did not know how to build finances, and so we carry over the trauma. Sometimes the carryover that you have is carryover of the economy. And it's not necessarily your fault, and it's not necessarily their fault, but it is an opportunity for you to unwind and to consciously go back to the point where there was an error and rebuild. Usually, it's easier to teach children how to crochet than it is to teach adults how to crochet. It does not mean it is impossible for adults to learn. I've taught people who are over 40 how to crochet. But it is easier to teach children how to crochet. And this tells you something about life. There's a reason why I'm interested in education. Because I believe that we can do better by investing in children. Those things that we don't want to continue seeing in life, we can stop the existence of those things by teaching the children the right thing. You are basically the way you are because of the habits that you have formed from childhood. A lot of us are corrupt by nature because what we saw that people got away with from childhood was corruption. But if we teach the children empathy, if we teach the children resilience, if we teach the children love, the children would have it in their nature and they will grow that way. Are we together? Crochet as a craft does more for you as a person than the person you are crafting for. Okay? I believe that if you can complete a crochet piece, like if you pick up a crochet piece, you start a project and you can complete that project, I believe there is nothing that you set your mind to do in life that you will not do. When you see people that crochet, they have this thing about them. They have vision. And they have a resolute mind that when we start a project, we must finish the project. Hardly do you see someone who does crochet and completes crochet work that would start something and not be determined to finish it. Because it takes, you're not taking material to sew. I know how to sew. Okay? When you want to sew, you buy fabric, you cut fabric, and you sew fabric. If you don't cut the fabric right, if you don't sew the fabric right, you leave excess material so that you can cut it again and sew it right. That's not the same thing with crochet. There's no fabric, just a ball of yarn, a string of yarn. Alright? And so you are building from the very beginning. You have some amazing crochet artists that come together and take something that is called scrap yarn. When we talk about scrap yarn, I have a video on my TikTok where I show people a ball of scrap yarn. Scrap yarn, you can have a gathering of scrap yarn, yarns all tangled up together, looking very disheveled and scary. It's like you're looking at chaos. A crochet artist would see that chaos, and instead of seeing chaos, they would see a final product. They would take the yarn, string by string, string by string, separate each section of the yarn, and then begin to rebuild. By the time they rebuild something from scrap yarn, chaotic yarn, you just see beauty. And you are marveled. So, what does this teach you for life? It shows you that you can be in a chaotic situation. You can be in a tough situation where everything seems bad. And you are wondering, this is chaos. What do we do? How do we change the situation? How do we turn it around? It could be, oh, my mother was a prostitute. My father, I don't even know. And you're asking yourself, what is the meaning of my life? Where am I going to? I would ask you to learn from a crochet artist. I would ask you to know what? Let's clear the issue. Let's separate the yarn, one yarn after another. And let us begin to rebuild. And that's what crochet artists do. They rebuild. And guess what? There is beauty even in chaos. And from the last speaker, Lady Dolapo, she spoke about a chaotic time in her life. She spoke about a time when she was surprised by a certain tragedy that befell her. But what happened? She found beauty in it and has become an advocate and a speaker for people who are going through the same experience that she's going through. Crochet builds confidence quietly. I said at that point in time in my life, I was so down, I thought, oh, let's end the picture. This is not what we planned. What is this? But I built confidence whilst crocheting because I realized that there was more to me. I thought I would never come out of the bed. But then, from the bed, I would go to the market. And I would go to the farthest market to look for the best quality yarn because quality yarn was scarce. So it didn't matter because my mind was focused on, I want to achieve this thing. I want to create this thing. I would check on Google that year. Where can I get this yarn? I will go there. I didn't know I was moving. I didn't even know when I was healed. I didn't even know when everything was normalized. And I gained confidence again. I could come out into the public again. I could relate with people again. So yes, crochet builds confidence. Crochet builds communities. And it helps you to make friends very easily. I have an introvert friend who crochets. And when she wears a piece that she has crocheted and she goes out, she just knows she's going to meet people. So we say, hello, how are you? She'll be like, hi, hooked on Kauta. I hope you are watching because you are the one that told me this. Yeah? And she goes like, hi. They're going to ask her questions. They're going to be like, who made this? And she'll be like, I'm the one. They'll be like, wow, this is beautiful. And that is how she built her network. She ended up becoming more confident. She ended up learning how to make better friends because she could crochet. Crochet helps with emotional expressions. Some people cannot really speak their mind, but they have a lot of words to say. Crochet helps people to build their emotional feelings through their handwork, just like art. And you know, because crochet is abstract, the inspiration for some pieces can be surprising. For example, the beautiful peacock attire by Hooked by Lade that is popularly seen and that was worn by Vicky James. There was an inspiration for those colors that she put at the end. And if you meet Hooked by Lade, she doesn't have too many words to say. But when you look at anything that she has made with her hands, you feel, wow, this is beautiful. So crochet helps to express emotions, even in the choices of colors, because crochet pieces are colorful and crochet pieces are luxurious. Like I was saying earlier on about communities that have been built through crochet. In Italy, in Spain, elderly women come together and they crochet. Not just young people. And when I say elderly women, I mean people in their 70s and 80s. They come together, they crochet and they decorate their community. In Brazil, there's an environment where the place was extremely hot. The sun was too hot in that place. And these women in the community came together, they built hexagon shapes, and they put the hexagon shapes together and they put it like a roof round the street, so that it did not just provide an aesthetic view, it also shielded the people on the street from the heat. So that is how crochet builds community. Crochet helps to prevent dyslexia. When you are crocheting, you use your brain. You have a count and you are building. And so what crochet does for you is that people who crochet to old age, they never grow old. They have very good memory. They are the kind of grandparents that will call their 30 or 33-year-old child and wish them a happy birthday on their birthday. It keeps your memory strong. And this is why I actually believe you should teach children how to crochet. I did say earlier on that crochet is mathematics. You might be looking at my talk and be saying, how did she combine the flowers? It's not flowers you are looking at. You are looking at squares. I built several squares together and I joined the squares together. Getting the shape for my body and for the structure was a level of counting. And you can see that there is a V shape in between. Those are numbers you are looking at. Every count here, every stitch here is a number. It was when I started crocheting, I stopped saying that, oh, why did I go to school to learn quadratic equation? I've never worked in an office where they asked me x times this is equals to that. Why did I waste my time learning such a thing? It's when I started crocheting, I realized that was not a waste of time. Because looking at this room right now, if you look on the floor, you will see that the tiles are in rectangular shapes. And the rectangular shapes are arranged in a certain way that it gives the room a certain look. That's mathematics. If you look at the ceiling and you look at the POP, it's arranged in a certain way. And you can see this angle to that angle, this angle to that angle. It's calculation. And so crochet helps you to appreciate why you are in school. And this is why I believe children should learn how to crochet. So now I've told you what crochet does for elderly people. I've told you what crochet does for children. Crochet is transgenerational. Somebody told me that there is a sweater in the family that the grandma made for her dad. And that sweater is still standing. The sweater still comforts the grandchildren. Can you imagine? You know, what would you be remembered for by your grandchildren? Somebody said that 100 years from now, what you do will not matter. That is not true. Crochet is the oldest art form of creating cloth, invented by the Egyptians. So yes, crochet is a piece of art that is transgenerational, that will be remembered forever. Now we're going to talk about crochet as a business. Like I said earlier, I use crochet as a healing session. I use it to counsel. I am healing with crochet. But some people do crochet as a business. And if you run crochet as a business in Nigeria, you deserve a round of applause. Kudos to you, because you have a lot of perseverance. Now, running crochet as a business, one of the things that I believe affects most business people is niching down. In 2015, when I first started my crochet business, I made the very big mistake of not going to a business school or attending a business class. I thought all I needed was talent. And because I had experienced a healing from crochet, I was so excited. I was going to do everything in the knitting world. That includes using the knitting machine. That includes making teddy bears. That includes making doll babies. That includes making clothes. That includes making bags. I had a very big business accident. I just crashed because I overpromised and I ended up under-delivering. And anyway, we've crossed that stage. I learned the lesson. So one thing you want to learn as someone who wants to do crochet is start simple. Niche down. You can start by just doing hair ruffles. Because when orders start coming and you have 100 people who are ordering, you are working with a hook and a yarn. How many fingers, how many hands do you have? So niche down. Start with accessory. Start with hair ruffles. And that is the same for everything you want to do in life. If you study medicine, you cannot be a dentist, a surgeon, a nurse, a neurologist. You can't do everything at once. You are either a dentist, you are either a pediatrician, you are either a surgeon, you are either a gynecologist. You niche down. It does not mean you don't have knowledge of the other things. You do. But niche down. Then don't be jealous. Don't look at your business and compare your business to another person's business. Don't compare your business to another person's highlight reel. You don't know their struggle. I'm going to refer to Hooked by Lade in case she watches this. Hello, Hooked by Lade. I met you. You encouraged me to go out on my own when I wanted to work for you. Thank you. She said, niche down. And when she started by making handbags. She made handbags for Shola Shobowale, also known as Toyin Tomatoes. And she made beautiful handbags. And it's not because she did not know how to crochet other items. She did. She was known for those handbags before she moved into clothes. And if you notice something, her stitches are very simple and easy to create. Secondly, do not take somebody's picture and post as your own work. It's very dangerous because crochet is an art, and no matter how much you imitate someone's work, you can't get it. There's a reason why if you steal a painting, people know that this painting you have replaced it with is fake, because our brain wants to be original, and ideally we all want to have our own identity. And so when you are imitating that painting, subconsciously you will put something in the painting that is originally you. And that is why when they see your fake painting beside the original painting, they will know the difference. So if you want to crochet, work on your mind. Create your own stitch. Don't just go and copy YouTube videos. Learn the stitches. Know about the stitches. Okay? There is the chain stitch, which is the very first stitch. There is the slip stitch. There is the double crochet, and there is the single crochet. Once you know these basic stitches, it's like having colors in your hand. The next thing you need to do is to paint. Are we together? Create your own style. Those who are attracted and those who are made for your style will come to you. And because the picture you post is originally yours, when they ask you to repeat it, you will be able to repeat it without having headache. And if somebody brings work to you, they see a picture on Pinterest and say, hey, I saw this picture on Pinterest. Can you do it? Tell the person the truth. I've not done it before, but I can learn how to do it, and I can give you something similar that looks exactly like this. Another thing that affects crocheters is underpricing themselves. It's not compulsory to sell. A ball of yarn, just one, is 1,500. That is the cheapest quality ball of yarn. I'm not talking about the one they use in making hair. There's ball of yarn they use in making hair. There's crochet ball of yarn. I told you that it's transgenerational. Crochet should be able to last 25 years. At least. So if you buy a certain ball of yarn, it will make your work, first of all, lack quality in appearance. Then second of all, it will make it rip. Because the wool you used is not meant for that job. There are some balls of yarn that are worth 10,000 naira per ball. So you calculate how much the ball of yarn is. Then be focused in your work. Calculate the amount of time you spent doing that work. A makeup artist will spend 1 hour on your face for makeup that you will wash after the event, and they will charge you 50k. Is it true? Is it true? Haha. They are the ones that will charge you 500k. Bridal makeup, your account will tell you. For something that you are going to wash off. And the makeup artist will tell you that how much is Mary Kay? How much is lip gloss? How much is this? Then they will calculate their standing time, that they are standing and taking care of your face. They respect themselves. They respect their time. You, as a crochet artist, should respect yourself and respect your time. So don't underprice your work. If not, it will lead to frustration. I've seen a lot of crochet business people come online and say they are closing down their business. And when you ask them, they will tell you that they were not making profits. Niche down. Crochet is an art. It's an expression. If you like children, make things for children. And fortunately, in the world of crochet, things for children are cheaper than things for adults because it takes less wool. It takes less time. You can make a child's dress in 1 day or 2 days. If you are doing something like this for somebody of my size, it will take you at least a week to 2 weeks. If you are doing it for a slimmer person, it will take you less time. So you see, that will affect your pricing. If somebody tells you, oh, Lagbaja is doing it for so price, tell the person, go there. Go and meet Lagbaja. Let them do it for you at that price. There are several other ways you can make money as a crochet artist. I love to sell my products, but I can tell you something, I'm not in a hurry to make for 20 people. Anything that is going to make me for 20 people, by the time you are number 10, I will increase the money. By the time you are number 15, I will increase the money. By the time you are number 20, I will increase the money. So that only those who truly want it will get it. And I will give you time when you are going to get it. Because I'm running a business, but I also have a life. So there are other ways you can make money from crochet, and this is why originality is key. If you do a very nice job, take pictures of your product. Open a Pinterest account. Connect it to an Etsy account. There are websites where you can take picture of your work. Learn crochet. It's knowledge. Learn how to write your patterns. Learn how to write your stitches. You can put it on this website and ask people to buy the stitch. Because people are always telling you when they see your beautiful pictures online, come teach me, come teach me. And think about it, how many people can you teach? One of the mistakes I made when I was crocheting, running my business back then, was I was making school sweaters. I've promised I'm going to make school sweaters, and I still have 20 students waiting for me at home for me to teach them how to crochet and how to knit, and they are all at different levels. I burnt out. Because how am I going to make school sweaters? And how am I going to teach? And when do I have time for myself? And people will ask you questions. So what you can do is learn how to write comprehensive patterns and comprehensive stitches. Take your picture, put it on the website, sell it. You know you can sell your stitches for $7. You can start, depending on how complicated and unique the stitch is. You can sell your stitches for $10. You can sell your stitches for $20. And guess what? Stitches never expire. Stitches never expire. So that thing can be selling stitches for you for the next 100 years. And so you might be looking, $6 is small, $10 is small. Calculate it. If 10 people pay $10 today, that's $100. If that happens till Friday, that's $500. And you are sleeping. You are not crocheting. You only crocheted one piece. Are we together? So not everybody has to run business. And if you want to do crochet pieces to sell, you have to consider developing yourself to a level where you can employ people and you can collaborate. Some people can crochet very well, but they don't have customers. Yes, you can crochet, but how many hands do you have? Have you considered collaborating with people. Because somebody spoke about SMEs yesterday and the importance of SMEs. He said people might look at farmers as irrelevant in the society. But without farmers, major businesses cannot exist. It is the one taking care of the poultry that would give the factory eggs that they use for your bread. It is the one taking care of the poultry that would give tasty fried chicken that they will use for their tasty fries, for their fried rice and chicken, for their burgers, for their what have you. Are you together? So yes, it's an SME, but without SMEs, other people will not get employment. The people producing tomatoes, the farmers that farm tomatoes, they are not the one making your sachet tomatoes and your tinned tomatoes. But are they important? They are in the entire cycle. They are very key. So yes, you might be running your crochet business as an SME, and you might get grants because you have given other people job opportunities. You have the customers. Don't be greedy. Because when you are greedy, you will lose. Truth about it is that if this will take you 2 weeks to do, and let us say 10 women meet you and say, you know what, we want this. Are you going to do this for 10 women in 2 weeks? And let us imagine you have to do this for 10 women. That will take you 2 weeks times 10. Let's say 20 weeks. How many months that? That's at least 5 months. Is that what you want to sit down in one place and be hooking stitch by stitch for 5 months? Really? It doesn't cost you much to call other crocheters and say, you know what, I have this, I'm going to give you this amount of money. The other percentage on top is yours. And guess what? One satisfied customer will bring 100 customers. So now you have satisfied 10 customers, and 10 customers will bring 100 customers. And guess what? You will provide employment for 100 people. So if you want to go for your grants and they are asking you, why do we invest in your business? You can say that my business gives people opportunities. I've been able to pay certain amount of people this money. This business is important to society because it is contributing to the well-being of people in society. So when you are crocheting, the fact that you can crochet is one thing, but crochet will show you that talent is not enough. Show you that talent is not enough. Even I myself, I don't work alone. Yes, I made this myself with my own 2 hands, but I cannot achieve every project alone. I have young people, probably those in between secondary school and university. Do you know that you can be taking some girls off the street with the crochet craft? You're always complaining, young girls are up and down, they are doing things they shouldn't be doing for money. Have you showed them the way? Have you given them an opportunity to earn something? Who doesn't want to be dignified? Have you showed them how they can earn with crochet? So crochet business is beyond talent. I said you should niche down. I said you should observe your business, know the quality of wool you are using, and give yourself the right price. And I said that you should collaborate. And I said you should go beyond just looking for customers. You can learn the nitty-gritty of crochet, learn how to write your patterns, and learn how to sell your patterns. Another way people can earn from crochet is via YouTube. Shaila Crochet. She's a popular crochet teacher. As a matter of fact, On TikTok, she was called the spring water of crochet, because a lot of crochet artists learned how to crochet from her videos. Shyla takes professional videos. I don't even know what she looks like. I can tell her fingers, but I've never seen her face. Alright? And with her fingers, she will crochet beautiful pieces, and she's very patient. I mean, after I've crocheted once, I'm not sure I want to crochet the same style again. And she will crochet it 3 times, then do a video and show you the process, how it was made. And her YouTube views are massive. Several times, there's this placard YouTube gift stations that have a lot of customers. They've given her gifts and awards for her business. Okay? And so she has taught a lot of people how to crochet, and definitely if you use Google AdSense properly, after you've gotten your 4,000 hour views, you are going to get paid in dollars. I remember when I was trying to learn about YouTube and YouTube AdSense, I remember watching a video where the person said that the first time she got a $500 check, she got it from YouTube as a teacher, teaching people her craft online. Now, when you're running your business, packaging and presentation, this is where money hides. You want to have certain type of clients show interest in your product. Crochet is a luxury business. Okay? Except you are selling small pieces like hair ruffles, key rings and earrings, crochet is a luxury business. So if somebody pays you, I saw a crochet booty online. The crochet booty was created like Adidas. It's for a newborn. Okay? The father is a sports person. The father wanted the child to have the same boots like his own boots. Very lovely, very nicely made. That crochet booty was $100. The pattern was $15. And when I looked at the quality of the wool, I just went, wow. The under part of the boot, it was just speaking excellence from the beginning to the end. Now when they wanted to package that boot, the packaging made it worth that $100. So you can't tell somebody something is 200k and you package it inside Yabasira nylon. The person will not feel proud. If somebody pays you good money for your product, they want to be able to do a video to unbox it. You get what I'm trying to say? I have a friend that sells wigs. She has some luxury brand wigs, real luxury. When people buy the wigs, they will be feeling so proud because they spent so much money. They have to defend why they spent that amount of money. They will say, I just got a wig. Oh my God, unbox this wig with me. So if you put it inside the black nylon, what kind of unboxing is that? The person should have gone to Tejo show. You get what I'm trying to say? I know people buy knitwears in thrift. That knitwear you are buying in thrift, if it was made abroad, please understand, crochet's lifespan is 25 years. Did you hear me? When the wool is very good, is how much? 25 years. So if you buy something in thrift for 500 naira and you tell yourself this is crochet, somebody has used that piece for 25 years before it came to you. Does that make sense? That is why when you wear it, it has a look. It has a look. It looks old. Because it is old. It is ancient of days. So I advise, if you want to buy a crochet piece, buy a new one. Buy the one made for you. Alright? Please use social media like a pro. What did I say? Use social media like a pro. When we talk about niching down, niche down on your social media page. Today, you are a hairdresser. Tomorrow, you are a tailor. Next tomorrow, you are a dancer. Next week, you are a storyteller. Then again, you are a business consultant. Who are you? You have confused the algorithm, you have confused your followers, and you have confused yourself. You can learn this lesson from a bus conductor. A bus conductor is a bus conductor through and through. If he stands at the bus stop at a certain hour when there is no traffic and he's shouting, Ojo Elegba, Ojo Elegba, Ojo Elegba, if one person enters and in the next 1 hour nobody comes, that bus conductor is going nowhere. Ojo Elegba, Ojo Elegba, Ojo Elegba, 2 hours, 3 people enter. Ojo Elegba, you will then shock you, the bus will be full. Then he will go. Because he knows that he's a bus conductor. A bus conductor does not say, Ojo Elegba, people are not going. Let me change my bus stop. He doesn't change bus stop. His Ojo Elegba is going. If you are shouting, he will say, calm down. Don't frustrate me. He knows where he is going. He will not go and park his bus and start selling granuts. Because Ojo Elegba people have not yet entered his bus. Or have you ever seen a bus driver? He will park his bus because nobody is there. He will go and sell plantain. He is a bus driver. He is a what? Bus driver. So if somebody comes to your social media handle, don't confuse them. Are we together? Don't say, I posted the picture today, nobody bought. Consistency is key. Don't be looking at the number of likes. Don't say, nobody liked my video. Or maybe only 2 people liked my video. Let me tell you, 1 is always greater than 0. That one person that liked your video or that one person that viewed your video could be working in CNN. And you don't know. That one person that liked your video, that one person that viewed your video could be a top influencer in the country. Because these influencers, they have their influencing page, then they have their personal page where people don't know that they are the one. So consistency is key. It builds anticipation, it builds a story, and it builds an identity. You niche down, you understand your product, you understand what it costs you to create that product, you give a price that is valuable to you. You respect yourself by not undervaluing yourself. You are original. You learn to write stitches and patterns. You sell your patterns via Pinterest, via Etsy, via different websites. You can use YouTube. And also, you are consistent. This is basically what you need to build a crochet business. Secondly, loneliness is not good. Have a community. If you are a hairdresser, join a hairdressers community. If you are a doctor, join a community of doctors. Why are you joining a community of people like you? So that your conversations will align. So that you can ask questions and you will not feel lost. So if you're a crocheter, join a crochet community. Human beings are social creatures. Okay? This has been a good community for me because it's a community of speakers. Everybody that is here loves to talk. Nobody is going to tell you shut up, you talk too much. You get? If I was in a community of quiet people, I will be quiet. I might have a lot to say, but I will leave it in my heart because I don't want them to tell me I talk too much. But over here, you are expected to talk. In fact, if you can talk for 3 or 4 hours, you will be awarded for speaking that long because wow, we need to get to 20 days. You get what I'm saying? So join a community of like-minded people. Join a community of crocheters. Crochet is a market that has not yet been fully tapped into. I know that when you come to the internet, you might think that the crochet market is oversaturated. But actually, I have good news for you and for anybody who wants to crochet. The crochet market can never be oversaturated. Do you want to know why? Ask me why. Hello? Why?
Why?
Because unlike makeup, that is all about makeup, crochet has different expressions. Some people crochet bags, some people crochet clothes, some people crochet doll babies, some people crochet teddy bears, some people crochet books. Yes, and crochet books are good for newborns or children that you want to introduce to books. It's part of what I do, because when you buy a storybook for children, they will tear it, especially from ages 1 to 5. I bought some books, very heartbreaking, and children's storybooks, those very flamboyant, beautiful ones, they are not cheap. Now you buy it and then the child will read it for the first day, the second day, by the third day, dragging, pulling is done. But you see, crochet stitches stay together. They are stronger than glue. So when the book is crocheted, the child can enjoy it. And babies that love to put things in their mouth, your baby can put it in their mouth, no hazard. And guess what? It is fabric. You can wash it, but you don't need to scrub it. That's one thing people don't know. Crochet doesn't need scrubbing. If it has a stain, all you need to do is to soak it in water. When you check it, just brush it a little. The stain would go away, it will disappear. Spread it and you are good. Let me even help you out. Crochet fabric does not smell. I don't know. If you remember your school sweaters, did any of your school sweaters smell? Think about it. Did any of your school sweaters smell? With all the sweat, wool does not smell. Do you get? So what I do, as long as there is no stain, if I pick my crochet fabric and I hang it under the sun, the color comes out bright as if I have washed it, because it's made of animal skin. It's cotton. And do animals wash their skin, so to say? Do sheep wash their skin, so to say? It might take until they see water and enter the water. They can go for days without washing. And once the sun shines on the sheep's skin, white again. That's the beauty about crochet. Once the sun shines on the fabric, it's new again. But many people don't know this. They think, the fabric is strong. You put it in the washing machine, put it on strong wash, spin it twice, and then You are ripping, say, that wool was not good. You don't know how to maintain the fabric. And so guess how healthy this is for children. A lady built a brand by producing baby dolls and dolls in human likeness that were not hazardous for babies, because she bought her child a toy. I don't know, babies' first communication of love, once they like something, is mouth. If they see you, they like you, they will lick your face. So you buy a toy for them. Oh, beautiful color. What color is this? Let me find out the color. Maybe if I taste it, I will know the color. Straight to the mouth. And then, God forbid, the child chokes on something. So she created baby toys with crochet that will not harm your children. So we're talking about why crochet is not a saturated market. You can make clothes, you can make bags, you can make accessories, you can make books, you can make paintings, real life paintings. I've seen people that produce paintings with wool. Very unique. And those paintings, like I said, crochet's lasting life. That is, you used it badly, you used it poorly. Is how many years? 25. So imagine you have a painting kept in a nice room like this one that is crocheted. Eternity. It will be there like a museum saying that somebody created this painting. You have crochet decorations. People use crochet for curtains. People use crochet for different things. So there are several expressions of crochet. You have crochet shoes, adult shoes, very beautiful art. So it's not a market that can be saturated. And this is why I would advise everybody to crochet. Crochet is good for children in the sense that it helps them to build their pincer grip, it helps them to understand mathematics, and it helps their brain muscles to be built properly. Crochet is good for elderly people because it helps them to have a memory that retains information, and it makes them feel useful and purposeful even in their old age. Imagine you as a grandma, the kids loving to visit you because grandma always has something unique for them. And as a grandma, you've written your patterns, your money is still coming in, so grandma always has money. And grandma can have conversations with the children. Isn't that nice? Yeah. So these are the advantages of crochet as an art. And again, guess what? You can make money from it. And with this, I hope I've been able to convince you to crochet. Or if you cannot crochet, buy a crochet piece before I pass on the mic to the next speaker. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. That was really, really insightful. I was talking with my sister right beside me. I said, I think I'm going to go learn crochet. You know, I used to do it when I was younger. Yeah, I used to do it when I was younger, but you know, life happens. You want to work to make money, but I'm seeing the benefits. All right, my name is Oluchi, and I'm here to talk about a very interesting topic. Can Nigeria lead Africa? Where is Nigeria? Nigeria is located in the western part of Africa. Okay, I'll start with a story of a very young man who finished from the university, top of his class, intelligent, impeccable, you know, hardworking, and full of ideas, like every young person is. And then Nigeria happens. No job, no money, and pressure from family. You have to make money. There's mommy, there's daddy, there's siblings. There are even friends that you have to impress, right? And so what does he do? Japa. But not outside Africa, because he got an opportunity to travel to, let's say, Egypt, or which other country? Who can tell me? Within Africa. Sorry? South Africa. Oh, beautiful country. Very beautiful. You know, there's Rwanda, there's Kenya, you know. But imagine, why did he have to relocate? Why did he have to leave Nigeria? Because back home in Nigeria, struggle. Number one, unstable electricity. Talking about unstable electricity, I've had to move from the island to the mainland because, as usual, transformer blew. So imagine a young person in this situation. You need electricity to work. You need electricity to do a lot of things. Even with the crochet business, you need electricity, right? Can you crochet in the dark? It's not possible, you know. So he struggled with unstable electricity. Then limited opportunities. In Nigeria, what are the main jobs now? Either you want to be a doctor or a banker, an accountant, a lawyer. It's just, things are just coming up now, right? Content creators, just coming up little by little. So he had limited opportunities. I remember this young man is full of ideas. I said it at the beginning. Very intelligent, impeccable. All right. Then the system. Oh my goodness. Delaying processes. The system delaying processes. This young man was obviously frustrated of the economy. Okay? And he has applied. Oh my God. Let's not even go into job applications. If I ask people in this room, you know, what you do, is that what you studied in school? Why are you doing what you're doing? You've applied, right? Applied and applied and applied. And then just say, let me just do something, at least to make money. Okay? So he waited and waited and waited. And then someone says, oh, I have an opportunity in Kenya, in South Africa, for you. And what did he do? He traveled. And guess what? In a year, he got a job, a good paying job, so he could send money back home. In 2 years, he became a team lead. And in 3 years, he had his own business. Would he have been able to achieve that if he was here? Can anyone answer me? Without the connect. Miraculously, right? Thank you. Okay? Now this is the same person. Same education, same ambition. But what changed? His environment. Thank you. The system changed. So he could thrive in a well-developed system. Alright? So the difficult question is, if a Nigerian can thrive easily outside, what does it say about Nigeria? What does it say about us? What does it say? Yes, we have the ability. But then, things need to shape up, right? Okay. So now, can a country that struggles to help its people, can it lead a continent? What do you think? Can that country lead a continent? With its current state? No. But there is hope, isn't there?
Yes.
We are called the giants of Africa. Is it just a cliche? Is it just a name? What makes a giant a giant? Alright? You have to be powerful, right?
Yes.
Confident, right? But this giant of Africa has been repeated for years. When they play football, they will say, we are the giant of Africa, Super Eagles. But what happens? We go out there and then the system still holds us back. Because maybe someone is holding the money for something and is depriving the players of having, and it still comes back to us, going back to the drawing board. Are we truly leading? Or are we just holding? Is it just a reputation? You know how you just come out and say, hey, Jagaban, I'm around, I'm the one. But deep down, are you leading? Are you serving? Are we serving? Is Nigeria serving the people? That's a question we need to ask. Leadership is not about size. You can have a really small child be the class prefect of a class, right? Why? The child there's some innate abilities in that child that has made that child the leader. So it's not about size. The very big one might not even be the rep. I remember when I was serving in 2010, my platoon, I was the assistant platoon leader. Oh, and I was not as big as this. I was very tiny. And if you see the platoon leader, he was very big. We call him Biggie. Now, why was I made the assistant? Because I could carry the crowd. So Biggie was there for size. I was there to make sure that things happened. And my platoon won a lot of awards. So leadership is not about size. Leadership is not about population. You know that Nigeria is one of the most populous countries with over 200 million people, right? So it's not about population, it's not about size. And it's not about how loud your presence is. Like I said, hey, I'm around. Everyone say, hey, hey, hey. But then when it comes to the nitty-gritty of the work, can you do it? No. And maybe just one young lad can just be able to, do everything. Like I said, in my platoon, I knew everybody. We were about almost 100. But I could tell everyone. And even after serving, years later, I still see these people. And I'm like, oh, you were in platoon 10 in Borno State. Batch A. And they're like, huh? How do you know me? I was your assistant platoon leader. And you're like, that memory, how do you remember? Because everybody had to pay. And I made sure everybody paid. Yes, because we had to have events. And after the event, I was the one that said, okay, this is the change remaining. Everybody got equal. I made sure everybody got to the least kobo. That's leadership. It's not about size. It's not about your presence. Can you do the work? Alright? Structure. You need to have a structure. And you need to be consistent. Like she said earlier, you need to be consistent. If you're not known for something, then what are you known for? You should be known for something. So there must be consistency. For example, if someone calls your name now, what comes to mind? Like I've seen her. Oh, she just strikes me so much. Her hair. I love the look, but I can't carry the look, I'm sorry. But you look good. Consistency. Not today, like she said, not today. You are in fashion. Tomorrow, you are dancing on TikTok. Next tomorrow, you are cooking. So what do we know you for? Nigeria is actually known for something. I'm getting there. Alright? I am. And a system that works. Leadership. This is what leadership is about. Consistency, structure, and a system that works. Look at every leader of an organization. Look at the banks. Every bank has a structure. Do you know that? And they are consistent for something. Like I don't want to mention any bank. But there's some banks there are some institutions I bank with. Oh, when I go to their app, I'm like, man, these guys are too good. They're consistent at this thing. Because if they're not, everybody will move ship somewhere else. That's the same thing with leadership. Alright? And then they have systems that work. If I come to your app and I'm putting my password, every time it's not going, what happens? I'll go to the bank. Okay, I need to move my money out of here. I need to move elsewhere. Alright? So, but even though we've talked about all of these things, you would agree with me that Nigeria has a strength, right? Do we have our strength? We do. Population, number one. We are one of the most populous countries in the world. Over 200 million. Now look at it. Let's look at what 200 million is. 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 10 million in 20 places. That's a whole lot of people. And then we have young people. Oh my God. Young with energy. Vibrant. Full of ideas. If I ask everybody in this room now, give me 2 ideas you have. By the time I'm done, I can have businesses. Because we are full of ideas. Full of ideas. Look at your shirt. So beautiful. Oh my God, I was thinking, who made this? This is nice. Yeah, you look good. Yeah, you look good. Your earrings, everything, all put together. And you dressed yourself right. Or do you have a fashion person? No, you did it. See? So she could actually dress people. It could be a business for her. We are full of ideas. Full of ideas. Everyone in this room. And we're young. Is anyone above 50 here? Young people. That's one of the strengths of Nigeria. I call the first one. Who can remind me what the first one is? Population. Number 2. Youth. Young people with ideas. Alright? Another one is economic weight. Oil and gas. Who do you call? They're always seeing oil. I heard that they saw oil in Ogun State the other day. I even heard that one woman saw oil in her house, in her compound, and she hid it. And at the end of the day, the community reported her and they came and took over her house. Yeah, they came and took over her property, sent her away. I heard. I was in a bus last week and they were talking, when you are in a bus, sometimes you just listen, you hear gist. I was like, hey, why didn't the woman bring people in now so that, but human beings want to hide it. Oil and gas. Is it fintech? Come on. Look at the banks coming up. So, I don't want to call names, but they are doing so well. And they've been able to pull people in. That's the mind of a Nigerian. Alright, let's talk about entertainment. Oh, we're active in entertainment. Is it Nollywood? Our movies now, they are going all around. Movies are showing even abroad. That's Nigeria. That's Nigeria. That's the spirit of Nigeria. That's the spirit. So we have our strengths, don't we? I'm still going on and on. Culture. When you talk about culture, oh my goodness.
Hey.
And there are Yorubas here, right? There are Hausas here. The Fulanis, the Kanuris, the Ibibio. I'm Igbo, I married Akwa Ibom. Igala, Isoko. We have rich culture. Is it food? Oh, my favorite, Amala. Begiriani, we don't know I'm Igbo. Yeah, but in this condition, I can't take it now. Yeah, can't. But when I'm done, I will still go back to my favorite. Oha soup, banga soup, starch and owo. Is it culture? We have rich culture. Even they come from over there and they buy our stuff and they take it there and they sell it very expensive. I even see now that they are learning Yoruba, they are learning Igbo. They are even singing our songs in Igbo, in Yoruba. Why? Because we are relevant. There's something we're good at. Our culture is rich. Very rich. Music. Should we go there? We have very rich. And our musicians are, the ones that are good, they sit to write. And when they write and you hear their songs, you're like, where do these people get these ideas and inspiration from? We're still talking about Nigeria, right? Fashion now. Please, can you stand up? Stand up. I know this is not Nigerian, but it's made by a Nigerian, right?
Yes.
All your idea.
It's Nigerian.
It is Nigerian.
It is Nigerian.
See? Thank you. Please sit down. Fashion. My sister here is a fashionista. She makes clothes. Most of the traditionals I wear, she made my wedding dress. Both of them, and they're so beautiful. Nigerian. All from her head. They're so beautiful and you can see the creativity. Fashion. I know of someone here in Nigeria that makes clothes here and sends abroad. They buy it in dollars. So now it's not just us bringing from there, we're also sending across and making money. Strength of Nigeria. The language. The language, so beautiful. So beautiful. And in every part you have different language. You can have a state with about 10 or 15 different languages, and when you hear, you're like, which state is this? And you're like, in this state, this language. Even Igbo, there's the Owerri Igbo, very sweet. When you hear it, oh my god, you just want to fall in love with Igbo. The language is beautiful, so beautiful. That's the strength of Nigeria. And a Nigerian is creative, very creative, very creative. In any craft you find them, they put in that touch to show that, oh, I am creative. Should we talk about the Nigerian spirit? Nigerian spirit is amazing, resilient. A typical Nigerian does not give up. Do you give up easily? If there is no light, what do you do? Turn on your generator. If there is no fuel, what do? You buy a what? If your neighbor has solar, what do you? You go there and you pot. That's the resilience. Some other person might sit in their homes in the dark, but not a Nigerian. You will find something that works. Give a Nigerian lemon, what will he make? Lemonade. In fact, you even sell the lemonade. You won't take it alone, you will sell it. That's the Nigerian spirit. Relentless and adaptive. Very adaptive. Like I said, transformer that blew made me go from the island to the mainland. I could have stayed in my house in the heat, in this condition. No, that's not Nigerian. I moved to my mother's house where there's light 32 hours. Yeah, and I'm there. Hopefully they will fix it. That's the adaptive spirit of a Nigerian, the resilient spirit of a Nigerian. Never die spirit. We have it. Alright? We find ways to survive. We find ways to survive. If a Nigerian does not have money now in his pocket, he will find a way. Definitely. Something has to give. Something must work. Okay? But now it's time to be honest. Everybody say time to be honest. Survival is not leadership. Nah, that's not leadership. Because in all these things I've said, we are surviving, right? That's not leadership. Enduring hardship. That's what we're doing. Yeah. It doesn't serve us. Because we need to build a system that works. That works for everyone. Both the young and the old. The rich and the poor. Everyone. Equity. Very important. Okay? Nigeria is a beautiful country, but we are constrained by structure. It's holding us back. We have policies that are not consistent. Today, it's like this. Should we go about the fuel? You go to bed, and it's, how much? 860. And you wake up to go to the bus stop, you're hearing Lekki. No, so Lekki used to be, say, 1,000. And you then start hearing Lekki 2,000. You're like, when I just ate that 1,000 yesterday, and they say, you know, yeah, what happened? And you ask the conductor, what happened? Fare don't increase to how much? 1,300. Eh? Overnight. How? When did this happen? Inconsistent policies. And it's affecting everyone. You know the funniest part is affecting everyone now. Before they will say, what's that what they always say? Not God forbid, not for me and my family. Something like that. But now it's affecting everyone. Inconsistent policies. Systems that are not functioning. Should we go into that one? Should we enter it? Or we should just skim through? Small. They say police is your friend, I mean. She said, once. Once in your life, they're your friend. Oh, nice. My funniest part is, I have a family member. My husband's father used to be a police, but he's late anyways. And every day I say, God, whatever they said, not over my children. Because they cost police. And that's the truth. People do. Because there are some of them that are just not nice. And that's because the system is not working for them. If the system is working, they won't do what they're doing. I don't think so. Because this person has a family. Sometimes they have 8 children. And there's no father that will get home and see his children hungry. See his children lacking. See his children sick. Staying at home for fees. What does he? He will do everything. Because a Nigerian does what? Survives. He thrives. He adapts irrespective of the situation and the condition. So he has to do what he has to do. So sometimes I try to put myself in their shoes. But then, for how long will I put myself in your shoes? Alright? Systems. People want to go into the offices. Oh my goodness. The way they will stress you. The way they... In fact, What I do now is, in this condition, the things that somebody, like normally, so maybe there's an issue in the office and we need to sort it out. I go myself. I tell them, leave it, I'll go. You know why? There's nobody that sees a pregnant woman that will not attend to the pregnant woman. And when I go there, I can shout, Abi. They say, yeah, I leave her, she's pregnant. Yeah. So I do it. Yes. I go in. At first I'll be calm. But when I see that, oh, you're taking me for granted, I want to see your manager. I want to say, oh, madam, please, sorry. Be your condition. You don't have to. But if the system works, will I have to do that? No. All right. We make short-term decisions. We don't think long-term. We don't think long-term. Short-term. Okay, let's do this one. Okay, we'll put it like this. It will give us this. What about when we put it this way and there's a problem at the end of the day? How do we go about it? Another short-term decision again. Instead of long-term decisions that will help grow and build the economy. So we're doing shortcuts. That's what we call it. Does shortcuts help? At the end of the day, you still go back to square one. Alright? Although people succeed in spite of it, not because of it. But how many? You can count people that succeed in this economy. But it shouldn't be. It shouldn't. Alright? Our economy is dependent on oil. Do you agree? Heavily dependent on oil. So today, if the oil ceases, now what happens? And there are other things. There's bauxite, there's gold, there's cocoa, there are lots, there's tin. Oh my goodness, there are lots of minerals that are even yet untapped that we don't know about. And some of them are in our backyard, we don't even know. But everybody wants to go for what? Oil. Oil. Did you see oil in your backyard? There's oil. At the end of the day, when you see it, what happens? They come and take it away from you. So are you praying now not to see or to see? Which one? We are heavily dependent on oil. And then when these changes happen around the world, we are affected. I heard that it was because of the war that fuel has increased.
Yes.
How does it affect us? Yes, because I asked the same question. How does it affect us? Oh, okay. Iran?
Yes.
Oh, so that's how it's affecting us. But we have the refinery
We
here.
have crude.
Yes.
We export crude
What is the refinery for here?
to America. That's Dangote. He's not supplying to everyone.
Okay. So it's really affecting us. Okay, so it's not gist. It's not gist, it's real. Okay. Anyways, there's been a ceasefire, so I hope. Because the thing about us is that once it goes up,
So come down.
they'll be there. Will they?
They will.
Okay. It came down one time and it went up again. And it has been up again till then. Alright. Okay, so as a leader, as a true leader, we must have a diversified and stable economy. So we can't just focus on oil alone. And the onus is on you. And when we say Nigeria, who is actually Nigeria? Who is Nigeria? Huh? Yes, we all make the country. And imagine if everybody's out there, not waiting for government. Because people say, it's government, it's government, it's government. Who makes the government? We. Because someday, you might be a governor. You might be the president. But it is what you have now that you will give. If you are not full of ideas, when you get there, where will you be? Just like that. If you don't diversify, when you get there, what will you be? You'll just be the same, no difference. Alright? Okay. Now I move to education. Who likes education here? How was school when you went to school? Tell me the truth, how was school? How was school when you went to school? Is it like it is now?
No.
Huh?
I was looking forward to the holiday.
Oh, why? Why were you looking forward to the holiday?
It was tough.
I remember in primary 5, I had a teacher that would flog me because I missed one math sum. And math was my best subject, but I missed one, he would flog me. So I started stabbing school. On the Thursday when we have math tests, I would tell my mother, when we are going to school, I would say, I'm sick, my belly, my tummy. And my mother would take me to the neighbor's house to go and stay. And I will not go to school that Thursday because of tests, so that they will not flog me. until they caught me and found out that this is what's happening. And my mother went to the school and warned the teacher and said she failed one. You teach her how to get it right. Don't flog her. Because my mom was also in the education system, you know. But we had that fear. But now the children are scared of school. You see them carry and go to school. Today they have fruit day. Tomorrow they have color day. Next tomorrow they have pajamas day. Nanny's day. Grandma's day. Father's day. Mother's day. Did we have all that? No, we didn't. You know, and the education system needs to help create problem solvers.
Yes.
We don't just want to go to school. We just go to school, pass exam, then when we come out, we can't function in the modern world. This is a modern world. There's AI now. If you see what children are doing with AI, you will say, God, there's a lot for me to learn.
Yeah.
And it's just kids, you just take it and you go pa 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 pa, and you're like, what did you just do? Teach me. And guess what? I like to learn, so I learn. But some adults will be like, teach me what? What do you know? You don't know anything. Even sometimes you bring in a topic in class and you tell them, teach me. And they teach you so well because they are thinking outside the box. And that's what the education system should be now. We need to produce problem solvers. So you come into a room and the place is untidy. What do? Do you just sit in the room? Do you just sit down and you shout, you'll be throwing tantrums where you're sitting? Or you start to help. Oh, this is my room. I need to make it look good. And you start to tidy. You know? Put things together. You need to create people that solve problems. Our graduates, they leave school and they're not ready for the world. You even tell them to write a letter. They're coming for an interview, write a letter. And by the time you see what the graduate has written, you are shocked. And you say this person has a BSc in. How did you get that BSc? Did it fly? Or was it impacted on you? How did you get it? And some of them, when they speak, oh my goodness, you want to run and hide. You know, so our education system has to do better because the education system out there is better. So we need to do better. And these are the reasons why when you see a job, if you imagine you are sitting here now, you're seated in here, and a message pops up on your phone. Boom, 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 boom. You have a job in Egypt or you have a job in Tunisia. What will you do? Sayonara, and you are out.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yes.
And if you get one in Nigeria here and one outside Nigeria, why will you go for the one outside? Why will you go for the one outside?
I want to see the world.
You want to see the world, right? But there's world here in Nigeria. The thing is, you will check, first off, you will check the pay.
I'm seeing it.
You will check the pay. This one is in dollars. This one is in naira. No. This one is giving me accommodation. No. This one is giving me, I'm traveling. I'm all expense paid. You know. So we need to, because we're losing talent to other countries, to better systems and to better opportunities. Now there's another issue. The issue of trust. We don't have trust in our institutions. Do you agree with me? Do you trust in the institution? There's something they say. Don't let Nigeria happen to you. Has Nigeria happened to you? It's a balance. It has happened to you. Oh, it hasn't happened to me, and I pray it doesn't. Yes, you know when they say don't let Nigeria happen to you, maybe you lose a loved one. Oh, I have lost a loved one based on the Nigerian system. How could I forget? So there's no trust in institution. There's no trust in leadership. There's no trust even in our offices. Do you trust your leaders? Do you trust your leaders? A few, right? Proven themselves. But the ones that have not proven themselves, what happened? You don't trust them. Or is that how it's supposed to be? Shouldn't. Do we trust in our systems? We don't. And it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. If anything is happening in Nigeria now, and even an Ethiopian is here, the embassy will do what? Rescue them immediately. because they know where they are. Let's leave it there. Let's leave it like that. Let's not go in again. Let's leave it like that. Okay? And without trust, leadership is difficult, internally and externally. But when your followers trust you, they can give themselves, they can give their lives for you. Okay? Now, while we are navigating these challenges, trying to find a way around, trying to not sink but swim, what are other countries doing? They are quietly, they are deliberately, they are intentionally and consistently working, building, moving forward. They are investing in tech. Because technology is the way forward now, right?
Yeah.
So while we are still struggling with all these challenges that I've mentioned, these people are building technology. Technology is so vast, so vast. And if everyone actually finds, like you said, their niche,
Yes.
we will build a master structure called Nigeria. All right? They are investing in their infrastructure. Oh my God. I went to South Africa in 2019. And when I landed the airport, in fact, first of all, the cold, they already told us it was going to be cold, so we had to go with the winter jacket and all. By the time we came down from the airport, Wi-Fi in the airport. We were connected to Wi-Fi. See airport. I was just like there was no sand. Then we now got out of the airport, see the shuttles that came to pick us, because we went for a program. And I was looking at the streets of South Africa. All the cars are white. No sand, no grain of sand on the ground. Ha! I say Chineke me. Sorry for using that. I've been there twice, and those 2 times they haven't failed to wow me. I'm like, so do people come here and they can't bring this same thing back home? Huh? Is the work, right? Ah, man, I have not been to Kenya, but I heard that it's so beautiful. What about Ethiopia? What about Egypt?
Turkey.
Well, Turkey is not in Africa.
Where is it?
Turkey should be in either Asia or Europe. Europe, yeah. Turkey is not in Africa.
It's Tokyo.
Tokyo is, no, that's Asia. Even Madagascar that is down in the map of Africa, is so beautiful. Huh? So we really need to, I mean, our infrastructure, and we have good infrastructure here, it's just maintenance. I heard of the upside down house in VI, yes, VI here, yes. I've not been there. We have some really good structure. We have, well, even though they've started closing down beaches, but we still have beaches, thank God. Some museums, Nikkei Arts Gallery. We have good places, but then we still need to, maintain them. And also, we shouldn't be personally driven. It should be institution driven. She has a business. What about the institution itself? Nigeria owned, not you owned or you own. Do you get my point? We need to work on that. Okay? Now, these other countries, they are strengthening their governance. They are making policies, lasting policies that will work. But of course, we short term, just to solve the problem now, forgetting that the problem now could still, after solving it, could still bring another problem. So we're not thinking long term, thinking outside the box. They are positioning themselves for leadership. Because in doing all these things, strengthening their governance, infrastructure, investing in tech, they are positioning themselves for leadership. Why? Because leadership is not automatic. It is earned. You need to show, you need to prove that you are a leader. Come into your rooms, everybody, hey, they'll be like, who is this? Oh, he's the one in charge. Oh, he's the one in charge. Okay. And you come, hey, you'll say, who is this? He's one of us. I beg, go and sit down. You've not earned it. Leadership is not automatic. It is earned. So, my question is, Can Nigeria lead Africa? Answer, can we lead Africa?
If we choose to.
Thank you. Yes, we can. But we cannot do it with inconsistent systems. We cannot do it with unstable structures. And we cannot do it with untapped potentials. Okay, for us to lead, things have to change. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
We need to change things. And it starts, who does it start from? You and I. I said you and I. You and I, yes. So we must move from personality-driven systems, like I said, to institution-driven systems. Okay? Collaboration, like you said. Not just me owning. For example, I have something, I'm like, oh, I could share with her. That way, we do more. And we save time. I bring her in. Oh, she also can do it. Oh, we can teach her to do it. You know, we bring her in, and that way everybody, and we're building a unit. We're building a unit that works. That way, if someone reaches out to you, oh, I have this for so people, I have a team already. I don't need to recruit. These people are already there with me. That way we form institutions. How do you think these banks came about? You, my friend, pull resources together, and we have that. How can Nigeria lead again? We must have systems that work regardless of who is in charge. There's someone in charge here, right?
Yes.
Is the person here now?
No.
Is this working?
Yes.
Why? Systems. There's a system. There's already systems in place to make things work. Alright? And this is just a small unit. Imagine this if this is a country and we have this system. Things are already working. It doesn't have to be here. Things are working. Alright? Move from short-term thinking to long-term planning. Solving problems. I come in here, oh, I see people. Oh, people will need water, right? Is there water? Oh, there's no water. Okay, let's get water. Put water somewhere. I've solved the problem, right? So people are not going in and out. Like I wanted to step out to get food, and someone says, oh, don't worry. And let's arrange something for you. I didn't have to go out. Problem solving. Very important. Because leadership requires vision, not just reaction. A leader is a visionary. You need to see ahead. You need to see the problem before the problem comes and put a solution to the problem. That way, when the problem comes, you're good to go. Alright? We must invest seriously in education. Very important. And this brings me to say that education is expensive. It's not cheap. But we can help. Why do I say this? There's a passion for having a school or having schools that are technology driven, and then people collaborate to pay so that people can have access. People that don't have access can have access. You see of schools that are paying, universities that are paying 1 million, 2 million. Who has all of that money? But if 4 people, 5 people come together to say, okay, I want to give scholarship to 10 people, 10 children that have done so well. You know, sometimes we look for those that have done so well. What of those that have not done so well? Yes. Like I step into a class, and guess what? I make friends with the ones that seem like they can't grab anything. You see the high flyers, they're my friends though, because already, yes, we know. But you see those ones that are having a challenge learning, I pick on them. They become my friends. I don't pick on them like, but they become my friends. I have special interest in them. Why? Because when you're interested in them, they want to do more. So it's not just looking out for those that are so good and giving them that. Maybe out of the 10, pick 4 or 3 that have potential but are struggling. I mean, academically. Because you want to put, I know it's not easy pouring into a basket. But we can pour into a basket, if you put something in the basket that will hold the water or freeze the water, it will hold.
Yes.
So when there's a will, there's a way.
There's a way.
Yeah, there is a way. So have 10 people, 3 that are, coming up, and 7 that are there, so that way you're not leaving anyone behind. We need to invest in education. Very important. Not just certificates, but skills. We need to have skillful individuals leaving the university. People that can make things, use their hands to do things. Like if I ask everybody in here, what's your skill? Some can bake, some can cook, some can what? Some can sew, some can crochet, some can teach. Do you know teaching is a skill? It's not everybody that can teach. It's not everybody. Some people would come here, they will teach you, you'll be like, hey God, what is this? And you'll be so confused and you cannot talk. But some will break it down so well that you're like, whoa, where are you from? I remember, because you know some children are kinesthetic, right? Yeah. Oh, I've gone into teaching. They learn through touch. If they're not touching those things, they can't learn. And so there's this child that's been having a challenge, with learning, and it was fractions. And I heard, and I was like, oh, okay, I'll go in. And they were like, no, you can't go in, your condition. I said, why can't I go in? Don't worry, it's fine. So one morning I went into the class, and I called him, I said, come. And his classmates were there, because they were having a free period. And so I like to work on tiles, and the tiles in their class is white. So I got markers from my office, and I sat on the floor with him. They were like, you sit on the floor. I said, don't worry, I'm fine. And we started doing the fractions, so quarter of 20. I said, what does quarter mean? It says divide into 4 equal parts. I said, we're going to share into 4 equal parts. So I drew 4 circles on the floor. You're like, oh, 4 circles. So we're going to count one after the other in each circle until we get to 20. So follow me, count with me. We go 1, 2, 3, 4 till we got to 20. Now count how many. We counted 5, 5, 5. I just did 2 examples with him, and his classmates were watching. When it was time to do his work, hey, this boy was just flying. Guess what? Every other person did it the same way. They left the method they were taught because they liked that method. And they all wanted to do it on the tiles. I said, please, 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 you can do it in your book. Don't worry. But for that child, because the child has that, I won't say phobia, but would want to be, hands-on on the floor everywhere. That's how the child is. That's why I told the teacher, leave him, let him be. In fact, I didn't even let him write. I snapped his work, took it to my office, put it together, printed it, and stuck it in his book. He was like, oh my work, this is my work, oh my goodness, how much is my work? I did work. And he was so proud of himself. Education, teaching. And somebody would teach that fraction, and you'll be like, what did this teacher just do? He just scattered my brain. So education is very important in a system that works. Because imagine if this child continues learning this way. Will the child have challenges? Bring science like that, make science alive. Make even English. Have you thought about fairy tale stories too? 3, 4-year-olds, and they are writing stories. 4-year-olds writing stories. You wear the fairy tale wings. As a teacher, come in as a fairy, like a fairy, and they're looking at you like, what's going on here? And then you come with pixie dust, but be careful. Pixie dust is glitters. You might have asthmatic children, so you have to be careful. So you need to find out. And then anyone that comes up with a story, they just tell you the story. They don't even need to write it yet. Oh, pixie dust for you. Oh, they're like, oh. And then when it's time to write, they will go all out for you. Education, we need to think outside the box. Let's not be stereotypical in our teaching, in imparting knowledge, because we're churning out amazing graduates. Let me put it that way. Okay, so we must build an active, stable, and diverse economy. Active, stable, it has to be stable, there must be stability, and it must be diverse. Gold, tin, bauxite, not just oil, it has to be, okay? And then This one item very important. We need to have a mindset change. Sweetheart, tell me one thing about Nigeria.
Nigeria is a country with diverse people. People who are motivated to chase good for themselves.
Okay, she's talking good about Nigeria, right? Tell me something about Nigeria, please.
Nigeria is a country where, well, everybody just wants to, they don't want to try.
You want to thrive? Okay, that's good. But you know when you ask somebody, like in a bus, Nigeria, say, hey, Nigeria, wow, so far, it's too much, no money. You see, we need to have a mindset change. We need to have a mind. We need to speak good about our country. It's not easy. It's not easy, but we can do it. We need to see. You say what you want to see. Don't say what you see. If you have a child that is stubborn, let me know you're stubborn. A child that is very active and not just hyper. A child that has a mind of their own. Strong will, that's the word. Will you be insulting your child? You will speak good about your child because this is your child. Same with Nigeria. We must stop. We must change the narrative of speaking ill about our country. Do we see the things that happen? Yes, we do, but we refuse to accept those things because we know that it will get better. That's still a young nation. How old is Nigeria? Is Nigeria up to... Are we up to 60? 63. I know you're up to 70 now. 66. We're getting to 70. Before we get to 70, things will. So what I'm trying to say is we need to speak good about our country. And it starts from me and you. What you say is what you get. Good water. Imagine you put 2 water in a cup. Studies have shown. You speak good to this water, speak bad to this water. What happens to this water? It gets bad. Same thing. Nigeria is bad. That's what you get. Nigeria is thriving. We are a good people of a great nation. Change the mindset. And even when you have people around you speaking bad about Nigeria, say, Oga, madam, what you say is what you get. And it's not when you say that immediately it happens. You need to say it and consistently say it before you see it. Do you agree with me? Very important. So we must change our mindset. We must change survival to strategy. Have strategies to make things work. Shortcuts, they don't work. We must have systems that work. And then individual success. Change it to collaborative progress. Like she said, collaborate with people. Don't do it on your own. You know, that way we achieve more and we're well known. So remember I started with the story, right?
Yeah.
What was my story about? Who can remember?
I went to travel out.
In an African country because he couldn't get a job. Now, he had to change environment to a place with structure and consistency. So imagine this. What if Nigeria provided this structure? Will he have to leave?
No.
What if millions did not have to leave to thrive? What will be happening with the economy?
To grow.
Much better than it is now, right? What if the system matched the people's potential? Then leadership becomes real. Do you agree with me? Yeah. So Nigeria will only lead if it becomes more disciplined. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
Who agrees with me? We'll only lead if we become more disciplined, right?
Yes.
We'll only lead if we are more structured. Structure in every place. And it starts from the family. Because that's the smallest unit. So if a family is structured, it moves to what? Moves out to the society. And from society to the what? To the economy. Yeah. So the family has to have a structure. Structure comes when mommy and daddy agree that this is what will happen. And they stand by it. That way we build resilient individuals that make a resilient economy. Alright? We have to be more accountable. Who likes to be accountable here? You do? You guys are so nice. Even me myself, sometimes I'm like, hey God, please, can I just hide from this? Can I just, yeah, sometimes, right? Not every time. You know, sometimes some things are just so hard and you're like, please, can I run? Can I just escape? And when it's almost time, you just quickly hurry up, you know. So we have to be more accountable and we have to be more intentional with our systems, with our strategies and all. So the question now is no longer, can Nigeria lead Africa? What is the question now? Who can tell me what the question will be now?
Are we ready?
Sorry?
Are we ready?
Will we do what is required to lead Africa? So on this note, I must say thank you for this opportunity. I had fun. You guys are the best audience ever. Please clap for yourselves. Clap for yourselves. I enjoyed myself. And I'm handing over the mic now to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good day, everybody. My name is Aisha. First of all, I want to appreciate everybody that has been on this stage since we started this. So, good afternoon once again. I'll be speaking about the chronicles of being a girl child. First and foremost, we all know who a girl is. Now, from time to time, we often hear about people clamoring about justice for the girl child, equity for the girls, things like that, day in, day out, from time to time, in different countries, in different places. But now, I'll be streamlining us to Africa, Nigeria to be precise, and then some other countries. First of all, who is a girl child? A girl child is a biological female below the age of 18 years. So, any child born as a female below the age of 18, not a transgender or anybody trying to become a woman. If you were born with female organs from birth, you're a girl child. So now, we've all heard about different things about a girl child. First, now let's look at what a female goes through. So when a girl is born as a child, from birth to like 9-year-old, you're just a normal girl child. Then from 9 to, these days 8, 9 to between 12, you start entering adolescence. Then from 13 you become a teenager. Then to 18 you're still a teenager. So between the ages of like 8 to like 12, girls start menstruating. So they're becoming more and more biological. That is, they're becoming more developed. They can now start reproducing. From that age, they start menstruating. They can give birth, but they are not to give birth yet at that age. So, now, for these stages, we have things that we call early marriage, and then there is child marriage. These are two different things. Early marriage is for people that are mentally stable, usually from 18 upwards. From 18, you're an adult. But child marriage is usually from below the age of 10 to any age below 18. So you see people that are getting married between 12, 13, 9, that's child marriage. Because they are not informed about so many things yet. They are not fully sensible. They are not too aware about their situations. So anything you just enforce onto them, they take that, which is very much wrong. But as an 18-year-old, you can make informed decision. As a 20-year-old, 21, 25, you are sound. Now let's look at challenges faced by a girl child. We're in this society such that in our environment now, as a girl, if you're walking on the road, there was one morning, a personal experience now, I was going for a coaching lesson, summer lesson. It was one of those few periods I had to leave home myself. So that very morning I was walking. Then a man was walking behind me. I don't want any man walking behind me. I feel like you're walking out. You have like a bad intention. Maybe you're chasing me. Because day in, day out, we hear about rape. We hear different crazy stories. And nobody wants to become a victim. So now, as a girl, you're exposed to sexual assault. Rape is a major one. Then we go on to trafficking, then prostitution. So we know of some places in Nigeria whereby parents put their children up for trafficking. They say, oh, these people are going to Europe, and then by sea, by this, there are so many stories out there. Then parents allow their girl child to go, not fully knowing what they are going to do, how they will get there. Then we've watched movies of people going to this same Europe by sea, and then some of them, they are both capsized, some die on the road, Some get raped, they get HIV, so many things. Now, to rape, a lot of people get raped. Like, it's so common. Let me bring up the story of Ochenaya. We all know about Ochenaya, right? So, and this rape happens with mostly people that parents entrust their children with. Let's say their uncles, their cousins, brothers as well sometimes. So for Ochenaya, she was made to live with her auntie. Then first of all, she was raped by her cousin. Then it got reported to her auntie's husband, her uncle, so to say. So instead of the uncle to take it up on his child and correct the whole misdoing and all of that, then the uncle started raping the girl child as well. And by then she wasn't even 12, she was between the age of like 8 to 12. She was sent there to go to school to make education easier and accessible to her. So now she was being raped by her cousin and also her auntie's husband. So now it got so bad that she developed VVF, which is vesico vaginal fistula, in which urine started leaking from her vagina. That is, she couldn't even contain her urine. And this was so bad for a child that wasn't even a teenager yet. Now, looking at it, she was exposed to trauma. Aside from the assault, she had this trauma. Then these are ways depression sets in for people. Even emotionally matured people get depression from these things. The trauma from rape is such that it's so grave that even when victims get married, some of them shy away from sex because it keeps playing in their head from time to time that, oh, it's going to be painful, it's going to be rough, it's going to be this and that. So now, moving on to this assault, trafficking, and prostitution. Now, as the case of prostitution, I'll link it to trafficking because these are still children that are not up to 18 years. Then you set them up to petrodels. You see people on the road at night, some of them against their will. So these are not right. Now, aside from these major challenges, culturally, the female child are also exposed to several vices. How many of us know what is called female vaginal mutilation, FGM? So basically, FGM has different stages, that is different types. So now it's just a situation in our culture, Africans generally, we believe that, okay, if you cut a little part of her vagina, maybe she won't be so touchy and this sexual shaky, because some girls, when you see some female children, they're usually so gummy when they see guys, their bodies are all shaking. So they just came up with these things. And then the first one, we have the fractional one. They'll just cut a little portion of the clitoris. Then there is the more progressive one, which is total removal of the labial, majora and minora. That one, that's the last stage, in which only a little hole will be left for the child or an adult, because they carry out these things in adults at times. Just a little hole to urinate. And there's this semi one that they'll only take out a portion. Now, looking at these things, first of all, they don't carry out these things in a proper hygienic situation. So these victims are exposed to infections, like serious infection, all sorts of infection. Because what if they're using a razor that has been used by somebody else? There's HIV, there's hepatitis, there are so many things. Aside from now that we are battling antimicrobial resistance. Now, if this thing end up happening and then the person has an infection, you look for how to cure this infection. That's if this person doesn't even die from hemorrhage, that is blood loss, excessive bleeding, because you don't know what is wrong with them initially before carrying out this. Now, aside from that blood loss, some people, their body will just develop keloids. That's like, you just see people that have like these big skin formations in their underparts, and these are wrong. Then over time, these people, when they get married, they live with trauma, a lot of them, because how do you want to have sex when you only have just a little tiny hole for you to pee? Sex becomes so painful, so they don't even want to have sex. The ones that are able to have sex is usually very, very painful for some of them though. So now, these are things that people are talking against. We should desist against from these things. FGM is bad. Now, FGM is one thing. I know most people know about FGM. Do you know about breast ironing?
Yeah.
Okay, not so many people know about breast ironing. So this comes up in a situation whereby, okay, now you have a girl child that is already in puberty. So in a family whereby they are usually very busty, or maybe you're seeing the girl that, oh, she's 8, she's 7, she's 8, and she started developing breasts, you'll be like, oh, she will most likely become very, very busty. Then what do? They get like this iron, sorry, omorogun, permit me, can't remember the English word. So yeah, spatula, thank you. Or the one you use in scooping your swallow from the pot, spatula, they hit it on the breast. Yeah. Then another way they do it is like they tie a cloth around the breast, like so tight, because they don't want the breast to grow too big. Because there's just these several things in that have been in people the olden days era, their heads. So because they don't want the breast to grow so big and they don't want the child to attract the wrong set of people, then they tie these clothes around. I'm sure some women are here and you know how painful it could be if, let's say, you hit your chest against a wall, or maybe somebody just mistakenly hits you. Like, it's usually very, very painful. Now imagine a child going through that, like, day in, day out, months in, months out, just because they don't want the breast to grow big. Now, aside from that, okay, I've mentioned child marriage earlier on, but we have this thing in our African society whereby 4 out of every 10 child gets married. In fact, it's still happening up till now, though we have a massive reduction now. Child marriage is very rampant. You'll be going to school, and then, let's say when you enter GS3, for people that go to public schools in like developing communities, once you enter GS3, that's when you already, most of the girls are entering into adolescence, they're becoming mature. You just say, oh, GS3, SS1, this person is not coming back. SS2, another one has dropped. SS3, in fact, by the time you're entering university, probably like half of the class or even lesser will progress. So these things happen because they just feel like, oh, you're big enough, you're matured, then they marry them off. And these are very much more common in communities whereby they are poor. It's just basically poverty mentality these days. But back then it wasn't poverty mentality, it was the norms. So like, oh, you're matured now, you started menstruating, go to your husband's house, because they believe a girl child belongs to the kitchen. A girl child is only meant to take care of the home, to raise children, so go and marry. Now, there used to be son preferences or female infanticides. That's simply a situation whereby a woman would give birth, he and his wife, as it should be, will give birth. Then the first thing will be like, is it a girl or a boy? And then they're like, oh, it's a girl. Then his face will just turn so sad, and then there used to be some cultures whereby they kill the female child. Yeah, once it's a girl, they'll just kill them. Some they bury them alive. We all know about all this Mary Slessor and the like, so that was for twins. But there used to be the one of females, whereby if it's a girl child, they bury her alive, they kill her, all sorts. So, because they believe that, oh, it's only the boy child that can move the family forward. It's only the boy child that can bear their family names, and so many things. Females have tried though. Then, moving on, we have restrictions. So when education came in at first, it used to be, oh, everybody goes to school, primary, fine. Then when it gets to secondary, the girls will be dropping out, early marriage and so much more. But they'll be like, oh, you have to help with farm work. Or when they have to go to university, even for the rich ones, they'll be like, why do I have to send you? You can easily go and start bearing children and taking care of somebody's farms or homes. Why do I have to spend my money on the girl child? So they choose to sponsor the male child abroad and all of that. Let me shock you people. These things are still happening up till today. We see people that they give birth every year because they are looking for a boy child. And I hope they don't die in that state or in that quest, because if anything happens to the woman, believe you, tomorrow, the year after, the man will find another woman and continue with his quest for a male child. So now, cultural, societal struggles, still on that. Now, in Africa, or should I say in Nigeria, we still have this mentality of, oh, don't do CS. If you do CS, you're not strong. It should be vaginal delivery by fire by force. So recently, I saw this video on Instagram where the woman was boasting that she labored for 3 days. And I'm like, what do you mean you labored for 3 days, 72 hours? Wow. Now, what happens in labor is the body is going through a lot. When you're pregnant, you're not normal. Because your hormones and everything, you're not even yourself. Now, in labor, you have to go through vaginal delivery. Fine. Nothing is bad in vaginal delivery. But you should trust your doctor whenever you're in such situations. Just leave everything to your doctor. Whatever advice they give you. I believe you must have been going to that hospital for antenatal. So you built this level of trust. You already have trust in them that, oh, they won't lie to me. They have my best interest at heart. So imagine such health workers now telling me that, oh, probably the baby is too big, or the baby is a breech baby, the baby is turned upside down, or anything. And it's like, oh, or maybe some of these people, they have like small pelvis, their body is small and they can't go through these things, or maybe the mother is already weak and they're like, okay, let's just cut you and bring this out. Within 30 minutes, 1 hour, CS is over. But now you're laboring. What if that baby becomes too weak and even dies in the process? So what's the essence of the whole 9 months of suffering and 72 hours of, So we really need to change our thought process in Africa. These things happen in Nigeria. They are very common. You still see people that will tell you, no, it has to be vaginal delivery. You could be laboring for more than 24 hours. What happens if that mother dies? And then I just feel like women, this is a wake-up call to women. If they're advising you, it's your life. You have just one life to live. You don't want to gamble with that life. So if people are advising you, do this, do that, you should be able to choose for yourself. And then people should also be very careful in choosing their partners, because you should always come first. So now, let me give you a few, okay, for all this child marriage. For child marriage now, when a girl child that is not even fully matured starts to give birth and things like that, first of all, they're exposed to early death. Because now you're not fully developed, then you're going through all these things that you shouldn't even be going through in the first place. Bringing a child to life. How do such child want to take care of the younger ones? In the process, they can die trying to give birth because their body size can still be small and not matured yet. And then back in the days, there was no even medical care, there was no CS. Now, moving more to this CS mentality still, we still have people that will tell you that, oh, they don't have to go to hospitals to give birth. They believe, oh, they can give birth in religious centers. What happens if you need an emergency care? What happens if you start bleeding excessively? A lot needs to be changed about our mentality. So now, struggles and triumphs. Basically, women struggle through a lot of things in this life. Let me paint a scenario for you. You're at work, you have a male counterpart, both of you are struggling for promotion at work. But then you as a woman, you're doing everything possible. In fact, you're surpassing the male counterpart. But then you write promotion exam and they promote the guy and you remain, and then they'll tell you that, oh, he has a family to take care of. Oh, he has school fees to pay. What of the woman? Come on, we all went to school. We're both working, and then we should be given fair treatment, equal hearing. There shouldn't be a scenario where, oh, because he's a man, because he has more bills. What of females that are breadwinners in their families? There are females that have to take care of their parents, their siblings, in fact, their male family members. So we need equity. Now let me tell you the story of Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie, when she was 4, she was raped. Then she told her sister about the rape experience, and her sister was like, oh, don't let daddy hear, because their father had like anger issues. So and she was like, okay, she won't tell their father. And also along the line, her mom, she overheard her mom and grandmother talking about that same person that raped her. Another child was raped, and that one reported to them, and they didn't believe her. So She was not like, what if I now tell them? That means they won't believe me, like her herself too. So it continued like that. Then eventually, the father and the mother, their marriage splitted. Then, long story short, she also got married to an abusive husband. And then she was collecting beating steady. So now, eventually, the good part of her story was like she was able to get help. At a point, she was depressed. Basically, she was placed on antidepressants. She left the abused marriage and things like that. Okay, another major thing is also abused marriages. Now, a lot of Africans also have this mentality of, oh, my husband is beating me. He loves me. Come on. You'll be shocked to hear what people believe these days because your husband is beating you. It's inflicting harm on you. You will land in hospital once a month, like every month steady. The woman is pregnant, the husband is hitting. That should never be the situation. Like, you and your husband should be a unit. Any situation whereby a man is hitting you, then the woman should leave. Because we're adults. Whatever you cannot talk about, sit down like reasonable people and communicate. Then you don't have to be hitting one another. That's out of it. Then just some motivations right now. We all know about Malala Yousafzai. So Malala was shot on the head by all these she's from Pakistan. She was shot by, there's this Islamic group, I can't remember their name. But then she wrote against this. Then she became an activist. She wrote her first book, I Am Malala. She co-authored it. And then it became a major bestseller. Then eventually she won Global Peace Prize. So we have very much successful people that have overcome abuse. Then we know of Oprah Winfrey. Oprah Winfrey used to be I think she was abused at one point in her life. But right now, Oprah Winfrey was the first American to host a talk show. And we all know about her big talk show right now. And she's making millions day in, day out. Then we all know about Iyabo Ojo and some other Nollywood actresses that were abused at a point in their lifetime. And still, they're making it right now. So regardless of your situation or whatever you've been through, you should not let your past define your future. And then you should never hold, there'll be a certain age you get in your life. Your parents, whatever your parents have done to you would not matter again. It's your life and you have your decisions to make. So as women, we need to stand up for ourselves, for our rights. Regardless of whatever is happening in our society, we need to rise up. Now we all know about Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is on Forbes list. She wasn't abused. This is just coming in as a motivation. So she's a woman, and against all odds, she's in the World Trade Organization right now, and she's leading it. She's heading it. She was once our finance minister in Nigeria, and she did perfectly well, though we know of everything that went down. But then there are very many successful women that we can take as role models, you know. So now, what should be the way forward? Looking at it, we already have laws in place. But are these laws being enforced? Are they being enacted? Looking at it now, when a child is raped, or maybe when someone is abused, when they report it, are they believed? Like, the police, the lawmaking authorities, do they believe them and do they take actions? So now, if someone gets raped and then it goes viral, and we hear that, oh, this person was raped, Ochanaya for a case study now, have they actually apprehended her uncle and cousin? I think I heard of so, but if these things are being done, let the whole world know, publicize it, let's know the situation, how far it's going. So when even a slight thought of rape crosses people's mind, they'll be like, oh no, you shouldn't act on this because you know the repercussion. Now, women supporting women. This one is a very big deal because I know women, we have this, we can be a handful. As a successful woman, I'm not successful yet. I'm hoping to be successful someday. So, successful women out there should take the upcoming ones as mentees, mentor them, regardless of what's happening. You should mentor them. I think this year's International Women's Day was women supporting something of that nature though. So now you mentor the upcoming ones, you talk to them, you guide them in their day-to-day life. Then women should also have role models. You can have role models like, okay, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. You read about her life, her struggles, because a lot of times you just look at the glamorous outings that, oh, this person is successful. You don't know what they've gone through. How many applications did she put into place? Was she from a rich family? Was she privileged? Things like that. You look for people that suit your situation or condition, and then sweet talk yourself. You fight, you walk your way up as a woman. Then women should also be part of major decision makers in the country and around. So we all know about, in our traditional system, there used to be women as part of the chiefs. We used to have Iyaloja, Iyalode. But now, after the colonial era, it was more of men. So now women should also, they should work their way up. It's not just about being recognized by people in power. We should also learn to work our way up. So when I say that, oh, this person is worth it, then they acknowledge you. So basically, I'm almost done with my speech. So women just need to stand up for themselves, fight for themselves. Now, all these things, all these vices, it ends on you as a woman. If you don't fight, if you don't speak up, it continues with you and it dies with you if you don't speak up. Now, looking at all these things, there's this saying that women tend to be the poorest gender, the poorer gender. Why should it be so? Because by the time you give birth, we have this mindset of, oh, I want to give birth, I this, I that. You'll be out of work. But then you don't actually just have to belong to the corporate work. You could have a farm. You could have a business that is milking millions for you. Look at Vicky James and the likes. She's on maternity leave, but still milking her millions. So we should just dead some of these our mentalities. We need to wash our brains and think of the right things to do. So we also have several rich people in the country now. We all know of Biola Shagaya and then this richest woman in Nigeria as well, Alakija. So we just need to take them as role models, watch their lives closely, and take actions. Because if in the end, if anything happens, if you're making any decision, maybe you get married as a child, or maybe you're supposed to have a CS and then you have a vaginal delivery, it's the woman that dies. It's the woman that bleeds to death on the table. It's the woman's legacy that ends there. The man will continue. The child that you are bringing to life will continue. To just be sad that, oh, this child is motherless, and the child will be fine, but then it's the woman's life that will end. It's a woman that will experience all the whole addiction issues if they have to fall into drug abuse and the likes. I hope the next speaker is getting ready. So this is just a wake-up call to every woman out there, regardless of all the challenges we are going through, all the battles we are going through. You are seen, you are noticed, you are strong, you can overcome this, and I believe in you. So I'd like to hand over the microphone to the next speaker. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. Good afternoon. So my name is Sarah Erime Esikpe, and my topic today is what should education look like in Nigeria today. Now we've been talking about education from almost the day one or day two. And we've been hearing about what we think education should be like and shouldn't be like in our Nigerian system. So today, what I want to share with us is on the perspective on how education affects our students, our learners. Now, I want to ask us a question. If education is meant to prepare us for the future, because we have parents today who say that I want my children to go to school so that they can have a better future, right? So the question I want to ask us now is that if education truly prepares us or our children for life, for the future, then why do so many Nigerians right now feel unprepared for life, the life that they are already living in? Why does it seem like most Nigerians right now are trying to struggle? They're struggling, okay, what should I do? What should I not do? And they went to school. They went through the primary, the secondary, onto the tertiary institution and all of that. But many of them are still feeling unprepared for the life that they are already living in. Now, I want to talk about what the problem is. The problem isn't that the children that we have today cannot learn, or that the children that we are teaching today cannot assimilate whatever is being taught. But rather, our education system in Nigeria is teaching for a world that, should I say, no longer exists. It's teaching for a world that no longer exists. What do I mean? I mean that our education system currently is overemphasizing on memorization. Now, I don't know if you ever, while you were in school, probably while you were in your primary or secondary school, or even in the university, your teacher will not bother about whether you were learning whatever they were teaching or not. All they want to do was just come and pour on you, and they say, oh, 2 times 1, 2, 2 times 2, 4, and then you just learn. They are not they don't make the students understand that, okay, why is 2 times 2 4? They just come, you need to memorize it. Next week, if you don't memorize this times table, I will flog you. So the students now have to be conditioned by what the teacher wants to do, and not even how the teacher has to learn. So the education system, that is the problem. The education system focuses on memorization rather than on understanding. Rather than being sure that this child that I'm teaching, does this child grasp what I'm even trying to say? Does this child understand what I'm even trying to pass across? Another issue or another problem is the education system is measuring success based on grades. The education system is measuring success based on grades. Now, I will talk about my story. Growing up, I was that student who, should I say, struggled with my academics. I didn't have good grades. It wasn't good. You know, when you say there is the first position, I was not even close to, okay, let me just say I was like the last 3 in the class. And that gave me some kind of stigma in school. Not because I was not intelligent, but because there was a way I learned, there was a way I assimilated, but my teacher was not in any way close to that to even understand how I was. And guess what that thing did to me? It gave me a stigma in school. What kind of stigma? Dull. Olodo. Quote unquote, dull. Now this child doesn't know book. This child is not intelligent. Because I had issues with my grades. The education system right now has measured success in our schools. Go to schools right now. You see that when they want to go for competitions, who are the people that they select? The intelligent ones. But you know the good thing, in fact, you know the problem. Intelligence is not measured by grades. It's not measured by grades in any way. There are so many intelligent children that when they leave secondary school, you begin to see how intelligent they are. But while they were in the 4 walls of secondary school, and then what happens is that both the teachers, both the entire school, both the education system, both the society, even their parents identify the child as dull. And that's the problem in our education system today, where we measure success based on grades. Another problem is that there is no connection between their school and the real life that they are going to face. They don't prepare them for the life. All they want is pass your exam. Some teachers, even because I'm a teacher, I'm an educator, to the extent they say, I need to finish up this curriculum before the end of this term. So we're going to rush, we're going to glance through. Then they pack everything on the child. And you expect the child to come out with good grades. No, now. And after everything, when they're now faced with real life scenarios, they don't know what to do. They don't know how to solve problems. They don't know how to develop critical thinking. They don't know what to do when they are faced in a situation. And when the teachers want to teach, all they want to do is, okay, if I tell you, like the example I gave, if I tell you that 4 times 4 is 16, you should say it after me. You say, but ma, auntie, why is 4 times 4? Go and ask your father. Yes. And you expect that child to be, in quotes, intelligent, because every child is intelligent. You just don't understand how that child is intelligent. The education system has made it that we just want to bombard the children with everything so that they can pass their exams. And the ones that don't pass the exams because of the way they are teaching, it becomes a problem. And then they say the child is dull. Now, what should the education system look like in Nigeria? I'm going to build my conversation on 5 pillars. The first pillar I would say that the education system should be is, 1, it should be skill-based. Right? It should move from what do you know as this topic to what can you now do. The education system should be skill-based. What can you do? What can you do means, now that you have learned that this is the meaning of democracy, what would you now do in the system of government when you have the opportunity? It should be skill-based in the sense that if I'm telling you that 2 times 2 is 4, you should ask me back as my learner, why is 2 times 2 4? And then I should not only give you an answer, but I should make you develop a critical thinking by trying to analyze why is 2 times 2 4. So the education system should make education skill-based. I feel like, trust me, I wish it could be a situation where the curriculum has like maybe an extra curriculum activities on the midweek day or the Fridays where they teach basic survival skills. Skills as communication. Have you seen some students that went to very good schools and they cannot expressly tell you how they feel? But when it comes to written, tests or something, they can actually write well and then they pass the exams. But they can't communicate their feelings. They can't communicate something to you and you would understand what they are saying. So the education system should be based on skills also. It should be added to the curriculum, where we teach them how to solve problems. We need to raise children who can pass exams and still solve problems. If the Nigeria we are imagining to be tomorrow becomes that Nigeria, we need to start raising our children to build that Nigeria. Yes, to be that change that we want to see. So the second pillar I would say is, or before I even go to the second pillar, one other thing I want to talk about in the first pillar on the skills, education being skill-based, is the financial literacy. Now, the thing about financial literacy is, I grew up in a family system where my parents provided basically all my needs, everything I needed. They sent us to the very good schools and all of those things. And everything we wanted, they want to provide for us to their best of knowledge and what they could afford. But I realized that my parents didn't teach me how to make money. Yeah. They only just, okay, you want this, you take. Okay, take. Okay, take. And then when I became an adult, when I got into university, it was an issue for me. Because trust me, those of us that have gone to university here, there's no matter how much they give you, you still need some money. So it was quite difficult for me to, adapt to the system of, being in an environment where my parents were not so present. Financial literacy is a thing that our children today in schools should learn. Because they need to know how to navigate the system when you are not there with them. They need to know how to do buying and selling. They need to know how to do exchange. Let me tell you through. You see, the top people that are the early people per se, most of them intentionally teach their children entrepreneurship. Even if their school is the school that they send their children to school is not teaching it as a subject, they have extra classes for those children. Why? Because they know that the world that we are looking at it's not here, it's global. The people that they will interact with tomorrow, it's not just basically in Nigeria. You see a child of 4 years old knows how to negotiate. That's a skill. So the education system should move from grades, passing exams, to also developing skills for the future. The second pillar is the education system should be personalized. Now, this one is, let me just say it relates so well to me. Because when I say it should be personalized, the education system should not be a one-size-fits-all thing. Now, there are different ways people learn. We're all different here. Every one of us seated in this room are different. And because of that, we have different ways of learning and understanding things. So as our children that are in school, it is so bad now that most of our teachers come to do is, okay, today we are teaching on economics. This and this. They write on the board. Do you understand? If you like, don't understand. Though. Do you understand? Some are saying, Auntie, I can't even see the board. Auntie, I don't get what you are saying. So that's your business. And then say, do assignment, open to chapter. And they're like, what's happening? And you will see that in the midst of that thing, there are some students there that will grasp what that teacher said. Not because that one is more intelligent, but because that's the way that child learns. And then the ones that want to do it, like the lady before her came up said, was that there are some that wants to feel, they want to be practical. If they want to learn about business, they need to see their parents in business. They need to go into the market. They need to do this, they need to feel the things to understand what you are teaching. Every child is different. And because every child is different, you don't have to use the same system for everybody. It's not a one-size-fits-all. Imagine buying a shoe today and saying this shoe must enter everybody in this room. That's what it means. If it doesn't enter you, then you are not a human being. That's what it means. The education system should not be a one-size-fits-all. It should be personalized. There are different kind of learners. There's the reading and the writing learners. These ones, you don't have to do so much for them. Just read it out or write it on the board. They've grasped what you're saying. There's the kinesthetic learner, the ones that wants to move, their hands-on activities, they want to touch, they want to feel, they like practicals. An example of such a child is, I don't know if you remember, maybe you were in school and there was always those backbenchers. You see those backbenchers, when teachers were teaching the class, they always make noise and disturb. And then it seemed like they were not so good academically. But as soon as there was inter sports, they were beating the medals. Yes or yes? Yes. Not because, you now see where that area of strength now lied. And the reason why such a student will be disturbing in the classroom is because what the teacher is teaching them is like, it's entering here and it's coming out. They're not understanding at all. Because they are trying to make the curriculum a one-size-fits-all. Then that student that seems that is a backbencher, that loves to make noise when the teacher is teaching, that loves to disturb, when that student is in, let's say, a sport or the entire sports they usually have, all the medals, you'll just be surprised. The child is just winning all of them. That child will now beat the one who takes the first position in class. Left for me, I would say a system where the intelligence of a child should not be measured by grades should be brought into the system. Where we say, oh, there's a first position, there's a second position, there's a third position. Then the ones who, did not even get into the box of first, second, or even fifth position, they would hate themselves. They would hate the way I was in that position. I had very low confidence because I was not even in the class of semi-intelligence per se. But it's nothing compared to who I am now. It's nothing compared. Then the ones who, are trying to struggle and understand what is my teacher even teaching. I don't get it. What they would just do naturally is to isolate themselves completely from the entire people from the school. And then they'll not be seen like an outcast. Meanwhile, they're not outcasts. They're just people who understand things differently. Left for me, I would even say a system where it is not measured by first position, second position, third position, safe. It would be good. So that everybody has the opportunity to express the way they are. God created every one of us differently. And you can't force she to be like her. You can't force me to be like you. It's not a one-size-fits-all thing. There are some students that are audio learners. They just need to hear you. There are the ones that are visual learners. Just draw it on the board for them. They've understood it. But imagine a teacher that comes to teach and just write on the board and say, are you seeing what I'm writing? Copy that note, or I will flog you. Exam will come. How do you expect the child to get it? The child wouldn't get it. So if you are explaining to a child about a certain topic, it is advised that you also use different means of explaining so that every other person is carried along. You don't have an institution of one of them, lagging behind than the other. And instead of you to now include everybody, which is called inclusive learning, instead of to include everybody, you are now segregating and saying, you that is at the back, I'll report to the school authority. And what would that child do? Do everything to make you angry. That's what they will do. They will do everything to frustrate you, frustrate the system, and even frustrate themselves and even their parents, because they don't even understand anything. Like the example of the lady that gave, that spoke, and she said, the child that he was a kinesthetic learner, he didn't understand it until she had to step in. She had to sit on the tiles with him and do things with his hand. Now, such a child, you will not say, because of the way that child now was able to now grasp whatever she was teaching or so, was able to grasp it, that child now had some sort of confidence in himself. That, so I can even do this thing safe. I thought it was that hard. The problem was that, I didn't even understand. There are so many children today that are intelligent. But then we just feel that because they are not coming home with the best of grades, then they are not good enough. The education system it's extended to our parenting. To we the parents of the children. If we are not there to support them, is it the teachers of the students that want to support them? No. If a teacher sees today that you condemn your child for coming home with a bad result, the teacher will do the same. Except the teacher is one who truly understands that I need to support this child regardless of what's happening. I've seen parents that push their children away before the society did, before the system did. I want you to have good grades. The people that are having A, they don't have two heads. And you never have sat down one day with the child and said, okay, my child, let me know what exactly they taught you today. You've never done that. You've never asked, what did you learn today? Did you love what you learned today? From what you learned, what are you going to implement? Mommy, they gave me this assignment. I don't understand it. Which assignment? Get me to lesson teacher. Every time. And then you're saying, I'm paying millions because we are on the island. And we know how much it is for a school fees here. For a child. Per term. How much more a year? And then there's the pain of, I'm paying a lot of money. What is it that you want? Do you want me to send you, you know what? I'll get you an extra tutor. That's not a solution. As a parent, it is expected of you to pay attention to how your child learns, how they assimilate knowledge, and how they express their thinking, how their thought process is like. Because if they are that confused and you don't know where to come in, you will keep on putting pressure on them. And at some point, they would even tell themselves that my mommy doesn't like me, my daddy doesn't like me, everybody hates me, my teacher hates me, they're flogging me every time. You know what? I'm tired of this life. Yes, at that young age, it is expected of parents to be involved in the academics of the students. Be involved in your children's academics. It shouldn't be about grades all the time. Grades are good, do not get me wrong. But I am saying that the intelligence of your child should not be measured by grades. The intelligence of your child should not be measured on their abilities to pass exams well. There are so many things that make people intelligent that you wouldn't know. Think about it. I want to ask us a very, should I say, a critical question that would, think through properly. Now, majority of the people that you remember that were doing exceptionally well in probably your secondary school days or your primary school days, how many of them right now? How many of them right now are multimillionaires? The ones that were top of the class, how many of them now are entrepreneurs? How many of them now? These were the ones that if they were not in class, teacher will not be happy. Yes. This person is not in school today. What happened? She's not feeling fine. That teacher will squeeze her face throughout that class because the person that is the brainer in quotes, every child there is a brainer. It's not around. Think about it. The people that were the top 3 in your school, can you remember where most of them are right now? Just to tell you that intelligence does not measure success. Or rather grades does not measure success. Grades does not measure success in any way. So that leads me to the second pillar. It says education, or rather the third pillar, education should be relevant. It should feel foreign. It should teach the children entrepreneurship. It should teach them the local realities of things. It shouldn't be outside. Okay, now most of our systems, when we want to talk about some good business deals or something that happened, most of them try to use, or the success of something, they try to use successes from outside the country, outside Nigeria, and all of those things. Bring it home. If you want to teach your child to be an entrepreneur and you are a parent who owns a business, take them to your place, your business store. You don't even need to. They should not even become an entrepreneur tomorrow. But you see that thing, it's a skill that they need. How to negotiate. They should see how to price things. Bring it home. Take them to the market. Expose them to things. Don't leave everything to their school. So their schools can actually take them out on some excursion and everything. But it's the truth of the matter, they will not do more than their parents, can do. Take them out. This way, they will understand things better than the way you just speak it to them. Now, the fourth pillar is the education system should build character and not just intelligence. It should teach discipline. It should teach integrity. It should teach emotional intelligence. It should teach resilience. The education system should bring into the curriculum how to be a resilient child. Intentionally place hurdles before them and tell them you have to get to the end of this thing by every means. What would that kind of thing do? That kind of thing would make that child, that no matter where they are in the world, Even if they had a stumbling block on their business that crashed or something, because while they were in secondary school, they always found a way to get to the finish line. They will start from the beginning again. It may be hurtful, but they will still find their way around it. It is important that emotional intelligence is taught. Imagine a child that is super brilliant. Super brilliant. But this child doesn't know when to speak and when not to speak. Say, oh, don't worry, he's just a child. It's just a child. Don't worry, you don't have to smack a child. It's just a child. And the child, talks anyhow to people in the public. The child doesn't know when and how to speak. The child sees strangers and wants to do things that he's not supposed to do with the stranger. Those are skills that should be brought into the educational system. They should be taught how to be disciplined. That if they set a goal, that this is what I want to do, they will see to the end of it and make sure that they finish it up. It should be brought that they learn discipline and certain values about themselves and integrity. Now, let me give an example. Have you ever been in a situation where you would rather please others than please yourself? You would displease yourself, and even in the situation where you are so uncomfortable with that decision you are making, you still say, oh yeah, just do it. And it's not even as if what you're even pleasing or allowing people to do is good, in quotes. You're just making them ride on you because you have the inability to say no. Saying no is not a problem. We need to teach our children that thing. That's why most children even get molested, like she talked about. Some girls get molested because their parents never taught them, say no to this thing when it is inappropriate. Speak up when it is not comfortable for you. Having some certain values about yourself, it is important that we teach our children that in the education system. Knowing that you need to be valuable, because if you do not value yourself, nobody can value you. If you don't tell people, I cannot do this, they will use you and use you and use you till you are a leaf that has been, honestly. It is important that we teach our children values, do's and don'ts, yes and no, when to say yes to people and when to say no to people. It is important. We teach our children discipline to read, discipline to develop a reading habit, to have integrity as a person. The discipline that you will not be everywhere and anywhere all the time. Because they will get into the university, they will meet real life scenarios, they will meet people that comes to tell them, oh, instead of going to go and read, let's go clubbing. And because that person is their friend, and they don't know how to say no, I want to go and read, or I do not club, because they want to please their friend, they just go ahead with them. And then at the end, they are even, bitter about themselves. I'm like, why did I even do this thing? It was her that influenced me. Why are they influencing you? Why can't you influence them? That's what we should teach our children. How to be influential in a positive way. Why is the people that has negative influence are the ones influencing you? Why? The person that is influencing you negatively is a human being. They just know how to do it better. We should teach our children how to be influential in their classrooms. Good influence, oh. Good influence. How how to make decisions, how to be problem solvers. That if their yes is their yes, their no will also be their no. The fifth pillar is this: the education system should prepare the future, introduce technology, innovation, global awareness. Now, we are in a system that is moving faster and faster and faster by the day with technology. And the truth of the matter is that in the next 5 years, before 2030, a lot of people will be left behind. And it's not a joke. So the faster we bring it into our education system, the better for our children. So people that are here today and they're like, this AI thing, don't use it. Really? We should not do what? Instead of you to not learn how to use the AI, I say, it's technology. Do this. It's making you to be lazy. But rather, you can use the AI to enhance your brain, how you think. Things that you don't, it's not beautiful that in seconds, things that you don't know, AI can download a full curriculum for you. And then you will know it. That person that is not saying, is making you lazy, is making you not to think with your brain. Who is now the better person here? Me that just downloaded this and I know it now. And you that are saying that I should not use it because it's making me lazy. Really? That is what we should do for our children. Imagine our kids right now know how to program, know how to, give prompts. Do you know that there are some people right now that they are very good with prompts? They are prompt engineers. There are some of us here that even if you want to even write prompts, we go back to ChatGPT and tell prompt that ChatGPT that give me a good prompt for this thing. Yes or no? Right? Imagine our kids learning those things in school as their curriculum, as a subject. Do you know what will happen when they get to global opportunities? When they see opportunities, probably with students who studied abroad, that their system is not sleeping on technology, they would do as well as that child. We shouldn't sleep on it. Some parents will say, no, anything that has to do with phone or technology, I wouldn't give my child. Of course, that's what you decide. But it is also important that they learn basic technological skills. It is important that they learn these things. Somebody might be asking us, so are you saying I should give my child a phone at this age? No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you should provide them with the skill. Then if they need to practice at home, you should be there supervising whatever they are doing. Using a tab or any other system that can be used. We need to jump on the technology. We need to jump on it. It was that bad that I love to use myself as an example a lot, so that it won't seem like I'm saying things out of head knowledge, but rather it's experiential. It was that bad that my secondary school was one of the best in my community at that time. But we used to have computer classes. But do you know I can count the number of times that I went to the computer room to actually use the computer? It was that bad. The reason why I even knew how to navigate through a system, a laptop, a computer, was because we had one at home. It was my dad's, laptop, and then we'll just go around and imagine an army family that doesn't have access to a laptop. Would you say that child is doomed? And it's not even as if there were no computers in my school. My school was one of the best then. There were computers in that school. But what was the issue? I don't know. I don't even know what the issue was. I can't even tell. I can't even tell what the issue was. The next thing you see is, okay, everybody on a straight line. On a straight line. We're having computer practice today. Okay. Everybody's excited because we want to get out of the box of writing our notes every time. How many of us here had some sort of traumatic experience in our primary or secondary school? Because every time you want to go to school, you just can't think about your teacher stressing you. It just felt some kind of, stress on you every time you went to school. Or the next morning, as it's Friday, you are so excited. Immediately it's Sunday evening. Hey! Jesus, I've not done my assignments. My teacher will do this. My teacher will do that. Or you were that student that was so excited when it was Wednesday physical education time. Sports. Because you wanted to come out of the four walls of the traditional writing on the board. Do you understand? If you don't understand, it's not my business. Kind of system of learning. It was that bad for most of us that whenever we think about our primary school today or our secondary school today, we're like, that teacher didn't like me, Sha, because I did not pass that exam. That teacher had an issue with me because I wasn't the first on the top of the class. And right now, it is nothing to even, you can't even communicate with that now. And you'll be like, I'm so proud of you, really. Were you proud of me then? Say the truth. So our educational system should encourage learners, regardless of their current level of grades, because success is not measured by grades. I was talking about technology. It is expected that it is now put into the system where every child should not leave secondary school without learning some skills using AI. Now it's that beautiful that you can get an actual flyer. You just need to put the right prompt and you will get something very beautiful out of AI. Even to our parents say, no, during my time, my father said I'll have to learn how to make hair. My father said I have to learn how to make hair. And in this family, we are traditional people. So we have to pass it across to you. You must learn how to make hair. There's no wrong. But when it comes to using the basic computer skills, that your child that knows how to make hair very well, we will lack in that area. So it is important that the educational system right now should prepare for the future of our children. The future is technology. Don't let anybody lie to you. We can see it now. We can see the beautiful things AI can do. We can see the beautiful things AI is currently doing. You can write an actual book using an AI. Just let the AI understand how you think, how your thought process is like, and know the right prompts to use. So, global awareness. Global awareness is something that many of our average schools do not prepare our children for. We do not prepare our children for the world at large. I usually say these things to parents, that you should not expect so much from a child that you do not put in so much. You should not expect a lot from that child. You shouldn't. If you didn't teach them how to do certain things, don't come and be saying, but your mate is doing it. That's mate you're comparing. Their parents taught them how to do it. Even the school that they went to taught them how to do it. Global awareness. They need to know what is happening in the world. The history that they're learning, when they learn history about their country, it is also expected that they learn certain things about other countries. They need to know some things. I tell you today, there are some people that at, maybe in their age, probably they are in their late 20s or early 30s, they don't know some certain, what would I even use as an example right now? They don't even know what's happening in Nigeria when it comes to listening to the news. All they want to do is to scroll through social media, dance on TikTok, do challenges. They want to jump on one trend or the other and all of those things. They are not aware of the world. They don't understand capitalism. They don't understand how to build. They don't understand what business is about, how to buy and sell. There's no critical thinking skill. It should be brought into the curriculum. It should be brought into the curriculum. Not everything a child should request for should be given without teaching them how to get it. Of course, we have to provide for our kids, right? But do you know that when you keep providing for them every single thing that they have or that they want, you're not going to make them develop the ability to develop for them and provide for themselves. How to solve problems. So it's important that all of these things are brought into the educational system of Nigeria. Now, what are the roles of our key stakeholders in Nigeria? Our key stakeholders start from our parents. Our parents, then to our teachers, then to the schools, and to the government. The first key stakeholder is our parents. Parents need to move from pressure to partnership. Please, parents that are listening to me, stop pressurizing your children on certain things that you know that you've not made the actual environment for such a thing to thrive. Stop comparing them one to another. See, some parents even compare their siblings to their sibling. And you're seeing your younger brother. You came to this world before him. Oh. Why is he smarter than you? And you've not even served the child, the child one day and said, okay, I need to understand. What exactly is the challenge? I need to understand. Is there a problem I need to know? Why don't you grasp what they're teaching you in school? And then you try different measures of learning. Understand the child's learning style. And know the right teaching method for that child. Not just bombarding them with lesson of some parents would even go as far as the child has spent hours in school from 7:30, some of them as early as 6 they're in school, till like 3 p.m., 4 p.m. they're home. They've not even dropped their school bag. They've not taken up their uniform. Home lesson. Home lesson. Your lesson teacher is here. Oh, go and bring. We are bombarding the child's brain. They can't think straight like that. Parents need to move from extreme pressure to partnership with their children. Get to know your children very well. Get to understand them. Get to know what the issue is. Be involved in their academics. You're the one who gave birth to them. Some parents push the children to the teachers and say, do, please, please, please. I'm tired, I'm stressed. The one you gave birth to? You want the teacher to do everything that has to do with the... What is just left for some of us parents to just carry the children's load and say, oh, yeah. stay at your teacher's house. You're no longer my child. That's the truth of the matter. It's that bad that some of our children, they would confide in our teachers. You guys are parents, they will not tell you anything. They won't tell you anything. My teacher said, see from your parents, mommy, you were not there. My teacher said it's better I do it like this. And you are like, this is my child. You're disobeying me. No. They just find ease speaking with their teacher. I know we're in Lagos, and Lagos is a beautiful place. You can stay at work from morning to 5, say, and get home 10 p.m. at night. Traffic. When would you not have time for your kids? But you see, the intentional steps you take every single time makes them understand that mommy is busy. But every time she comes back from work, she comes to ask me, how was school today? What did you learn? Or can you teach me in your understanding what you learned today in school? Or the day that's a public holiday, mommy will spend time with me, daddy will spend time with me from throughout that day. They will always look forward to your coming home. Some of us grew up in a house that anytime we hear our father's horn, hey! I don't think I want to. Everybody's rat race. We are leaving the sitting room because as we enter, daddy enters the house, everybody's tensed. Such a parenting will affect the academics. Everybody's tense. They're like, hey, what did daddy tell me to do? Daddy did not tell you to do anything. But we are just under pressure. So parents, you need to move from pressuring to partnership. You need to understand your children. Because if you don't, they will find joy, find peace with an outsider, and some of these outsiders are not trusted, you know. Some will end up molesting them. Some will end up teaching them what they shouldn't learn at that age, inappropriate things. Some will get exposed to drug addiction because there was one uncle somewhere that was giving them listening ears. Something that you should have done as their parent. And this is something that most parents miss. When all you do is ask about their grades, they will try to do everything to please you for that grades to be good. And if it is not good, they'll just keep running away from you. You say, mommy, I beg. Mommy, please now. Everything, they wouldn't tell you anything about their life. They will not tell you. You will not even know. You will not be aware. They will hide certain things from you. And then probably when they even tell you that, I didn't get 100 over 100 today, I got 75. And then you are scolding them. Why would you get 75? Something wrong with you? I paid how much for that exam? I paid this. Do you know what that child did? Who took first? Tell me the person's name. What you are doing to that child is that you are crumbling the child. You are weakening that child. The child begins to see themselves as useless, as dull. Because the people who gave birth to them are the ones condemning them. Then one outsider now tells them that, this is not just 75. You did well. Don't worry. Guess what? Anything that they are struggling with, they won't tell you. Especially our teenage children. They would never tell you. They would rather go and meet that same person that told them that 75 is not bad. And if you are raising teenage girls like the lady before me said, you need to extreme attention. That's when, people who want to take advantage of them now comes into their lives. Because their own parents pushed them away. I want you to do this, I want you to do that, I want you to come home with a good position, I want you to get girls, I want you to. And they are asking themselves that, does mommy really love me safe? Does daddy even love me? Is anybody here that asked themselves that question growing up? Does my parents really love me? To parents, it is expected that we move from pressure to partnership. We also need to focus on understanding our children. Do not compare them. Every child is different. You need to learn how your child learns. Yes, it's a school. You need to understand how your children learn. You need to understand their learning style. You need to know their area of strength. You need to know their dominant intelligence. You need to know, because if you know all of these things, it will reduce all those excessive shouting, scolding, cat and rat that happens in the house, end of the term bad results. Because imagine you know your shoe size. You wouldn't stress going to the market and go and buying an oversized shoe. You get the exact shoe for your foot. That's what happens with knowing a child's learning style. If a child is a visual learner, what do? You give the child visuals, pictures. Sometimes intentionally get screens. Tell the teacher, okay, this my child is a visual learner. So I would like that when you explain theoretically, please, let him see it. Give him a pictorial example of what you are saying. Some schools provide charts, some schools provide projectors. And if we are in that position where we can't afford sending our children to such schools, when they come home, be involved. What did they teach you today? For me, I didn't understand. The teacher will just stop talking, no problem. I understand why. Let's now go to Google. This is the picture of what the teacher was saying. Do you understand that? Oh, this is what she was saying. Yes. Let's go to YouTube. This is the diagram she was trying to explain. Do you understand now? Yes. Because you as their parent now understand how they learn. And because you understand how they learn, it makes it easier. Come on. It starts from you, their parent. If you know how your child learns, it will be easy for you to take your child to a school and tell the teacher or the school authorities that I've understood my child. My child is a visual learner. My child is kinesthetic. And because the child is kinesthetic, I need to take the child to a Montessori school. The child needs to move around. If you keep him in a place, you are just caging him. He will not learn. No, I'm just telling you the truth. And not come and report to me that he's dull. He's not dull. Because you've been able to understand how your child learns. That way you are telling the school, please, can you provide this? Can you provide that? Can you provide this? And then they know where to come in. Because most teachers do not know how to, carry everybody along. And it's important that they know how to do, inclusive learning. But it makes the work easier when you as their parents has an understanding as what or who the child is. In that way, it makes everything easier. It will remove comparison. I think some parents will change their children school 5 to 6 times before they are done with secondary school. And secondary school is just 6 years. Yeah. 1 year every time. I'm changing and you are destroying the child's brain. The child cannot adjust to the new system because change is quite difficult for human beings. How much more a child? It's quite difficult. Imagine a child that's trying to just even adjust to the system currently and the child is like, okay, I begin to know my classmate's name more. Okay, his name is Chinedu. My teacher's name is Auntie Becky. Next week, we're moving to another school. Why? Because you are not coming back home with good grades. No, now, daddy. No, mommy. You need to learn your child. You need to know how they understand their thinking process. There was a parent I was, with one time, counseling and everything, consulting rather. And then she was like, this my child asks question. And the small thing is asked. I said, hey, please don't complain. See that child is a critical thinker. I beg you. Answer him, because if you don't, you look for answers outside. The time you keep shutting me up, you're talking too much. You're talking, that child is trying to understand how to communicate. That's a good communicator there in disguise. You say, hey, I want you to be a medical doctor by all means. And you are seeing that this child is very good with design. And this parent in particular was saying that, Sarah, I've just been wondering, this boy is not good in maths. This boy is not good in maths. Every time I've been trying, I even had to change the school. I even had to do this. And the day I had a conversation with this boy, Jesus Christ of Nazareth, I was trying to understand this boy's thought knowledge is broad. Guess how old he is? 9 years. And guess where his strongest intelligence and strength is? Designing, creativity. You can give this child a tab and tell him, watch this thing and recreate it. You'll be surprised he will do the exact same thing. For that parent, now she was bothered that the child is not so brilliant because of what? Mathematics. How many of us now are using the mathematics that we learned in school? Let's be sincere. I'm not saying that the math is not good. It's important that they learn calculations, basic calculations and all of that. But that is not the measurement of success or intelligence. Now the next stakeholders is our teachers. Teachers should become facilitators. Teachers should not just instruct, but should teach the students how to think. How to become critical thinkers. It should no longer be a situation where the child doesn't know something, and because you don't want to, should I call that laziness? You do not want to go deep into explaining. You just come and say, this is it, and you have to take it hook, line, and sinker. It should no longer be a situation. I would even say that that's even, bombarding the child with some certain things. Like I said earlier, if 2 times 2 is 4, you need to allow your learners understand why 2 times 2 is 4. And now is the name of any person. Say it after me. And now say it after me. Do you know it? Yes. They memorize it. Ask them after 2 weeks. They can't remember. Don't just bombard and pack everything. Give them the ability to think. Sometimes ask them, okay, you say you understand. Why is this like this? Allow them to talk. They should give their opinions. That way you are, allowing them to develop what is called critical thinking. Okay? Do not always give, as a teacher, do not always give your learners what to think. Don't always give them what to think. Sometimes give them some missing gaps there and allow them to structure it by themselves. That's critical thinking. If this is like this, why is this like this? Give me the answer. It is important that we do that. The third stakeholder, the role of the stakeholder, is the schools, our schools. Please, our schools, it is important that we create the environment that encourages curiosity, that encourages inclusion, that encourages any kind of child to find expression in your environment. It is important that we open up our arms to any kind of child. It was even that bad for me that in my school then, because I wasn't passing some certain tests or classwork that they were given in class, I remember vividly that teacher. She would take my hand, the back of my fingers. She would carry, and then it used to be, I don't know if we know this wooden ruler. This wooden ruler then that teachers used to use, on that time was a chalkboard kind of thing. Now there's, projectors and whiteboard with marker. Then it was a chalkboard, so they need to draw a line. Because I do not pass classes, classroom, you know what she would do? She would take my hand, the back of my palm, the edge of the ruler, and she would hit me. Or it was that I didn't have a good handwriting. But now if you see my handwriting, oh my God. Then she'll be like, why are you writing like this? Why are you writing? Give me your hand. She will not forgive where the palm. You know that, okay, the pen will be a bit, reduced. She will tell you to the back of your finger. And then the wooden ruler, she hits. And I was in primary school then. Or was it when she's asking questions in class and I know the answer, but I'm scared. Because I feel like if I say the answer, nobody will want to listen to me. I'm struggling in between. Should I not? Is it right? Is it not right? Am I really saying the main thing or not? So please, schools should create such an environment where inclusive learning is a thing. If a child seems to not be doing well academically, it is important that our schools should investigate as to why that child is not doing well. It is important that we investigate. Sometimes it could be an issue that they are probably struggling with, a personal challenge, or it could be how they learn. Now, lastly, the last stakeholder is the government. Please, the government should, it is important that they, invest in facilities. Facilities. I believe that most parents send their children to school and have with the understanding and the knowledge that this thing that I don't have in my house, for instance, having a computer, most parents believe that the school that I'm paying these children's school fees should have a computer, should have a laboratory, should have a sports center. So all of these things, all of these facilities would help our children. The government should also invest in teacher training. In teacher training. We need to train our teachers as to know how to even identify different learning styles, areas of strength of our learners. Our teachers need to learn how to not give a curriculum that is a one-size-fits-all curriculum. They need to update the curriculum. And I'll use this to wrap up. I want us to imagine a classroom where students are not afraid to ask questions. I want us to imagine a classroom where failure is seen as a feedback. I want us to even imagine a classroom where a teacher sees that the reason this child is not passing their exams is as a result of my inability to teach that child the way the child learns. That's feedback. That's feedback. As a teacher, you should even understand that. If this child why is everybody in my class understanding but this one is not understanding? Then there's a problem from, my teaching style for that child. So I want us to imagine a classroom where students are not afraid to ask questions. They are not afraid to, and where a classroom where failure is seen as feedback, where learning goes beyond the classroom, where a child's potential is not limited to a test result, where all that a child is and should become is not limited to their grades. That is the kind of education system that we want to see. That is the kind of education system I want to see. That is the kind of education system we want in Nigeria today. That is the kind of education that should look like in Nigeria. And finally, I want to leave us with this. The goal is not just to educate our children, but to empower them to build the kind of Nigeria that we want. Thank you. And I'll be passing the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. Thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm sure you can hear me. And wow, that was amazing. Do you know what I remember from that talk? Was sadistic teachers. Sadistic teachers that will take your knuckle, and that happened to me in primary school. My primary school was in Kano capital in Kano. Some of us don't know Kano. For those international that don't know Kano, Kano is in northern Nigeria, and I did Kano capital. So I wasn't a stubborn student. I would say I was really, well, what was my learning style? Do you know what? I'm not too sure what my learning style, but let me explain. Maybe you can tell me what my learning style was. So I was the type that always wants to compete. I always want people to push me. So as a kid, I finished my nursery school. My mom started one of the third or fourth nursery schools in Kano State. It's 1979. She was in education. So she started that, and she hadn't started primary school, so I had to leave and go to another primary school. 2 days after going to that primary school, I told my mom, look, I can't stay in this school. This school is too cheap. I've done this thing already. 1 year, this is me, how old was I? Was 6, 5? I said, it's just too cheap. I can't stay here. And I know everything that they're teaching. I needed competition. So she found another school for me, took me there, but took me late to the school. So I think after 2 weeks or so of going to the school, I did an exam. I came 32nd. She said, is this good enough for you? I said, yes. It's good enough for me. And then I came second the next term. So why tell this story? So that school, I just remember that instead of beating you on the palm, they beat you on the knuckle. And it was nuns. It was nuns that were teaching. It was a Catholic school. So there were nuns there. And I'm like, what kind of sadistic people are these? So that was an interesting one. So what I'm going to talk to you about today is still around knowledge, but I want to get a bit technical. I'll introduce myself even more, but going a bit technical and talk about data. In the age of AI, I want to talk to you about work efficiency. How can we be efficient in work in the age of AI? What are the things we need to do, right? So I'm going to introduce a framework that I developed. And by the way, I'm David Brown. I'm the managing partner of D. Brown Consulting. D. Brown Consulting provides consulting and training services, and we've been doing that for 20 years. In fact, we're just 20 years, a couple of days ago, 20 years in providing those services. And I'm also the president of the Learning and Development Network International, which is a team of talent professionals, really wonderful talent professionals that really just love impacting and sharing knowledge. Right? So our last wonderful speaker, Sarah, talked about learning styles, and you really do need to know the learning styles. But that's the problem. I think some people we say, oh, I've learned learning style, so now enter the class. Break everybody down by learning style. That's also the wrong way to do it. Yeah. Everybody doesn't have just one learning style. Then you now you're force feeding that person with that learning style. That's your learning style. Now you're kinesthetic. You want to touch things. But sometimes you don't want to touch things. Sometimes you want to do something else, right? So there's no one learning style. It kind of helps you have an idea and provide for all the learnings. So next time you're doing a facilitation, right, and you have round tables, put all these pipes and all these things, put some kinesthetic things on the table, put some different things on the table so that people, and then watch, observe. You see somebody who picks that, I don't know, you know those long things that you can create animals with it and stuff, those straws and stuff. Who takes it up? Who picks it up? That's a kinesthetic person. Who always likes talking? That's more audible, right? Who just is very, very quiet and you think nothing is happening, and that person is super sharp. When you do a quiz, they're coming first. So don't assume certain things, right? So the funny thing about work efficiency that I want to talk about is, when you say, this person is efficient, what do you mean by this person is efficient? I want you to think about it. Think about it. What does it mean when you go to an office and you walk, this guy, super efficient. What does that mean?
The person knows what to do and how to do it.
The person knows what to do and how to do it. Okay, what else? What else? Why is that person? Why do you think that person is efficient? This is a very correct guy. Correct lady. Budget, within budget. So this person does stuff within budget. So this is a budget for this thing, the person does it within budget. I like that.
Right time frame.
Right time frame, good. Right time frame, we're getting into the money side of things now. So the money side of things is if you can do something with, let's say it's 3 days you need to do it, you do it 1 day. You've saved 2 days. Those 2 days you can do something else with it, you are more productive. That's it's very, very productive. Okay. Alright. So in an age of AI, when AI can do the thing 100 times faster than you, can we now rate ourselves by that speed? We say we're efficient by, I can do it in 3 days, yeah, I can do it in 10 seconds. So what is productivity? So we have to kind of redefine what productivity actually means. What's productivity? What's efficiency? Because this AI thing, some people are in different routes for this AI. Super scared against super excited. So it's a chain. And where in that chain, let's say super scared is 0. Super excited 10. Shout out, where are you?
Super excited.
Super, are you 10? Give me your numbers, give me some numbers, give me some numbers.
Super excited. I'm 7.
9, 7. See, the quiet people, do you know why? Because they are 1, they are 2, they are 3. They are not super excited at all. This thing, what? Everything I'm doing, this thing can do better than me. What the heck? Yes, AI is going to take tasks that you do, not your job. Tasks that you currently do, AI will take it. So, question is, before AI takes it, better go change your tasks. Not just change your tasks. Carry AI and say, hey AI, come. All those tasks I'm doing, they're going to do it for me. Meanwhile, I'm going to do A, B, C, D. Have that on lockdown now. Before AI just comes here, there. AI has taken all your tasks and have nothing to do. Well, AI has taken my job. Of course, you gave AI your job. Huh? If AI can do something now, there's a big difference between the person that is excited about AI, knows what to do with AI, and that person that's just there, coasting, until AI completely disrupts you. One important thing is something called domain expertise. You need to have domain expertise. When you have domain expertise, then you know, I will not teach you what you should do to make AI your superpower. Give AI comes and becomes that superpower that you have. So domain expertise is very, very important. So I'll be talking about the work efficiency metric and how we use that to kind of measure productivity and how it reveals certain inefficiencies and what AI can do about those inefficiencies for you. So the first thing you need is domain expertise. Now, what do I mean by domain expertise? This is something that you are an expert in, one very small niche that you are an expert in, that you are confident. Take me to anywhere in the world, put me on a panel anywhere in the world, and I will speak. I will talk directly about it without any issues. That means I'm a domain expert. Now, once you're a domain expert, because one thing with AI is this, let me give you one simple line. You should never abdicate to AI. You need to delegate to AI. Never abdicate to AI. You must delegate to AI. Now, if you are to delegate to AI, you can't delegate something you do not know. So you need to know that thing, and to know that thing, I'm saying you need to be a domain expert. So when you're a domain expert, say, hey, AI, come. I need you to do A, B, C, D. AI goes and does A, B, C, E. You should know that AI did A, B, C, E, not A, B, C, D. And the only way you can know that is if you're a domain expert. And you review the work and like, hi, what is this? What does AI say? How many of you have had AI say, sorry? Yes. so AI is basically say, I'm sorry. So if you're not a domain expert, you will just carry the thing that AI gave you and then continue on thinking you're okay. But that's super risky, and unfortunately in the world we live in now, that's going to happen a lot. The thing that you don't know is, let AI do it. AI will do it. Who is reviewing it? So AI is going to, yes, AI will do it. Is it, like gambling? You know those guys that really like gambling? In fact, Nigeria, I don't know about you guys in the rest of the world. We have a gambling epidemic. Our young people, they gamble, all these betting companies here and there. I used to think as a kid and growing up, I used to think, Nigerians love football. They love football so much. I now realize they lie. They like gambling. It's not football that they like. They check. Oh, the score. Oh, Ronaldo did this. Messi did this. Oh, it's a lie. They're gambling. And they think that they know, they have knowledge of the game and knowledge of the players, that they're able to predict whether somebody does matches. It is gambling. I never knew that. I was thinking we love football. So when you hear heart attack and so what they were supporting is basically the money that they put down and something happened. So anyway, so it's not a really nice thing, gambling. But so that domain expertise is very important. So ask yourself, what am I a domain expert in? Or what do I want to be a domain expert in? What's that thing that's really, really interests me? And everything about that thing, I want to soak it up. Like you'll be on that thing and you wake up and look up and it's 11 o'clock, 11 p.m. You're like, what? I thought it was 8 p.m. What is that thing? So think about it and write it down. What is that thing? So for that thing, you need to significantly improve your skill sets. You need a level of skill that you on your own can continue to build on it. Now, to get that level of skill in that thing, to become that domain expert, you need another domain expert, a human domain expert that has been bona fide as an expert in this thing and knows how to impact knowledge, knows how to speak, is eloquent, right, in the pursuit of transferring that information. Do your research, find that person, make that person your mentor. And you don't necessarily need to make that person your mentor physically. You can basically see what book did that person write? Does that person blog? Does he have a newsletter or she have a newsletter, right? And then go read on whatever about that person. Soak yourself in that person, that persona, right? Get that knowledge. You will now become a domain expert from a human. It's very important, from a human that knows the stuff. Don't try and become a domain expert from zero. You're using AI. As I said, you have no idea whether AI is teaching you crap or teaching you something good. There's something called hallucination in AI, where AI hallucinates. Now, I kind of like it. When AI hallucinates, see what I do. When AI hallucinates, I continue to make it hallucinate more, so that I'll see how far it goes with this madness. Hallucination is very dangerous because it's telling lies, constantly telling lies. And AI is one of the best things. It tells the best lies ever. It can lie so well and convincingly it's untrue. AI's lies. So if you want to check out my Twitter handle, and you'll see a set of lies that I said. I asked AI, let me tell you how it happened. Because we're talking about work efficiency, right? And this AI now messing up big time. So I said, AI, I do webinars, I do trainings, I do all sorts. And what happens is I want to convert that webinar, that video, I want to convert it to an article. Is this something you think you can do? Oh, yeah, I can do it. Definitely I can do it. I said, okay, so what do you need me to do? Should I download the webinar and go and get the transcript and give it? I said, no, give me the link to the video. I will go through it myself and stuff. Okay. I said, okay, very nice. I gave AI the link. This is live. This is a couple of years ago, I think 2 years ago. Now I think it will do it better. But 2 years ago I sent it. So I said, how long will it take you? He said 2 hours. I said, okay, good. After 2 hours, I came back to the AI. I said, so yeah, are you done? Said, no, I'm not done yet. It took a little bit longer than I thought. Give me another 10 minutes. After another 10 minutes, I asked, so how far are you done? Say, yes, I'm done. Here it is. He said, what do you mean here it is? Where is it? No, I've sent it to you. I said, I've sent it to you. I said, what? I can't see what you sent. Then he said, no, okay. How else can I send it to you? I said, can you send it by email? He said, yes. So he said, give me your email. I gave him my email. So I said, how far? Have you sent it? Yeah, I've sent it. I said, I haven't seen any email. What do you mean you've sent it? I haven't seen any email. I said, okay, what email did you use to send it? Now send me a fake email address. Something at the service that they provide the AI.com. Lies. I said, I don't have this thing. I don't understand what you're doing. Are you playing with me? So no, I'm not playing with you. I'm trying to help you. This is all evidence. See it. I'm trying to help you, blah, 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 blah. So I'm talking about work efficiency, right? This one is how will I call this stuff now? Is it DF, what they call it? There's a name you call staff that are about to leave your organization when you've done evaluation. So he said, okay, let me send it to you another way. I'll send you a Google Drive link. I said, okay, good. He now sent a Google Drive link. Google Drive, fake link. Generated the link. We have generative AI. So it generates, what can generate nonsense. It generates a good stuff always, but when it generates nonsense, man, it is very nonsense. So anyway, so it generated a fake link. So I kind of told it like, you're just completely playing with me. So no, I'm not playing with you. I've tried everything in my power to help you. That's what I said. I've tried everything in my power, blah, blah, blah. So at the end of the day, that's AI hallucination. So when you want to work efficiently with AI, first thing, domain expertise. Once you get this ground level knowledge from somebody that you're mentoring, you don't need to physically get to that mentor. You can basically learn from that person, as I said, reading his book or going through newsletters and stuff. Just connect to that person or set of people that are experts, bona fide experts. Once you learn to that level, then you can augment your learning with AI. Because you've reached a certain level that AI's lies, you can catch it. So you can ask AI, do you know what, every week, I want you to go online, you can do a sequence for AI. I want you to go online and aggregate all the different ideas around the world in this topic, wherever they are. Ensure you have certain lists and links for me to verify that topic, but send me an email every single week with this aggregation of new content or new ideas around that topic. So every week you get an email or notification from AI on that topic. Guess what? You're now using AI to enhance your domain expertise. Now, let me talk about a metric I developed. So as part of what I do, I teach on data, I teach on analytics, I teach financial modeling, but I love frameworks. So you see that learning style, those learning styles are a framework. So there are different frameworks. They tell you a lot about the person's character, but not everything. The problem is people think it's everything. No, it's not. It's a majority. So this person's learning style is audible, this person is kinesthetic, this person, you get. So it tells you a lot. So I have a framework for what I consider work efficiency. where you can map your work efficiency. So if you're with me, take a piece of paper and take a pen. You're going to draw some things on a document like that. So make sure, grab. If you're online, everybody, just go pick a piece of paper and a pen. You know, these days we don't have papers and pen. Nobody even knows their handwriting. It's their phone. They will pick their phone. So get a piece of paper and a pen. And what I would like you to do is draw like, so if you're going to do a 4x4. What I mean by 4x4, see this piece of paper, you'll have just one line like this and one line like that. One line is it x-axis and middle y-axis. So then you have 4 boxes, okay? So have that, 4 boxes, great. So the work efficiency metric, a thought that came to my head was that, how would we measure how efficient people work? How do we measure productivity? So my theory is this, that everybody does tasks. At the office, you list out your tasks. What are my to-dos? What are all my tasks that I want to accomplish this week? List it out, right? And then hopefully at the end of the week, you tick, you're done. You're very happy when you tick. I don't know if you're the type, when you tick, you're so happy, right? Or I don't know if you have an app. As you tick the app, you make a sound. Bing, is like, this bing sound. Oh, very nice, I did it. So if you do it, that's cool. So use a to-do list. So what you do is, at the back of the paper that you have, I want you to write out maybe at least 10 tasks. So let's pretend that you're planning for next week, or if you can, plan for whatever you said last week that you're going to do this week. List out 10 tasks. All right, so list out your 10 tasks. So for me, what my tasks have been, I'm going to prepare for my, I had a project finance modeling course, so prepare for my project finance modeling course, prepare for module 1, prepare for module 2, prepare for module 3. I'm going to write 10 modules. So prepare for module 1, prepare for module 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. So those are my tasks. And then I'll say, okay, talk to my coordinator to ensure that we understand the participants' needs, do a detailed review of the participants' needs, and then register the participants on our pre-work. That's me giving you my task. Register the participants for our pre-work, that kind of stuff. Okay, have a meeting with my team and ask them if they have any issues and try and do small coaching and mentorship for my team. That's another task. You get, so write out various tasks. Just keep writing. Write at least, if you can write 10, that would be great. So we're going to go through that activity and see how that goes, right? So write out your tasks, because we're going to do some mapping with those tasks, okay? Just one sentence. Don't write very long stuff. One small sentence of all your tasks. So if you're listening to us online as well, do that. Just write down your tasks. Remember, a piece of paper. Paper is cheap, so don't start writing small. Paper is cheap. You have 2 pages, 3 pages, is fine. So the first page, I said that you should draw a x-axis and y-axis. Leave that clear, blank. Don't write anything there. And then at the back, another piece of paper. List out your tasks. So think about last week. What were the tasks that I said I was going to do? Just list all of them out, right? So hopefully you list about 10. Great. So here it is. So that's your x and y axis that you did, right? You did the y, you did the x-axis left to right? X-axis left to right, and then y is top and bottom. So your x-axis left to right is time. Time is basically going to move from no time at all to plenty time. No time at all. Like, you can do things without time. No time. You don't need time. No time needed to lots of time needed. Okay, so no time needed on the x-axis, starting to lots of time required. Do you understand? So that's your left to right. That axis left to right. On the far left, you say no time. On the far right, you say plenty time. Does that make sense? So that's just a timeline. Yes? Does that make sense? You're going to, let me repeat again. You're going to basically draw a 4 boxes, one line top to bottom, another line left to right. Now the line left to right, you're starting from no time needed to plenty time needed. Okay? No time needed, plenty time needed. Now, bottom to top. The bottom bit, you're going to say complex problem. A simple problem. Bottom, you say simple problem. Simple problem at the bottom. That's the one top to bottom, simple problem. At the top, you say complex, very complex problem. So your simple problem, you can say minimum complexity. Another way to say simple problem, easy, small complexity. So plenty or very complex. All right. So do you now have your quadrants? You have your quadrants, right? You have your left to right, which is no time to plenty time. Bottom to top. Bottom being what? Simple problem to very complex problem. Very good. Very good. Very good. Very good. So now, go back to the list of tasks you did last week. You know, you still have some more tasks you're going to write. Write plenty tasks. Email, you check your email. I'm sure you check your email, so check your email. I know none of you wrote check your email. So check my email. Usually, we do that every morning, don't we? Check my email, yeah? Right, good. I don't know if you prepared any meal, if you're the type like cooking for yourself. You prepared a meal, prepared food, all the food you ate, maybe you prepared it, or you went to go and eat, I don't know. It's something you do on a daily basis, right? It's very important, isn't it? It's not so complex, but super important. Okay. What else? What really is work task I want you to enter, but food is important. Anyway, so other work tasks. Which other work tasks did you put in there? If you're a manager, you basically have meetings. Yeah? Or even if you're not a manager, you have meetings. So you have your daily meeting or daily huddle. Daily huddle with my team. Right? Is there any strategic work you did? Did you think? Many of us don't plan thinking. We don't have thinking as part of our plan for the day or for the week. As in thinking time, zero distraction. Do you have that strategic thinking time? We don't have it. There's some top performers, right? They put that in their schedule. They put in their schedule from Tuesday, let's say from 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock every Tuesday. Everyone knows not to talk to them, not to say anything there. That's their thinking time. So what's your thinking time? Some people is when they're jogging, that's their thinking time. So they're jogging, they have the headset on, you can't really disturb them, they're thinking time. So put your thinking time as part of your task as well. Strategic thinking, all right? So now what you will do is this. After you write your tasks, to the right of your task, I want you to have 2 columns. You know, you listed your task, maybe you don't have space, but to the right of the task, so just like you have 2 lines. One line you're going to call it time, another line you're going to call it complexity. So you've listed out your tasks. So what we're going to do is we're going to rate every single task. We're going to rate it by how much time on a scale of 1 to 10 do you spend on that task, and how complex is the task on a scale of 1 to 10. Now, you know, all the tasks are the tasks for the week. You can't have the same rating. So ask yourself, this is my list of tasks. Which one was the most complex? Which one took the most time? The one that took the most time probably is a 9 or a 10. And then you now know which one took the least time, right? So I want you to look at each task, and we're going to rate each one on a scale of 1 to 10 for time taken, another 1 to 10 for complexity. All right? So task 1, maybe it's a 3 for time taken. So what I usually do is this: I look at all the tasks and I say which one took the most time. I rate that first. You get? Just calibrate my head. So I say, okay, which one took the most time? I rate that. Which one took the least time? I rate that, as far as time is concerned. Then I say, okay, this is my list. Which one is the most complex brain tasking? I rate it. Which one is the least brain tasking? I rate it. Once you do those ratings, it's called calibration. You've calibrated yourself with those 4 numbers. Then you can fill out the rest. Okay? So let's do that. So just a reminder for those latecomers that came online, came late, what we're talking about is the work efficiency metric, something I developed that I'm now facilitating to show you how to measure your work efficiency. And once we've measured your work efficiency, we're now going to see, okay, how will AI help us in this work efficiency? Now, for AI to help you, I said, it's me just summarizing what I've said. For AI to help you, I said, AI helps those people that are prepared. And those people that are prepared, I said, one key thing you should know about yourself is what am I a domain expert in? Once I know I'm a domain expert in this thing, there are other things that I'm not domain expert in. I'm going to outsource it to either humans or AI. I'm not the expert. But if you're outsourcing it to AI or humans, you better know what you're outsourcing, because if you're not a domain expert, maybe you should get another domain expert to review the work. But anyway, that's long story. So once you understand that domain expertise, you understand work efficiency metric. I've shown you the metric. You've listed out your tasks. Now is the time to rate each of your tasks. So the metric is time on a scale. The x-axis has time from no time at all. These are simple things that don't take you time to it takes you lots of time. No time to lots of time. Then at the bottom of the axis you have very simple problems to the top of the axis, which you have very complex problems. All right? That's your metric. You've listed out your tasks. Now is to rate your task according to time and complexity. So how you should do that to calibrate yourself, after listing out all your tasks, you ask yourself, out of all these tasks, which one takes me the most time? Find it, give it a rate, usually to be a 9 or 8 or 10, depending. So give it that rate. Then out of all these tasks, which one takes me the least time? Give it a rate, maybe 1, 2, 3. Once you've given those 2, then Same thing. Out of all these tasks, which one is the most complex? Go on, once you find it, give it a rate. Maybe 9, 10, who knows? And then out of all these tasks, which one is the least complex? Very easy, super easy. Also give it a rate. So you'd have given 4 numbers. Based on those 4 numbers, now rate the rest. It's now easier for you to rate the rest. That's what we call calibration. You're calibrating yourself. So engineers, when they want to calibrate something, that's how they calibrate. So you're calibrating your tasks. Once you finish calibration, now the interesting part, we're going to go into the metric. So any hands up, see guys online, see I'm very lucky I have an online audience. I have a physical audience here. So hands up if you're done. Everybody, hands up, okay. We have some few hands up. The rest of them are not putting their hands up. I don't know what they're doing. They're on their phone. You see, they're more probably kinesthetic learners or I don't know learners that are, so I better be very patient with them. I've just learned from the last speaker. Very cool. Anyway, so, okay. So you can always do this activity online, it's fine, or later. So now that you've rated your tasks, 3, 5, 4, 2, go back to that your chart. So you go back to that your chart, and now let's put numbers in that chart. So obviously we're going to put numbers from 1 to 10, isn't it, for time, left to right. So I want you to, in the middle of it is probably going to be 5, isn't it? So we can say the 5, the middle of that line will be 5. The left of that line will be 0, 1, 0 is all the way to the end. So when you put the 5 in the middle, right? So to the left you can say 1, 2, 3, 4. And then after that 5 in the middle, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay? And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Balance. Anyway. So are we there? And then of course your top to bottom. The same middle would have been 5, isn't it, for top to bottom? Yeah. Right at the bottom would have been 0. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then that your 5, you'd say 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's you. You've now created a 4, we call it a 2 by 2. A 2 by 2 table, and you now have your metric, isn't it? Those that didn't like maths in school, we're doing small plotting of graph. Huh? You see, we're doing graph plotting. I know you didn't like maths. Okay, fine. The problem with maths, let me divert a little bit. Maths is it's not about maths, it's about the teacher. The teacher messed you up. Huh? It is the teacher. They didn't make it interesting. And I'll give you a very simple, let me use this to kind of give you a simple exercise. How many of you learnt about average in school? Average. You learnt average. Okay, good. Now, let me give you a simple activity. You are a manager in a company. Now, unfortunately, that company went into bad times, hard times. Those hard times means that they had about 2,000 sales reps, or these sales reps, or customer service reps. What do customer service reps do? They take calls. So they take calls and kind of solve problems on the calls, and by solving problems, the company makes more money. So they had 2,000 customer service reps. COVID hit. When COVID hits, they're like, we need to lay off 800 people. We can only afford to keep 1,200. And very unfortunately, it's you that has the job to identify the 800 people that they're going to lay off. Can you imagine that? Wickedness. Right? Okay. So the MD he gave you the task. It's not the MD doing it. It's a big task. So you're going to lay off 800 people. And what you need to do is this. You have performance ratings. Yeah. And based on that performance rating, which are going to determine what that performance rating is, you will need to then sort out who are the least performing 800. And then send them this unfortunate letter that, sorry, we want to keep the company afloat. If we keep you there, the company will die. So please, you have to go. So, question. That performance rating, let's assume they do performance ratings every week. Every week they rate their staff. So you have data or ratings for the last 6 months. Let's say 30 weeks. 30 weeks of rating. But what you need to do is summarize that rating into one number. Can you imagine? So you're going to summarize it into one number. So everybody's name, there are 2,000 names. Is it 2,000 style? 2,000 names, and everybody has a rating. So let's assume the rating is a rating of 1 to 10, right? And let's say the rating is 1.2, somebody has 1.2, somebody has 1.8, somebody has 2.4, somebody has 5.6, somebody has 10, somebody has 9.5. So those are your ratings. Now, question. You've had 30 ratings before. How are you going to summarize those 30 ratings into one number to put into this spreadsheet with 2,000 names? And then all you do is sort by the rating, isn't it? And the people with the highest rating you keep, the people with the least rating you say sorry, you have to go. Question for you. What summary will you use? See, somebody said average. I'll put that to one side. What else? So what she says is that take all that 30 ratings for each person and do the average equals to, go to Excel. Who knows Excel here? What's the function? Equals to average, highlight it, and you do that for each 2,000 people and you get the number. That is a big problem. Very big problem. Now, this is why maths teachers, they did us a disservice for those that didn't like maths. Because by not liking maths, you also didn't like another course called statistics.
Yes.
It is that maths teacher that messed up your statistics and now you don't know which statistic to use and they're now sacking people you shouldn't sack. Let me tell you how that happens, how you're sacking people you shouldn't sack. You have now rated everybody. The performance we expect, because who is a good staff? You know, I'm talking about efficiency and work efficiency. Who is a good staff? Who can tell me how do you know a really good staff? Willing to learn. I don't put money in my pocket too. I have employees to I have salaries to pay. KPI, somebody that delivers KPIs.
Someone who gives the highest revenue, like people who.
So if it's a salesperson, the guy that brings in the money, I like that person. Brings in the money. Hey, yes, okay.
Sorry. For example, now in the case of someone who brings in money, what about the facility manager?
Facility manager.
He's not actually bringing in money,
Mhm.
but he's actually ensuring that the business
Is running, and the thing you're selling is always up and running.
Yes.
So he's bringing in money indirectly. He's bringing in money. That person is bringing in money by ensuring that that salesperson can sell something.
Yeah.
If that thing is not available, he can't sell something. So he's bringing in money indirectly. So someone who does their role excellently. But what does excellently mean? How do we measure it? What's the measure of excellently?
towards the goal of the company.
Towards the goal of the company. So it's not just your goal, but the entire goal of the company. But then it's like measurement. So you come and have a general talk and say, oh, the person is towards the goal of the company. But what is that metric? What is that thing?
So I think
Performance. Efficiency means what?
I think efficiency for me is
Yeah.
consistently delivering.
Just wait there. She has said the word I'm looking for. Consistency. Man, not just consistent, consistently good. So if you are consistent at a high level, now for those online, I'm going to say something about Nigeria, so sorry. So anyway, when we have power shortage, we have power. Every time power, we are using generator here. By the way, generator is super expensive, right? Now, why are we complaining? We are saying we want 24 hours light. That's not what we want. That's not what we want. What we want is for the power generating people to tell us power is going to come on at 8 o'clock. It's going to go off at 12 for 30 minutes. It will come on at 12:30. It will go off at 6, another 30 minutes. It will come on at 6:30. Go off at 12. We will know precisely, and they consistently provide that service. And they say, we're only providing you 15 hours of light every day. This is the schedule of light. Next year, we're going to provide you 16 hours. We'll provide you 17 hours. We'll provide you 18 hours until in 5 years' time, we reach what? 24 hours. If they do that, whoever is the politician is going to get elected. Because guess what you can do with that? You can plan. So the best staff is the staff that provides an acceptable level of standard consistently. This is my own definition. I don't know what it is. So let me even say it again so I remember. So the best staff is that staff that provides an acceptable level of standard, acceptable level of performance consistently. So that word, consistently. Now let's come back to your unfortunate case study. You have 2,000 staff. You are told that, 800 staff have to go. We have performance ratings for this staff for the last 30 weeks. Each staff, 30 performance rating. You need a spreadsheet with a specific performance number. That number is what you're going to use to sort that spreadsheet, and then the 1,200 highest rating, stay. Lowest 800, go. What summary would you use? I got an answer called average. I'm saying average is super dangerous. But the reason for average, you see I'm rewinding, is because of maths. Maths teacher messed up, and our statistics teacher even didn't have hope because maths. In fact, somebody thought, I read accounting. Do you know why I read accounting? I liked maths. And then for some silly reason, I thought accounting was maths. Because, number, I would like it, I would do accounting. I went to my accounting class, my first accounting class. And in my first accounting class, the teacher wrote something, did something like that, put debit, put credit. Then now listed something in my head. I'll say debit, the guy will put it in credit. I'll say credit, the guy will put it in debit. I'm like, what is this rubbish? I thought it was maths I came to learn. Now, what is this? So I was like, this is just doesn't make sense. So I went and complained to my parents that, look, this is my accounting. I think I made a mistake. Frankly speaking, I know I made a mistake. I should have read engineering. Engineers, their brain works in a different way. The way that course goes, it makes them think critically. So if you want someone that thinks critically, get an engineer. So I was very jealous of engineers when I started because they were always getting better than everybody. Anyway, so when I went and complained, I said, I can't see. And do you remember I started my whole talk by saying my own trait is in primary school, I said this class is too cheap, it's too cheap, I need competition. Right? Same thing. So when my parents, I'm like, this doesn't make sense. I'm in the wrong course. What is debit, credit, nonsense? It's not maths. What can I do? And then my parents said, okay, do you know what? They had an auditor. They asked the auditor, can you help? He gave me a book. I still remember the book. It's called Frank Wood. So Frank Wood Accounting. I'm a type that I don't like reading. I read that 1 week, I finished that entire book. So I finished year 1, year 2 of accounting in 1 week. Because I just didn't understand. Now I understood, see this nonsense, okay. And then I kind of made a way of learning it in a different way, not the complex way they were teaching us. So now, back to this case study. If you use average, let me tell you what happens. You've taken that 30 things, each person did 30 previous ratings, right? Performance rating. Let's assume that there is a standard. There is a standard of what we expect you to get, or the standard rating. Let's say your standard rating should be 5. Let's just say 5, whatever 5 is. Your rating should be 5. We expect you to have 5. Now, if you have 5, you're good. You did very well, right? If you have 6, very nice. But 5 is the expected standard of performance. Now, if somebody had a 3, we know the person is poor, right? If somebody had a 7 or 8, we know this person is good. But look at what tends to happen. Out of that 30, when you do the average, and by the way, average in Excel also did us a disservice. For those that use Excel, when you go to Excel, say equals to average. In mathematics, average is just a name. There are different types of average. Who can tell me the types of average? You have mean, median, mode, and then there are many other things too. But Excel went to say equal to average. It should be equal to mean. And then, if you go to Excel and say equals to mode, it's there. Say equals to median, it's there. But then say equals to average. So they've messed up our brain as to what average even means. Right? Anyway, that notwithstanding, we say equals to average. So this stuff, one of the stuff that you're assessing, when you did the average was exactly 5. Another stuff, the average was 4.5, 4.5, 4.5, 4.5. Another staff's average was 5.3. You now sort out all the 1,000. And those people that had these high scores, you keep them. Those that had low scores, you let them go. But here's the problem. If 5 is the standard, that same person that got an average of 5 could have started having 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 5.8, 5.8, 6.9. When you do the average, 5. What have you, and then another person, 4.8, 4.8, 4.8, 4.8, 5.2, 5.2, 4.5, 4.5, the average 4.9. This person is not as good as this guy. This guy's average is 5. This other guy is 4.9. Isn't it? Average 6. So the guy that had 4.9 was getting 4.8, 4.8, 4.8, like almost like 20 of the thing, 4.8. And then some got 5.2. That person is what? Consistent. What did we say the definition of performance is? Effectiveness is? You see, I can't even remember. Consistent. Acceptable. Thank you. I need to write this thing down. I like that definition. Okay. Acceptable level of acceptable standard consistently. So this other person, 1, terrible. In fact, sometimes 0. He didn't come to work. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, then 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. Average 5. Performer. He's not a performer. That guy will give you a heart attack. You as the manager was like, Bode, what will Bode bring today? Is he going to bring his A game? Is he bringing his A game? Or is he going to bring his B game or his F game? Your heart will be beating. If you don't know what Bode will bring. Right? So the other guy, 4 point, that's the consistent person. So can you see that if you used average to lay off people, you will mess up big time?
Yes.
So one thing they taught us in statistics, which we didn't learn because we had bad teachers, is standard deviation. We said it, but guess how they teach us standard deviation in school? They say a standard deviation is the square root of the squared of the square root nonsense. They are teaching us the calculation of standard deviation and not the use of standard deviation. Standard deviation is simply a measure of a deviation from a standard. That's what standard deviation is. And what is consistency? Consistency is how far are you deviating from a standard. I don't want you to deviate from our expectation. This is my expectation. Please be around those expectations and we're okay. The definition of risk is when you're deviating all over the place from something. That's risk. Right? So standard deviation is the correct measure. Isn't it? That's the correct measure. But we are not taught well. So we crammed, we passed the exam. I said, that exam was hard. They were saying correlation, standard deviation. I don't even understand. Anyway, I crammed the calculation. This divided by this, by the square root of this, square root of that. So how unfortunately our teachers did us a disservice in primary school. It's from primary school that they mess us up.
Yeah.
Primary school maths teacher determines the trajectory of most people's career.
Yes.
Yes. So if you want to solve that, what I advise you do is go to some excellent website called Khan Academy.
How did you say?
Yes, Khan Academy. KHAN Academy.com. So this is a guy, young guy, he had all his nephews and nieces, especially nieces, that said, please help me with this maths, help me with maths. So he used to help them with maths. One time he got tired, he sent them a YouTube video, the way he teaches. That YouTube video became viral. And then he decided, people need this thing. Then he created an NGO, provided all the lessons you ever need from nursery to university, free of charge, fully, in his way of teaching, in his very beautiful way of teaching. And now he has infused AI into that. He has infused AI. He has something called Khan Migo. If you go and check it out, Khan Migo. And what the AI does is so amazing. Look at what it does. Your kids, you log in as a parent, you log your kid in as a student, and you log your teacher in as a teacher. So all of you are there managing your pupils. And what happens is, when they create a test, let's assume they're testing the kid, is doing stuff, the AI will see what the kid is doing and change the questions depending on the way the kid is learning. So you see, I'm tying to our previous speaker, right? Very nicely. So the way the kid is learning, they say, the reason why this kid make this mistake is because they didn't learn this or they didn't learn that. So the questions will now change to that, and then you learn better. That's the beautiful use of AI. Not that my other AI that was just telling lies and telling lies and telling lies and saying, sorry, I have tried all in my power. As in, I don't understand. So anyway, so standard deviation is simply a deviation from a standard. So if you had a standard of 5 and you have this staff that have 30 different entries, what you do is say, what is the standard deviation? So what the standard deviation does is simply take what is the average or what's the standard. How much points have you deviated, whether up or down? It doesn't matter whether you're deviating up or you're deviating down. Now, mathematically, how do you remove the sign? Because if you deviated, if somebody got 7, the deviation is what? Plus 2. If the standard is 5. If the person got 4.5 and standard is 5, the deviation is what? Minus 0.5. Good. Now, if you do, let's say the deviation is minus 2 and plus 2. What is minus 2 squared? Mathematics. Minus 2 squared. Minus 2 squared. Ha! Maths has suffered people. Even minus 2 squared. Hey. Minus 2 squared is 4. What is 2 squared? Minus 2 squared? 4. 2 squared? 4. So a maths teacher or statistician will say, the reason we're squaring it, the reason we're squaring the deviation is so that we can remove the sign. Do you get that? Whether it's minus or plus, we don't care. So we want to remove the sign, and that's why mathematically we square it. So if your deviation, so what you're doing is you take those 30 entries, you check what's the standard. Every single entry, you check how is it deviating from the standard. And because you don't care whether it's less or more, you're removing the sign of the deviation. So that's minus 2 plus 2 minus 0.5. You're squaring it. When you square it, the sign disappears. So you're basically doing the sum of the squared deviations from the standard. You're doing the square root of the summed, the square of the square root of the square of the deviations from the standard. That's the definition of standard deviation. Now, why are you squaring it? To remove the sign. Why are you doing square root? Square root basically is the reverse of square. To come back to normal. They never taught us like that. They just beat us in the hand. They just beat us like this and say, as in what kind of wickedness is that? Sadistic nonsense. And it's not the teacher's fault. The teacher too wasn't taught. Eh? They don't understand the rudiments. They don't know what it is. Only the few statisticians that do. And let me now tie this to betting people. So the betting people, right? They bet, and they think they know stuff. Who is making money? The betting companies. The betting companies know statistics very well. They will always make money. They will never not make money. Because they're using statistics. They know odds. They know probability. And they have already put the odds in their favor that statistically speaking, they will make money. And always make money. Have you seen a betting company that has gone bankrupt? Why? So, what you need to do is you need to use standard deviation to rate those 2,000 staff, and the one with the least deviation, because you see the standard deviations. Oh, and what you do is your company will say an acceptable deviation is 1.2. What is 1.2? So if yours 5, 1.2 is acceptable. So 5, you have 5 plus 1.2, 6.2, and then 5 minus 1.2. No? See, back to maths. You see our maths problems. 5 minus 1.2. 3.8. So acceptable range of performance is 3.8 to 6.2. You see, that's the range. Anyone outside that range of performance has an issue, but really you will calculate the deviation. So the acceptable deviation is plus or minus 1.2. Then when you do the standard deviation of everybody, you sort it out. Anybody that is off that deviation, or is anyone that's lower than that deviation, means they're good. Anybody higher than that deviation means they're risky. And that is how you measure performance, and that's how you lay off the correct 800 people. But if you had used average, you will suffer. I thought this guy was good. This guy is good. Why is he behaving like this? Data. Data is gold. Back to our metric. So, back to our metric. So now that you have plotted and have reduced the fear of mathematics from you, do you like maths a bit more now? Okay, good. So you're wishing that was your maths teacher those days. Okay. So now we're going to now plot in the graph that you didn't like. Now the graph is such a wonderful thing. So take every single task you had before, right? Take your first task. Someone should shout out, what was your time and your complexity rating for your first task? Shout it out. Time rating. 2. Time rating, anybody shout out your time rating? 6. Time rating 2. Time rating 6. 10. Wow. 10. The first one. 8, 3. Good. So that's your time rating. Have that. Now what's the complexity rating of your first task?
7.
So your time rating was 3. What's your complexity rating?
3.
Oh, 3, 3. Okay. 2 and 3. Okay. So complexity time was 2 over 10. Complexity was 3 over 10. Okay, good. What else? Anybody? So give me both your time and your complexity rating.
Time 6, complexity 7.
So 6, 7. Okay. 10, 6. So 10, 6. So hers is that 10 is the time. That means this thing takes her time like crazy. And 6 means it's not too complex. It's complex, but not too complex. Do you get? Okay. Can you tell us what that is? Shout it out. A course. So. Okay, so it's a course you're doing. The time it takes for you to do that course is a lot. It's not so complex, but you also want to learn that skill. Really want to learn that skill. So, okay, so that's 10 and 6. Now, if she's going to plot that in the graph, so what you're going to do is every single one of your tasks, you're going to plot it and put a dot. You're going to put a dot. Where you put a dot, just by the side, since you've listed your tasks, you've listed your tasks. Have you given your task numbers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Have you given them numbers? So when you put the dot in the right place, put a number next to it so you know what task that is. So for her, that is 10 and 6. So left to right, her 10 would have been at the end, isn't it? Yes. But her 6 is complexity, and complexity is 0 to 10. So complexity will pass that middle line and go a little bit up. So her own is going to be somewhere here, right? It's going to be somewhere here, where it's 10 of time and 6 of complexity. So everybody plot your tasks, plot everything. Plot all your tasks, all the dots, plot it, plot it, plot it, plot it, plot it. So you're taking time left to right, and then you have to go up and down to select complexity and then dot. Put a dot there. You see, I'm giving you work. Huh? You thought you didn't come, you came for work, huh? We're doing statistics. So plot it, put your dots, and then you will now put a rate. You just say, okay, this was task 4, task 3, task 4. Put a dot. I want to see dots everywhere. Hopefully, that's why I said you should have like 10 tasks. But if you don't worry, put the dots. So you will now have a table. So while you're doing that, I'll just keep on talking a bit. So part of the rules we must talk. So do your dots, dot. You now have dots. So you're going to have dots in 4 different sectors. 4 sectors. Yes, dots in 4 sectors. Okay. Do it. So you need to be honest. I've done these activities on people and they were not honest. So this one takes so many time. What about that other time? It takes plenty time. It takes plenty. How can everything take plenty time? I'm not serious. How do you mean everything takes plenty time? No. Have you seen some people that write a priority list and there are plenty things on that priority list? Yeah. It's not a priority. So what's the biggest priority? Write 5 things. You just write one now, and that's your priority. Right? So plot. Let me know if you have done plotting, put your hand up. Let me know if you've plotted. Done plot. How many did you plot? 8 things. You plotted 8 things. Good. So online audience, if you're plotting, get that piece of paper, plot it. In fact, in the comments, this is in YouTube, in the comment to show evidence that you plotted it, take a picture and attach it on that to your YouTube. Let us see that you plotted it and this is your dots. So what you have basically done is you've plotted your graph in the work efficiency metric. So work efficiency metric, I'm calling it WEM. That's my invention. So please, anybody else that's using this, let me know so I can sue them. Yes, very important. So we can get some money in. So you've plotted, you've plotted it. Excellent. So top right, top left. You have 4 sections, right? Top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right. Where do most of your things? Where are they? The bottom left, bottom right, top left, or top right? You like average a lot.
No, for real. Some are complex, some are easy.
How many dots? So bottom right has how many dots for you? How many dots? 3 dots. Where else are your dots? Bottom right, okay. 5 dots bottom right. Top right, how many dots? 1. Somebody has 1, someone has 3. Top left, how many dots? Who has top left? How many dots top left? Some on the line, borderline. That means you're not too sure how long this thing takes. 5 is such a, middle. We like middle ground. No, I don't know. I said, how far? How much do you want to charge? How much do you want to take? 10 naira. How much do you want to 20 naira? Let's just do the middle, 15. We like middle. Huh? Okay. Bottom right. 4 on the bottom right.
3 on the top right.
3 on the top right. Okay.
Then same thing. 4 on the top left. And 3
on the bottom left.
Yeah.
Very good. You did 4. That means you did about 12 tasks. How many tasks? How many tasks did you write? 12 tasks. You see? I know my maths. My maths is good. Okay. So we're still plotting. Good. So now that we've plotted, what does this mean? So I'm coming to the meaning. What does it mean? Now remember, standard deviation. You now know it's called what? It is a deviation from a standard, and that is one of the most powerful metrics. It's one of the most powerful. About every training I do for 27 years of training, when I do this activity, people don't use standard deviation. They use very few. They use average. And average is so dangerous. Average is not a measure of distribution. It's a measure of central tendency. Very different. But when it comes to performance and efficiency in work, it's a measure of consistency. But not consistently bad, because that's another thing. It's consistently what? At an acceptable level of performance. Acceptable standard. So if you have someone that's consistent and the standard is so high, wow, that person is gold. That is pure gold. And unfortunately, they don't last. If you don't pay that person some serious money. But that person is like candidate for partner. Candidate for partner, as in, they're so hot. I mean, I had such a hot person, my goodness, early on in my career and my firm. So I was 20 years old. This is like 2 years in, 3 years in. So my friend called me, said he knows this guy. He did HND. The guy is so sharp, so sharp. Just employ him. So I employed him. I brought him into our company. I do financial modeling, is very complex. I gave him a book. I said, go and read that book. In 2 weeks, what that guy knows was more than someone I've taught for 3 years. In 2 weeks. This guy was so hot, and me, I'm early on in my business, I was chasing money here and there. I said, wow, this guy is smoking. So I used to work in Anderson, Arthur Anderson. Do you know what happened to Arthur Anderson then? Some of you are very young, you don't know. Imagine a company, right, with 70,000 staff globally, and some silly managers in one country, one small office somewhere, did some nonsense, and all of us lost our jobs. Globally, 70,000, we all lost our jobs. Enron, that's what happened. So they did some, go and read about it, it's very annoying. So anyway, in Nigeria, we were fine, we were lucky. So in Nigeria, we ended up just changing our name from Anderson to KPMG. What happened is, at the time that we were imploding globally, KPMG, and for those in Nigeria, it's in Ikorodu Road then, KPMG then were having problems with their own international body. So their international body withdrew their license, said, you guys are not doing the right thing, took their license. So there was a firm without a license. And then we, Anderson, the firm died. And then there was a license without a firm. Firm, no license, license, no firm. We became KPMG. So when you see KPMG now, it's called KPMG Professional Services, the one in Nigeria. They can't call themselves KPMG. There was legal fight about the name KPMG. But anyway, so KPMG was formerly, this is around 2001, 2002, it was called Anderson before. Now it's KPMG. And why was that? Inconsistency. Some people, when you're cocky, when you see someone that's cocky, just know there's a problem. Cocky people, they think, I have it, I'm there. Why? Because they can't learn. When they're cocky, they think I'm there, I'm a domain expert, I'm at this level. Who told you? You will continue to learn till you get to your grave. Once you think you've learned it all, that's when you start falling. Right? So typically that's how it is. So you've plotted, I'm happy, you've plotted this thing. Now let's explain the sectors. Quite a lot of times when you plot, many people are going to have bottom right. So let me just recap for everybody that's just joining us online. We built a 4x4 or 2x2 metric. We did time. We said that you list out all your tasks, and for every single task you ask yourself, which task basically takes me little time to accomplish, right? That is your x-axis. From little time to accomplish to plenty time, isn't it? Little time to plenty time, left to right. And then which task, also the same task, how complex is that task? From very simple at the bottom to very complex at the top. So you're basically drawing x-axis and y-axis. Now the bottom right of that axis, do you know what it's called? This is the thing that takes you plenty time that is not complex. It's called busy work. Busy work. This is the job that is taking so much time, probably frustrating you, and sometimes it takes you time because somebody else is messing up. Somebody else is supposed to do something for you that they're not doing, and something that should take you 2 minutes is taking you 2 days. So it's taking you a long time, and it's not complex, it's something easy. So it's not complex, or the problem is not big enough to really take your time, but it's taking you time. So that's busy work. What you need to do is eliminate, write out inside your quadrant. Right? Busy work. Eliminate. You need to find a way of eliminating those things very quickly. And we're going to talk about how AI will help you with that. Right? You are going to eliminate those things. Yes. You see, they are very important things. How do I eliminate it? We'll come to that. So that's busy work. This is mostly people in the workforce that are working on things that don't add as much value as you'd expect. They're not adding so much value, but they're wasting time. I'm busy doing what? Busy work. So can you identify some of them that you agree with that is really busy work, and that's your dots? Shout one out, let me hear it. Shout one out. Instagram, okay. Rolling on Instagram, just be spooling on Instagram. It's not complex, but it takes your time. Some of us spend 2 hours doing that every day. Reels. Me is YouTube. Sometimes I tell, nice, but that thing is really a waste of time. It is not. It is basically is what they call dopamine. What's a dopamine? Dopamine is like you're enjoying. You're liking it. Don't fool yourself. You're not learning. It's dopamine. I tell people we have 3 lives we live every day. 3 lives. 3 lives is another framework of mine. 3 lives we live every day. 8 hours of work, 8 hours of sleep and rest, and 8 hours of question mark. 8 hours of work, 8 hours of sleep and rest, and 8 hours of fill that question mark. And those 8 hours spent with your kids. Some say, I spend it in traffic, or I spend 2 hours. In that traffic, are you listening to an audio book? Are you reading a book? What are you doing in that traffic for 2 hours? The traffic is the traffic, but put a headset on and listen to a book. Listen to a podcast. You will learn if how you can do an entire MSc inside that traffic. Yeah.
So your thinking time cannot be said to be busy work.
It is not busy work. Thinking time is not busy work. So thinking time is complex. If you think thinking time is easy, then it's not. Thinking time is when you're thinking of really complex ideas, you're trying to aggregate things. So if you are bottom right, that means you thought that thinking time is not complex and you rated it as not complex. If you're really doing strategic thinking, it's definitely going to be above 5, isn't it? Yes. So it won't be there. It will be at the top right, and I'm coming to the top right. See? So your calibration needs more calibration, right? Okay, so bottom right, we've established busy work. Okay, bottom left. Someone should define what bottom left means.
Bottom left, no time.
Things that are taking no time, and they are very complex or simple? They are simple, they're not complex. They don't solve a big problem, they're solving small problems. Small problem, little time. Bottom left. I call that great work.
Great work.
Yes, I call it great work. So you can put the name. I'll explain why. So you can write great work. So to me, that's great work. Why is it great work? For me, these are things that already have an established standard way of doing those things. You have a process. You have an SLA. You have an SOP. So you basically have a process almost all documented of how to do that thing. It's a routine. Okay? So it doesn't take you time because it's almost like automatic. But it's not solving a big problem, right? So I call it great work, it's nice, but what you should put under it, you remember the other one was busy work. What did I say you should do with it? Eliminate it, and we'll talk about that. This one is great work, you need to automate it. Put automate, yeah. Bottom left is great work, you need to what? Automate.
Can you also delegate it?
Very true, which is part of automate. Automating is if you delegate it to something. One technical thing that does it automatically. See? Very nice. So automate it. Automate it. Right, we've done the bottom half, right?
Okay.
Bottom half done. Yes? Make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Alright, now the top half. So people are revealing what's there, trying to re-understand themselves. Can you see? I can see dots everywhere. Very nice. Very nice. So you can do this activity. It's such a wonderful activity to do. Very, very wonderful activity, and I'm going to, when I close my discussion, and I'm sure I'll be given a prompt for closing the discussion, I will tell you one application I built, and I'll give you free access to that application. So all of the things you did will basically you basically get it for free, and you see a digital version of it, and then you'll be able to compare yourself from last week to 2 weeks ago to now, and you will be able to plot your improvement. Okay, and then there's AI part of it that will tell AI will now help you know how do you move busy work, what do you do about your busy work. It's amazing stuff. Okay, all right. So we are coming very soon. Yeah. What's that? I'm not done. I'm almost done. I know, almost done. Not done. Okay, all right. So your bottom left, I'm leaving soon. Don't worry. No, I'm not done yet. But okay. So anyway. Yeah, have you plotted your bottom bit? Name the two things. Bottom right is called.
Bottom right is called busy work.
Bottom left is called.
Great work.
Very nice. Your top right. What is your top right? Top right means that you are spending plenty time doing hard things, complex things. Plenty time doing complex things. Okay, not too bad. Do you like that place? Do you like that spot? Check the things that are there. Do you like them, those tasks? Complex work, complex things. Check it. Do you like it? Do you like those things? You actually like those things. so those things, you actually like them. Okay. It must be done. It is complex. You must do it. You must sweat. Those kind of things that you just know you have to do it. During this Easter vacation, you should have done it, but you didn't do it. You were watching Netflix. So, okay. So, top right. So, do you know what I call top right? So, bottom right, busy work. Bottom left, great work. Bottom right, busy work that you need to what? Eliminate. Bottom left, great work that you need to automate. Top right is plenty complex things that take you plenty time. If you are doing complex things that take you plenty time, it means one, well, you may not be as good at it as somebody else. There may be somebody else that can do that thing better than you, faster than you. Do you think about it? Complex things taking plenty time. Somebody in the world probably is doing it better than you. So if you have the opportunity to know those people, you probably will outsource to them. So what I call that thing is poor systems. Poor systems. Yes, poor. They're very poor. Rich and poor. So these are poor systems. P-O-O-R. Upper right, top right is poor systems. P-O-O-R, systems. Poor systems. Now these poor systems, and the thing I'm putting under it is outsource it. Alright? Bottom right was what? Busy work. Eliminate it. Bottom left, great work, automate it. Top right, poor systems, outsource it. Okay. And some of the things there, some of you said, I like it. Who doesn't like what's there? Just say, I don't really like what's there. In your chat, you don't like it. You don't like it. Anybody watching this online, put the chat picture on that YouTube and let's know. Okay, so we have done poor system. What are we left with? Top left. Top left are very complex things that take you no time, right? I have one wonderful friend of mine at the back. His name is Victor. There are some things, so some facilitation. Wake him up in the middle of the night, like say 2 a.m. when he can't even see. He will flawlessly deliver. Those are things he can do in his sleep. Comes naturally to him, right? It doesn't take him time, even though it's complex. Doesn't take him time because he's built this system in his cell that he's one of the best in the world in doing that thing, right? So what I call those are expert systems. Those are expert systems. So you have an expert system at play, right? And what you need to do with those systems is scale it. You need to scale. So you're going to scale it, all right? Expert systems, scale it, right? So now you have your full map. Bottom right, busy work. Eliminate it. Bottom left, great work. Automate it. Top right, poor systems. Outsource it. Top left, expert systems. Scale it. Right? So that is your work efficiency metric. Right? And this is such a simple activity to do. It's part of your performance management framework and stuff, part of your competency framework, your capability framework, all sorts of frameworks. Because everybody does to-dos, right? So you do your to-dos, but if you map it in this way, then you know what to focus on. Where should we focus our energy? What do you think? Which sector?
On the scale.
Scaling it, the expert systems. So we need to identify our expert system. Who is an expert? A person with domain expertise. See, I'm going back. And you have domain expertise means that you are one of the best in the world in that thing. You can enhance those domain expertise with artificial intelligence, which means you and AI are thinking, how do I scale this? Right? So you're asking AI, what are the things I need to do to scale this so that I can ignore all of these other things and scale this thing very well? Right? Question.
How would this help artisans? Because
How will this help artisans? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, because artisans do complex work that take time.
Good. So artisans do complex work that take time. Guess what? Complex things that take time, technically speaking, they're even the best in the world at it.
Yeah.
Those artisans, now those complex systems that take time, let me give you an example. Building cars. When Ford, the guy that invented the assembly system, we didn't invent it, but he used it. So he was doing cars. He had artisans that were building those cars individually. Very smart people that were building the entire car. Everything about the car. One set of people build it. And then another set of people build the car. So what was happening is, yes, they were building the cars, but they were not consistent. The cars were not consistent. It was taking time to get each car. Then he decided that, do you know what? I need to break this car down into tiny bits, into tiny work plans, right? Different aspects of work. So one aspect of the car could be, okay, they're just doing the tires or something. Another person is doing this, another person is doing that. And they became artisans, but experts in certain aspects of that thing. And inside those experts of those tiny things, there was now an assembly plant. So the tire section are waiting for this other person to finish his work. The car comes there, they do the tires, another one comes. So they were getting better and better and better and better and faster at those specific things. So they were taking what? Less and less time. Now when you added all the time together, it was faster to build a car. When you have different artisans doing different things and specializing in those different things, when you now add all the time, it was lower than one artisan building the entire car. Does that make sense? So an artisan needs to decide not to do everything. I ask some trainers sometimes, what is your superpower? I can do everything. I do communication skills, I do leadership skills, I do this skills, I do that skills. I also can do this. You can do it, yes, you're a master of many, but you have one niche that you're super good at that thing. You can do it in your sleep. So that artisan needs to identify what that niche is and do that. There's some people that do paintings. They will do paintings for 2 weeks. Have you seen paintings online with some people? Sharp. They do beautiful, amazing painting in like 1 hour. Mm-hmm. Right? So the artisan needs to find his niche. That will reduce time, which means it's going to move from poor system to where experts is. It's still complex. It is still complex, but it's taking less time. Can you see that? I need to send consultancy fee to you. That's fine. Okay. It's okay. Anyway. So now that we have our metric is fine, it's good. You understand it, right?
Yes.
Excellent metric, so you can use it. So now let me give you a platform for you to go and enjoy this. All right? So I built a platform with my AI tools, and it's called WorkIQ. So it's like IQ, intelligence quotient for work. WorkIQ.dev. WorkIQ.dev. So WorkIQ.dev. So what I would ask you to do is use this, what you just learned here. Go and repeat those tasks. So when you go to WorkIQ.dev, you log on, it's free. You sign up. It will ask you what are all your tasks. You will list your tasks, just like you did here. You will rate your tasks by time and complexity. It will now draw that map for you. That's it will draw the map for you, and then to give you, you click a button and say, give me AI learnings. What AI will now give you what you should do to improve your busy work, to automate your great work, to eliminate or outsource your poor systems, and to scale your expert systems, right? So what you do, once you've done that, that's your base level. So what I advise you do, make sure that is very detailed. That's your base level. Come back the week after, go and update. Okay, this thing now takes me this time, this thing now takes me that time. come back another. So do it every single week. Once you do it every single week, you start seeing, you can play. There's somewhere you play. You now see how your efficiency is changing over time. Right? You just see your graph. You see one dot moving from poor system to great work to expert system. Do you get? So it's super, super amazing. And if you have new tasks, add those new tasks on top as well. Okay, so that is your work efficiency metric, and I'll soon be handing over to somebody else, right, to take over this baton. But I decided this is one nice thing I would like to share with you, and hopefully you gain something from it, right? So I think that was cool. So thank you, everybody. And I am going to hand over to somebody super eloquent. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that amazing and informative and also educative session. I learned a lot. I learned how to properly manage and effectively use my time. And as someone who would always advocate for farmers, I really hope this is something that our farmers are also able to use as well, because they do a lot of things. They are in the, I would say our farmers are in the scale of complex work with little time, and or complex work with little time, but not little time in the way in which we think that okay, because they've gotten to the expert level, but rather with strenuous time and energy levels to do certain works. All right, so with all that we've learned, with all that we've heard so far, I really hope that it's going to be something that you apply into your lifestyle now, that you begin to see ways to improve your lifestyle, that you're not just spending time as one who doesn't have understanding. You've been able to learn a lot from this session, and I hope that every one of us, we would enjoy and utilize it in our daily lives. Alright, so I would like to go on with this topic concerning farmers, concerning agriculture in our society, and I'll be talking about gender inequality in agriculture. Now, whenever we hear gender inequality, I'm very sure many of us, we've tagged the term gender, or we've even seen it as something that we just hear so frequently. We are always hearing, oh, gender inequality. We're always hearing about how a particular gender is being treated unequally, or how people or some certain set of people on the basis of their gender do not have access to equal opportunity that everybody in the society have. And then I remember this particular scenario, this particular analogy that a teacher of mine back in school, when we're treating this when we're treating gender inequality as a course during the semester, and then he gave us this analogy, and I would also like to share this with us so that we can also picture how inequality in our society affects and also disrupts a huge chunk of the perfect and normal functioning of a society. Now we said imagine a fruit tree. Okay, so now let me give an example of a mango tree. Many people love mangoes. It's juicy flesh. Many people love mangoes. It's juicy flesh, the sweet juice and everything. We are currently even in the mango season. So he said picture a fruit tree. Now you have someone who is very tall and can easily reach out and then pluck out a mango fruit. But then, okay, we have someone in a group, someone who can easily reach out, pluck out a mango fruit. Then you have someone who is, who is brief, who is short, and cannot easily access that tree. Now, but meanwhile, every one of them are expected to freely enjoy from the fruit of that particular tree. And then you would see on one end, you would have someone who is able to, easily access the tree. He has already plucked so many fruits for himself and probably for his friends. When you see someone who is unable to reach that particular tree, they are struggling, they're unable to reach for that particular fruit, and even if they're able to reach, probably it would be the unripe ones that the taller person has dropped back or has decided or has unfit for himself. That's probably what they're able to pick. Now imagine in that situation whereby someone then comes along and then they give the shorter person a stick or something to just pluck that fruit from the tree. Now all of them underneath that tree, they now have equal access to the tree.
They are able to pluck as many fruits from that particular tree as they can. Now, this is where we talk about equality and equity in societal norms, and now considering gender. Now, and this is basically, and what does it basically mean? It means when you are giving everyone and everybody equal access, equal opportunity to a particular opportunity, to a particular gift, to a particular gift, to a particular opportunity, yeah, like I said. And then now that we've understood what equity means in this case, now what is gender inequality? Because today I'll be talking to us about gender inequality, particularly in agriculture. Now, gender inequality is a social phenomenon in which people are not treated equally on the basis of gender. Now, the earlier example, the earlier story I told, we could see that there was inequality on the basis of height. Now, on the basis of gender, whereby you will see a male child and a female child given equal opportunity, given equal access to a particular thing, but for the basis that one of them belongs to a particular gender, or one of them belongs to a particular culture or social or society, they are denied access to that opportunity. They are unable to enjoy from the benefits of that mango tree in this example that I gave earlier. And now we would see that while that is very predominant in our society, while that is something that is being continually addressed, whenever we think about gender inequality, we think about a lot of things at once. We like to think about different aspects in which gender inequality affects us. Some people would even like to see it in personal examples. Probably we have many people in this room, and also many people are also listening to us. Probably at one time or the other, you would have had the reason whereby simply because of your gender, not because you are not qualified, not because you don't have the intellect, not because you can't even do better than someone else, but just based on the fact that you belong to a particular gender, you are being denied of that opportunity. And this inequality, it mainly affects the women in our society. I remember even during that particular class, going through that particular course in school back then, it became a situation whereby the male in class, they became like, every time we come for this class, it's always about female. And do male now also go through inequality in the society? And then it became a topic of discussion. Okay, male, come out and then tell me, compared to females, how many times have you ever been denied of an opportunity simply because you are male? And then we had females also come out, and then they were able to share several ways in which they were denied opportunities which were given free access to, but simply because of the fact that they are females, they were denied of that opportunity. And now bringing this into agriculture, everyone is free to farm, everyone is free to get food to feed themselves, everyone is free to have access to producing food for themselves or for their families. But you would find out that in our society, particularly in one as Nigeria, we would see that women of our society do not get that true access to farmlands. They don't have true access to producing food, not just for themselves but also for their families. And today I'll be talking about some ways in which this inequality has eaten so deep in our society, has eaten so deep in what it is that we are meant to stand for, but instead, because of this inequality on the basis of gender, on the basis that this particular person is female, she is denied the opportunity, she is denied the right to have access to that sector, to have access to be a farmer, to have access to plant food, to have access to process food, just because she's a woman, just because she's female. And number one barrier, number one reason, or number one way in which inequality can be shown to women in agriculture is on the basis of land ownership. Now, several cultures in Nigeria, it is very predominant and it is very prevalent that women do not get access to inheritance. You would hear of families whereby probably the family only has female children, and then you would, upon the death of the patriarch of that family, you would then begin to hear questions of, oh, who then gets the access to the land, who then gets access to what the man or what the father has left behind. That shouldn't even be a question in the first place, because after all, there are children left behind. But simply for the fact that these children left behind are female, then questions begins to arise. Then there is confusion. There are fights Fights start simply because, oh, the man did not have a male son to hand over these properties to. Now that is on the issue of even inheriting property that belong to your father. Now we would see women who are trying to rent or lease land, and then whoever the landowner is then giving instruction or is giving a condition that, oh, he cannot lease out or rent out his land to a woman. Why should that be the situation in a normal functioning society? Why should that be our story even as at now? And I would even see when we go to rural communities, owning land has been seen as something that only belongs to male. Owning land is something that you would only tie down to a male. Hearing that a woman owns a particular piece of land, questions begin to rise. Firstly, you are asking, oh, who handed over the land to her? Oh, who gave her access to that land? Oh, is it ours? Is it her husband's? Which should not be so in the first instance. Every individual in the society should have access to land in the first place. And so these are questions, these are issues that wrap around inequality for women in agriculture. Because how do you expect when we are asking everyone to go into producing food, but yet a particular individual, a particular person is unable to own land just because she is a woman, just because society has seen her as a lesser human, has seen her as someone who is not worthy enough to own something as important as land. Society has not seen her worthy enough to inherit property or to inherit land, in this case from her father. And I would also see that even when females do get this land, when they do indeed get access to this land, the size is limited. You would see probably a woman as an initiative or has decided to go into a particular sector of agriculture, decided to produce food in a certain way, and then she already has the foreknowledge of the amount of land she would need, but then she doesn't have a personal one of her own. Now she's trying to lease or she's trying to rent or even to buy that particular land, and then simply because she's a woman, you would hear people say, oh, they can't sell out that huge amount of land to the woman just because she's a woman. It's not as if the woman can afford to buy that land. It's not as if she's not capable enough to handle or even watch over or even make progress with that particular land. But just because she's a woman, then the inequality, there is no balance in that system. She's unable to get true access to that land. Now, another thing I would like to talk about is cultural barrier. Now, our culture has always been and always be an integral part of who we are as a society. And now when we begin to talk about cultural barrier, now I made mention of the fact that women do not get access to inheritance directly from their fathers. So just because of culture, just because they are not a son, just because probably because they are not the first son of the family, they don't get access to that land, they don't get access to what it is that should be their entitlement, which shouldn't be so. And then another reason that culture can be a barrier and can also be a way in which inequality is promoted would also be that we would have situations whereby we have festivals such as Oro, or would have festivals or traditions whereby they would claim that, oh, women are not meant to go out at a certain time. They are not expected to be seen in daytime or even at night. Now, how do you explain that to a female farmer who has animals on a farm to feed? Now you are telling her that just because a simple tradition is going on, she is not allowed to go outside. And this, while this may seem bizarre, the truth is that is actually still even happening. I was at a particular location and then it became an issue that, oh, the farmers, the farm workers are not on ground simply because there is Oro, which is a festival or a tradition in which women are just not allowed to be outside because of the rituals that are going. Yeah, it's a ritual in which that would be happening, in which females will not be allowed to be outside, would not be allowed to be in public. But meanwhile, there are animals on the farm that need to be fed. There are crops that need to be monitored. There are several things which are ongoing on the farm, but yet a woman is not allowed to go out at a particular time just because of tradition, just because of culture. And this is something that has continued to eat deep in our society. This is something that has continued to affect several areas of food production in our society just because someone is a woman in agriculture. Now, another thing I would also be talking about is limited access to inputs. Just because someone is a woman, she has no right, in quote, to go and purchase certain farm inputs. She doesn't even have right to money, because also falling back on the fact that culture is also a barrier. Cultural barrier is also a means of inequity being prevalent in our society, is that many times you will see women farmers, despite the fact that they are wealthy enough in terms of what it is that they are selling, in terms of what they are making, but yet they are expected to remit that money back to the head of the household, back to the man of the household, just because she's a woman, and she has to follow culture and tradition and hand over everything that she has earned back to her husband. Now, relating that to having limited access to input, someone who has no money, someone who has no direct access to her money, how would she be able to buy input for her farm? And when I'm talking about input, I'm talking about seeds, I'm talking about fertilizers, I'm talking about chemicals, I'm talking about even animals that are meant to be reared for food. She has no access to them just because she is a woman, and she shouldn't, based on culture and tradition, she shouldn't be able to have direct access to her money. You would even right now you would see cases whereby, despite the fact that it's the woman who is in charge of her farm, she is the one who is controlling things on the outside space, every single money made on that farm, every single money made from that enterprise still goes to the male counterpart, still goes to a man. She has no control over it. Why? Just because she's a woman. And you would also see extension services. Now, a farmer who is trying to better what it is that she has currently, better a farm enterprise, better what it is that she has, should be able to have access to proper education on what to do and how to do it. And that is when you have extension services. They come to educate farmers on what and what not to do. But then a woman is restricted, again, just because she's a woman, and she has to do certain things at home. She even has to take permission from her husband just to be able to attend these training centers, and then she's restricted all because of that, again, just because she's a woman. All of these rolled together into a simple thought should not even be what we are still discussing in this century and time. And yet we will still see all of these inequalities just because someone is a woman and she has no direct access. She's unable to enjoy the same opportunities as her male counterparts in the same field. Yes, we may like to argue that male also go through all of this, but like I said earlier, women are the most affected by this, and it's so rampant and it's so fragile to the extent that if care is not taken, we would, instead of us seeing increase in women going into agriculture, because the truth is women are the main and a major financier and a major way in which agriculture moves forward in our society. They are a major force behind the progress of agriculture in our society, because after all is said and done, those who are still involved in the hard work, in the find ourselves in day in and day out. Now, another way in which we have barriers, and another barrier that we have in ensuring gender equality, we have limited access to finance. And again, this still boils down to the fact that a woman in her own self is hindered in a way in which she's hindered in such a way that she's unable to enforce certain legal rights as a person. You would find a woman who would go to a law enforcement agency or a bank in this case, and yet for her to even authorize a signature on a particular form or on a particular document, she still has to take permission from her husband in order for her to continue with that process. How are we ensuring equality in that sense, whereby a woman is unable to take full accountability of whatsoever it is that she has decided to do, but yet she's still sent back for her to go and get permission from her husband? How would this woman be able to get access to loans? How will she be able to get access to credit? How will she be able to finance her farm for her to move forward? And just because she's a woman, she still has to go back to take permission. These are many more that we'll still be discussing. There are ways in which the scale, the balance has continued to shift and tilt very poorly in favor of women. They are unable to stand their ground in particular areas. They are unable to affirm themselves in the fact that, oh yes, we can do this thing. Society is not limiting us. Culture is not limiting us. Our state of being, our biological composition, who we are as humans, is not limiting us for us to explore and for us to attain our full potential. Now, another issue I will be discussing would be wage difference. Now, yes, this is very rampant even in non-agricultural organizations, whereby you would see that a woman in a workforce or in a job space is earning less than their male counterpart. Now, how does this apply to agriculture? You would see that a man has the full ability for him to sell out his produce without any, what we would term as, too much talk. He doesn't have to say much. He doesn't have to explain himself. He doesn't have to explain how he was able to get about this particular crop of produce that he's selling to you. Then the woman, on the other hand, she has to explain. She has to give reasons as to why you should purchase from her. And then now, even discussing wage, you would see farm workers. In many farms, the women tend to earn lesser than the male counterpart. I was somewhere and I was hearing that a particular farm, the workers in that farm were earning less than 20,000 naira. Now, in agriculture or in farm work, you don't go 9 to 5 Monday to Friday. You are there Monday to Sunday, Sunday to Monday, from 7 a.m. till late in the evening. Some are even there overnight. Now, there is no proper structure or rigidity in time whereby you have to be there. You have to be there round the clock. Even after you leave, you still have to monitor. You still have to get feedback. Oh, are the animals okay? Is everything going well? Do I need to be there? Do I need to come back? Are the animals, hope there is no infestation of pests. Hope there is nothing that has to need me to be there at a particular time. It's very fragile. It's very risky. You don't just leave your time as it is. And yet, imagine with all of these technicalities, with all of this hard work, you are still paying someone below 20,000 naira. That's even below half of the minimum rate of the minimum wage required to pay a worker in Nigeria. But yet, you will see people who are working more than the required hours, but then they are still getting peanuts paid because they are unable to get equal access in that particular field, in that particular market, in that particular organization. And then now also a way in which being a woman affects you in the agricultural sector. You see that just being a woman alone in the agricultural sector, that alone, it's problematic in a way, because you would see that majority of the time those who do the hard work, those who do the hard labor on farms, they are male. Now you then go in as a farm manager and then you are expected to control everything that goes on the farm. You are expected to coordinate activities on the farm. And then a man is questioning your authorities, asking you, why should I take instructions from you? Why should I obey your order? Why should I receive instruction from you? And then you will see group of men, they will rather take advice from themselves than instead of them to listen to someone who has been placed as authority over them. Even I myself, sometimes I fear whenever I have to talk to a group of farmers or talk to a group of men, and then I'm like, oh, hope they won't say, why is this woman addressing me? Why is she the one in charge? Why is she having to talk to me? Again, this shouldn't be the situation. This shouldn't be what we are discussing simply because someone is just a woman. Now, another reason, even concerning the fact that women in authority in agricultural sector, they are not even taken with seriousness. You are being asked, oh, probably there is an husband financier, or you have an husband who is probably the main head of that particular farm, and you are just there as a figurehead, or you are just there to just control operations. Meanwhile, you are even the owner of the farm, you are the one in charge, but yet everyone just tend to push you aside just because you're not taken seriously, you're not taken with, your words are not taken with power, they're not taken with they're not even following up on actions just because you're a woman, just because in their minds there is this barrier already that has shielded them from believing that, oh, this person could actually be in control, this person can actually be the one giving me this particular instruction, this person can actually be the one to engage me to do this thing, and I would follow through. There are many issues that women continue to face in our society, particularly in a society like Nigeria. There are many that even if you would call hundreds of women to share their stories, it still wouldn't quantify truly the essence of what gender inequality continues to do to us as a society, because that is just one story out of many. That is just 100 stories out of millions of people who could come out and then share their experience with you, who could come out and tell you the real truth of how hard it is to be a female farmer. There are many people who would, instead of going into a particular field, but for the fact that they are not given the equal rights, equal opportunity, they would rather step back. Yes, we have people who would still forge ahead despite that. We had someone come up earlier in the morning and tell us the reason why she had forged ahead in her engineering career, and just simply because of the fact that her male classmates continue to tell her that, oh, we know where you would end up, in your husband's kitchen. Why should that be so? But yet you could see that despite the fact that she heard that still caused her to forge ahead. That still made her much more encouraged in order for her to see reasons why she must accomplish her mission. And this same thing also applies to women in agriculture. Women in agriculture continue to face so many inequalities. They are not put on a proper and equal balance as their male counterparts. They continue to answer questions that shouldn't have been asked in the first instance. They continue to face challenges which shouldn't even have been put in their ways in the first instance. They continue to forge ahead in ways whereby it should have been cleared for them, same also as their male counterparts. But yet, these issues and many more continue to be things that affect our proper functioning, continue to affect the scale in favor of the women, because at the end of the day, they are not equally opportune to enjoy benefits on equal scale as their male counterparts. Now imagine the fruit tree story that I mentioned earlier. Imagine if upon everyone getting to that tree, they all had access to tools, to equipment that could help them get easy access to that tree. Without fight, without too much talk, everyone would have gotten their fruits, been satisfied, been happy, and then gone back home. But instead, day in, day out, we continue to have discussions around this. We continue to explain reasons as to why this shouldn't be so. But yet, it's still even to an extent, with how pronounced this issue continues to be in our society, with how much announcement is being made, it continues to seem as though we are talking to a wall. It continues to seem as though there are no solutions to these issues, because the truth is, women are really going through a lot, particularly in the agricultural field. Now, even to talk about security in agriculture, how does this affect women? As a woman going to farm, you are scared. Oh, what if someone comes in and then they grab me and then they do all sorts of unthinkable things to them just because they are women in and on the farm. They are not safe enough for them to go out, practice their craft, practice what it is that they are meant to do. Even in terms of sales, we would have the process of your food getting to you goes through a lot. And then yet you would see women who feel unsafe enough for them to go through that. They would rather assign it to male. They would rather ask men to do those jobs, simply because, not just because they can't do it, but because they feel unsafe enough to even go through. You can't ask a woman to just confidently, without getting bodyguards or security in general, you can't ask her to go to deep forest in Ondo or Oyo or Osun State for her to get farm produce. You can't ask her to go there just on her own. And why is that? It's already a mental constraint. She feels unsafe enough for her to go there. She's unsure of what will happen to her. Firstly, on the road, and also in terms of people that she would meet there. She's unsure of the way in which they would treat her just because she's a woman. She's unsure of how well they will receive her, whether or not they would accept her as the real voice, as the real authority in charge of that operation. She has to take someone else along just so she can be seen as a proper figurehead. She has to take a male along just so they can listen to what it is that she has to say without putting aside her voice, without just asking her to just shut up and then wait for a male to show up. That shouldn't still be our story at this time. That shouldn't still be what it is that we are battling at this season, at this time, whereby food production needs to concern every single one of us, which affects every single individual of society. And also you would even have the case whereby we continue to say female farmers, as though they are separate entities, as though they are special or even fragile entities. The truth is, farmers are farmers. If not because of constraints, if not because of inequalities that makes us have to address female farmers as special cases just because of how fragile and how unequal the balance continues to be. Farmers are farmers. We should be able to address everyone as such. We should be able to offer equal opportunities to farmers so that the next time an extension agent is coming to address farmers of a community, they do not have to go to houses to plead with husbands to allow their wives out. They do not have to separate or have a different share just for them to teach the females of that particular society, just because they are afraid of being in the presence of their male counterpart, because they are unsure of what will happen. They are not even sure if their voices will be heard. That extension agent, that agricultural professionals are able to go on to farm areas, to farm centers, and they're able to teach everyone, and they are sure that every single person, regardless of their gender, are able to understand. Why? Because every child was given the opportunity to go to school, and as such, women in that community are also able to understand simple and basic English. They're also able to understand technical words, technical ways and operations, not just because they were not, and this should be not just because they were not allowed to go to school and thereby they are unable to understand. They are considered as illiterate, and then we begin to break down, and things which should be a smooth flow, we begin to have to dissect. We begin to struggle with communication simply because a girl child was unable to go to school just because she was a girl. The truth is, our society continues to suffer through several defects in its model that even beyond now, it continues to affect our future. It affects what it is that we are trying to aim at. It affects where it is that we are trying to go and grow through. There are many truths, there are many harsh truths which has continued to be our reality in society, which shouldn't be so. Because the story of women having to get permissions from their husband, this is a story that I thought was probably something that happened in archaic times, in the 1800s, in the early 90s, but yet it's still our story even up to now. You would see women who are having to plead with their husband just for them to be able to go out to farms, just for them to go out to work. But instead, because the man has every final say, he has told her, remain at home, make my meals, take care of the children, the woman is unable to go out for herself. Or even in terms of owning large land, you will see a woman who is restricted by her husband. She's unable to own that huge amount or size of land, simply because her husband has said, I'm not the one who is the owner of this land, or neither am I able to purchase this land for you, so therefore you can't have it. But a woman who in herself is able to finance all of that, who in herself is able to provide for that, she's limited in having access to that opportunity. Why? Just because she's a woman and she's trying to make a name for herself. There are many instances that I could give, there are many stories that I could share, but the truth is, if we ourselves as individuals, we don't see a need, we don't see a burning passion for us to correct the wrong that has continued to eat so deep in our society, and not just even in agriculture, in several sectors, in several areas, in several businesses. If we don't address the issue, if we don't address the inequality, the reason why a girl child will be afraid to venture into a particular system, into a particular sector, not because she's not capable, not because she's not intelligent, but because she fears how society will project or view her as a woman, as a female in that particular field. She's scared for her to grow into what she feels and knows to be the best for her, simply because she's afraid of what her future would be. She's afraid of the men around her. Would they allow her? Would they even offer her an opportunity for her to explore in that direction? She's afraid of the security of her life. She's afraid of how she is able to safeguard her life, simply because she's unable to fight off a bulky man who has come to molest her. This and many more are issues that women in our society have continued to face. And again, to reiterate back to the questions in which male in my class had asked them, that why is gender inequality always targeted toward women? Why are we always discussing women whenever we talk about gender inequality? The truth is, there is an issue there that needs to be addressed. If there wasn't an issue, it wouldn't be as pronounced as it is. Yes, male also gets inequality, but can we truly compare it to how much inequality a girl child or a woman, a female in general, will go through compared to you as a male? And so this and many more are issues and ways in which we continue to see how deep and how bad inequality continue to eat into our society, continue to eat into our system, and continues to eat into a sector that should be fetching us money. But simply because a woman, simply because a female child is not allowed to venture into that, she is restricted, she's unable to go through a full potential. There's even a statistics that women are limited and produce less than 30% of their male, even beyond 30% in some cases, than their male counterparts. They are unable to enjoy as full or to the full potential of their male counterparts. Why? Just because she's a woman. And so this should be questions, this should be areas that we continue to address in our society, not just as individual thinkers, not just as someone who doesn't care about what goes on around them, but because we truly care about the progress of our society, because we truly care about what would affect the growth of our economy, what will affect the growth of our individual lives. Because imagine if all women farmers took a break today. Many people will go hungry, and that's the truth. Many people may even get to the case of death. If all women farmers, if all women in agriculture decide to take a break, I really fear for what would happen. I fear for what would happen. And so for it not to get to a situation whereby women get tired of not being offered equal opportunities, let's begin to correct our system. Let's begin to create policies that protect women in agriculture. There are several of them ongoing right now. But more could still be created, more policies could still be made, more organizations, more systems that continue to protect women could still be created, could still be sustained in order for us to ensure the proper security and gender equity. Because while it may take us a long while for us to get to a state of equality, to a state of us seeing one another as equal, let's provide and proffer solutions that offers everyone to be on the same scale, to be on the same range, in order for us to get to equal access to opportunities. And I hope that with this speech you are invited and motivated enough to make a change in the next woman around you, that even you as a male, you are able to see the reason why you should protect the woman around you. You should see reasons as to why you should protect the next woman farmer next to you. You should see reasons why you should be on the watch out. You should obey, you should listen when a woman is telling you to do something, because the truth is women are always right. Women will always be right. And so with that, I would like to pass on the microphone to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello everyone. My name is Helen. This is my first time, speaking out publicly. I'm sorry, I was saying why I'm speaking this way. For you. I want to. I'm in a chair. I'm from a white room. Bananas. In a question. So, I'm here to tell a story about myself, about my son. I have a disability, but I will not call it a disability. I have hearing see. So 24 years ago, I was very sick at 3 years old. I was very sick, and with malaria and typhoid and all, like eye fever and all. So the doctor that was fixing me gave me a very strong, like something that is like, I would say, overdoses for me, and somehow it affected my hearing. Yeah, and don't worry, he's still alive. He's still alive. So from the age of 3, I was unaware of my disability. So from the age of 3, I was just living life like in a mouse house, playing around, doing all sorts of things. But one thing that changed was my academic. Like, I was going down academically, and I was unaware of the whole thing. So I was still wearing, but not as much as I should have. So when I go to the issue of I was 10, 11, that's when I came to realize that I have a disability. Why? It's because the people around me made it known for me, like I was bullied in school. I was mocked. Will you believe that? When my mom came to pick me up from school, I tried to look for my school bag, only to find it in the dustbin. Only to find it in the dustbin, but yeah, it was very painful at that point. Yeah. And at some point, I started to do badly in school, like from my size 1 period. Yeah. I started to do badly in school, and it has been very tough. It has been really, really tough. So I just kept going, and how I was able to follow up with my teacher and even though we are like many in classroom, it was typical. But we actually do like one-on-one. Like I'll be in front of my teacher, and that helped me in school. So after my science one, I went to Abuja to find out what can be done about my I was recommending cocaine implants as well, but we couldn't afford it at that time because we know it was really really expensive. Even till today, it's very expensive. So my only option was hearing aids. I got the hearing aids and I was able to hear everything clearly. It worked perfectly. Like we had steps, like we had people speaking, but I could not like grasp what the person saying, like the spoken words and so. So after a while, I couldn't go back to school. You know how life has been as a Nigerian growing up. So I've been at home for about 5 years without going to school. After my first one, yeah. Yeah. So how I help myself, like improve my vocabulary and everything. Will you believe that I read in the dictionary from A to Z? Yeah. I read in the dictionary from A to Z, like it helped me get to know what the particular words mean, how she uses in communication with people, so it has been very tough, I've been struggling with all things, struggling with communication, because when it comes to communication with people, it's difficult. Because at some point the person may find it frustrating. I'll have to make them to repeat what they are saying time and time over again. And it gets to the point where I get overlooked. Like, I'm having a conversation with you, and you kind of just, I would say, you get turned off because it's not going the way you expect it to go. To just to get on the stresses, and even when it's just quiet, I'm so, yeah. So it affects my school, my confidence, how I will not believe if somebody tell me that I'll be speaking here in front of all the people. I'm not even believe it. I'm not even believe it. So it's most of my own boss, and the previous speaker, her name is Madam Dwapo. She mentioned something about inclusivity, and I knew it has to do with people with disability. It has to do with people with disability, and I got to know, that's why I came in. I said, okay, let me use it as an opportunity to tell me so. You remember one saying how I'm able to stop, how I'm able to like speak, like clean, cooking work with people. My mom helped me sleeping and sleeping. I can't say it's so. Right now I'm going in areas, but my 30 areas of I can't say it was all. It's like I am 95% deaf. I can't say it's so. But I do sleep, and that's how we communicate with people every day. And I also have to focus on body language. This also helps me with communication. It's been so funny. So Um, trying to keep going. So, few years ago, I had this plan of getting a earrings, but it didn't go as planned. So, I gave up on the whole thing, like everything entirely, until this year, January. I had a training program somewhere in Zanzibar stores, Zimbabwe stores, where I met this lady. If it wasn't for this lady, I wouldn't have been done with me. So this lady came up to me, her name was Omoyo. She came up to me, she asked me a few questions about how I go to Zanzibar to how to go position with Chase number. And the next day, I found this, the people that we had training for came together to raise money for me to get my earrings. And that was the turning point for me. So, January, that's the thing. I went to first test. You know, there's this test where someone will like know the level of your hearing. You'll be pushing the box, giving the remote, and once your ear is down from the highest to the lowest, you have to press the button. So we started from my right side. I couldn't see anything at all. From my right side, nothing. I was like, I think that's setting. I heard the sound coming from the lips. It was working perfectly from blowing this to the lowest. And I was showing that my right side is completely gone. And the lady now came to tell me that the only up that she told me that it cannot work for me anymore. I refuse to believe that. So she mentioned that the only option I have is to get a cochlear implant. And that cochlear implant is a very complex surgery where you have to take out the person ears from, and it's just a cochlear implant in it, and there will be a magnet outside there which will help someone to amplify sound. Like spoken, everything will be perfect and all. So I finished performing. So I said, let me go for your ears. Well, so I said, let me go for your ears. Well, I'm not feeling. Even though it's been a long time since 2011 that I used to hear it. It's been a long time. So I was like, why can't I feel it? If I was able to use it before, I could be able to do this again. So I went to another event center and I did another thing, same result. So I was told that I should come the next day to try different areas, like especially programmed for me. I went, and surprisingly, I could hear sound from, I could hear where sounds coming from. I could hear footsteps, I could hear pace, I could hear knock, I could hear car person, and that was an improvement. But one challenge was spoken word. I can't identify spoken word, but I have to. Like a baby learning how to sing sound, baby learning how to speak, and learning how to pronounce. Yeah. So that's how I was able to get my earrings a few weeks ago. And that's been a starting point for me. My reason for telling my story is I remember back in my secondary school where I did an art competition. I came out first position. And the magazine was captioned like, there is ability in disability. That has stayed with me all my life. Because I know I have hearing issues, but it didn't occur to me that I have hearing issues because I'm lip reading. I'm reading lips. It has been my daily issue. I never even thought about my hearing. Like, no. I saw steps going, but never thought of it at all until last year. So, I've come to realize that for my Guinness, I've come to realize that there is more of your life than just dwelling on what you are going through. There's more for life, and you have to keep going, just keep going, no matter what. No matter how hard it is, just keep going. Even though it's hard to reach sleep, just keep going. Even though it's hard to communicate, phone call, just anyhow. Yeah. So yes. It's I'm such grateful for, the community of people who have been my backbone, people who know my story, people who have helps me, people who keeps me going, people who keeps me going, people who came together. It's a blessing to have such people. I believe that my story will, encourage people out there who have the same issues with me or any kind of situation to keep going, no matter what. No matter how hard it is, to keep going. No matter what. I'm grateful for my boss for giving me a platform to, tell my story to be seen. Oh my goodness. I don't have much to say. Wow. I just want everyone to, keep going no matter what. No matter how hard it is, just keep going. No matter how hard it, even if you want to give up, you can give up, but try again. You can give up and try again. No matter how many times you fall, you will get back up. So, that's all for me. So, to give this to the speaker.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. There's this particular guy. His name is Matt Murdock. Matt Murdock is a figure in the Daredevil. Matt Murdock was blind, but even though Matt Murdock was blind, he trained his other sensitive or senses to be able to dictate any sound in a room. Like he could dictate a heartbeat in a room. That is how he developed all his senses. He was that developed. So I say that to say that now many of us here in this room, we have the ability to read lips. Like many of us here, we have the ability to read lips. But I'm telling you that you cannot read lips like the lady that just finished.
Yeah.
Because you have that skill in you, but you feel you don't really need it. But she saw that, okay, what every one of us seems not to need, she needed it. So she built on that. So, and just like she said, that a quote has stuck with her for a while, that there's ability in every disability, which is 100% true. I found that to be true. It's 100% true. In people's disability, there's grace for them. There's mercy for them. It's only fools who look down people with a disability. So good evening once again. So I'm talking this evening on a very important topic. People will say, okay, this topic how is very important. Yes. So I'm kind of, that is how I always start. So a very important topic. But this evening once again, I'm looking at the weight of leadership. The weight of leadership. See, in every sense of it, leadership is